Howdy do, Fisheroos. My name is Angie, and welcome back to Monday Book Club. It has been a long time, like 3 weeks since we've done a Monday Book Club. It might be a little longer than that, but I'm excited to start back. Monday Book Clubs are the days where we read visual novels together. We have been reading our life since the start of this channel, and we are so close to being done, which is why in this episode, we are vanquishing this evil once and for all. We are finishing the Baxter route. Are you gonna play Hollow Knight tomorrow? Not tomorrow, it will probably be in a couple of weeks. I said on stream that Hollow Knight, we played it 2 weeks in a row, and I usually don't do that for a lot of my streams in rotation. So it'll probably be a few weeks before I bring Hollow Knight back, because there's a few other games I want to play first. But Hollow Knight will be back. Let's see. Failing to start the stream would have meant that you would have had to replay the entire DLC. That was a close one. Yeah, we're not replaying anything. We are not replaying anything. We're gonna end this. Have fun. All right, thank you. You too. Play lots more Hollow Knight for me in the meantime. All right. Get good. Get better. Get much better than me. You're probably already better than me. Let's be honest. All right. Hi there, after today, Baxter is no more. That is the plan. That is the plan. We're going to try and beat Baxter, defeat this evil once and for all, and make sure that we can finally move on from Baxter. Next will be the Cove wedding DLC, and a lot of people like Cove a whole lot more, so I'm pretty sure we'll have like a lot more fun when we finally get to it. Your days are numbered, wannabe pretty boy. Exactly. Your days are numbered here. We will defeat this evil together. But you guys have to believe in me. You guys have to believe in each other. And you guys have to stay strong. There'll be a Baxter quiz after this. And so if you guys weren't paying attention, you will be banished. I'm terribly sorry. You'll be banished to being forced to replaying the Baxter route. So you guys have to stay and pay attention, or else the worst will happen. Also, can we please be done with the wedding planning? I hate to tell you what the next DLC is. Because we have one more DLC after this, which is, I have to say, it will be the wedding DLC. In fact, our wedding DLC, but the wedding DLC, which means we will be, in fact, wedding planning for our wedding. And to the people that never want to see Baxter again, I have good news and bad news. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Answers to the quiz are yes, 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 no, no, yes, no, yes, bananas, no, no, in that specific order. How did you already get this cheat sheet? I haven't even made the test yet. Why do you know the answers? Wait, what are the next winning lottery ticket numbers? Just what are the answers to the next lottery ticket numbers? All right, I'm gonna move some stuff around on my desk real fast, because I play with my tablet usually, and I have my setup stationed that it's not my tablet. So let me move some things over for a bit, and then we will get started officially. All right, someone write that down. Someone write those numbers down. We're gonna be on to something. All right. Let's continue. Okay, yeah, I left it off on the perfect spot, huh? Here it is. So last we left off, we were still in the middle of the worst wedding planning we have ever been in. We are still in the middle of it, and currently we are making a groom's cake with Baxter because the couple decided that the cake sucks. It's too plain, it's too ordinary, and we should have another cake, but we don't have time to make another cake. So instead of Walmart, we're making a cake right here, right now. We can't opt out of it. So Rain, our beautiful protagonist, and Baxter are making this cake together. That is where our story left off, and let's start. So it begins. Tucking his nails beneath the box top, Baxter worked at opening it. The world wasn't going to give him a single break, however, and it refused to come apart cleanly. You can't open the cake mix? Baxter? You having a little trouble opening the cake mix? Baxter, our first husband in a Hallmark movie that gets knocked off later on. That sounds appropriate. Chicken jockey. Everyone start throwing popcorn and each other and whatever else you have on you. Only the paper on top came off, while the rest of the flap remained glued down. Baxter had to tediously tear at the cardboard. Scraps were abandoned on a tabletop, little by little, while you searched for a bowl and other utensils. You may be surprised to hear this, Rain. I am quite the skilled cook these days. I've had a short life's worth of delicious and interesting meals. Yeah? What, do you cook like mac and cheese or something? What's the special things that you can cook now? I have a rock. Throw it! Throw it! You heard her, folks. Throw your popcorn. No, don't throw the popcorn at me! I'm allergic to it! Wait! No! I hate his smug face. Yeah, get in line. You see, I'm at this moment where I'm immune to smug anime pretty boy faces. I've played so many otome games. I've watched so many anime with smug pretty boys that I'm immune now to smug pretty boys. In fact, I enjoy them to some degree. But you know what? This smug pretty boy releases like a violent nature in me I don't know how to describe. I'm just not used to this. Anyways. Throws raw corn pieces at Angie. Hey! I'm allergic to corn. What are you doing? No, here's the thing. I don't hate every smug pretty boy. It's just Baxter. Fair. Fair. You know, fair. You know, I have some other otomes that I plan on bringing into this channel. I can't wait to see what other guys you guys hate. To be honest, I'm really excited about it. You think Baxter's bad? Just you wait. Just you wait. We haven't scratched the surface of how awful this can get. But we'll just go on. I'll leave that. That's a surprise. Keep that in mind. It's a surprise we'll save for later. Bro, his smile is literally the creepypasta Jeff smile. At least let us hate them in a well-written story. That's fair. I won't say anything about Our Life. I do enjoy Our Life. I don't think it's necessarily a bad story, but I do get why you're saying that. Let us hate them for the right reasons. I get that. All right, let's go on. There is something quite satisfying about making it for myself as opposed to going to a restaurant. He hummed as he pressed his hands into the box, the top of it eventually splitting open to unveil its contents to him. Baxter took out the pouch of mix and examined what remained of the box once more. I unfortunately don't have any of these offerings for you today. This is just to say that the first and last I baked a dessert or decorated anything was with you for Miranda's birthday. And you're decided to take on a wedding cake? Like, I know it's in the box and everything, but it's a wedding cake. You're taking on a wedding cake the night of the wedding. And you haven't baked or decorated since 5 years ago. My critique stand. Anyways. He's so annoying because he's stuck in a sanitized, comfy feels-only visual novel, while he needs to be a smug lecheraro in a darker one. I agree with that. I feel like Baxter is in the wrong setting. That is like one of my main problems with Baxter. Alright. He chuckled as he used scissors to get the plastic baggie open before he emptied its dusty contents into a bowl you'd scrunched up. I do hope those savory skills are transferable. It should be interesting either way. Yes and no. Yes and no. I'm bad at cooking, but I'm pretty good at baking. Baking is one of my favorite things, and I know people that are great at baking and suck at cooking. They do help. If you know how to bake, you can be a little better at cooking, but it's not entirely transferable. You know, there's like a little different skills involved in everything. Baking definitely comes with expert plating and everything. You want it to look good. Baking stream win. I need to clean my kitchen like majorly before any of that. My kitchen's like okay clean, but I think I would be so paranoid I need to like scrub it spotless before we did a baking stream. Can we say Rain can't bake after mooching off Cove's cooking for the past 5 years? You know what? Yes. Yes, we can. You make him sound so utterly punchable. Wait, thank you. That was the voice I was going for. Kitchen cleaning stream win. I'll save that one for you guys. Oh. He'd never made a cake again. That night had been semi-disastrous, so you weren't particularly surprised that he never repeated it. Except he still struggled his confectionery service. He still suggested his confectionery services today. Struggled too. Honestly, it seemed like him to do something like that. Baxter was always the type to offer to do whatever was needed of him, even if it was something that he wasn't prepared for. Yeah, but you don't necessarily want to mess up on a wedding cake, even if it is a last-minute one. It's kind of like, you know, the most important day of some people's lives, so, yeah, those things add up. Hello, how are you today? By the way, Baxter and his Light Fury are back. Nice, nice! Can't wait to hear about them. And I hope you're doing good today too, Oakpie. It was funny how it was always the Urkhead siblings who managed to get him mixing batter.
So?
What about you?
What about me?
Have you done much cake decorating in recent years?
So are we back to no, not at all? By the way, yesterday was my birthday. Happy birthday! I hope you had a great one. So if we're saying that Rain hasn't baked either for the past 5 years, I'm guessing her decorating skills are still just as bad. So here we go.
Oh, we'll muddle through it.
He shrugged his shoulders as he regarded the frosting again. He set it down immediately with a click of the aluminum on the kitchen counter.
Between the two of us, we should be able to produce something serviceable.
Despite Baxter's optimism, you were a little anxious about the cake, especially since it was something that would be shown at a wedding. Still, it had to be done one way or another. So you nodded in agreement and headed to the sink to wash your hands. Without further discussion, and with a massive list of things that still be done, you and Baxter set to work preparing the cake. That went without a hitch, shockingly. It was only oil, water, and an egg into the pre-mixed dry ingredients, but the track record for things going wrong was impressive. Yeah, I'm sure it would be. Once that was combined, you lined the pan with parchment paper and Baxter poured in the batter. By the time you'd rinsed out the bowl, the oven beeped. Baxter, after checking to make sure the temperature was right at least twice, slid the pan into the oven. This is going a lot faster than last time. He set a timer for half an hour, in accordance with the decorations.
I can do that.
It might take a bit longer than that. I'll keep an eye on it. The last thing we need is a burnt cake.
Isn't this a pre-mixed in thing? Okay, it's fine. Right. Suddenly, all that was left to do was wait. Baxter checked his phone for messages as he leaned against the counter.
Ha-ha.
A grin spread across his features as his fingers flew across the screen to send off a quick text. The way I said aha there, like, aha. Every now and then, I don't intend to voice things certain ways, and it sounds too funny to me. Peering over his shoulder, you managed to sneak a peek at a few pictures of Scott's game controller. Oh, that's right, we're doing like a game controller cake. We're doing like a themed cake. This is a horrible idea. Oh my god, why are we doing this last minute? There's a lot of trial and error to things like this. What do you mean we're taking on a themed cake? It had a thankfully uncomplicated design, bright red with a handful of black and white buttons and joysticks. The shape looked like it would be pretty easy to replicate. It was wide and bulky. A sheet cake would be carved into a general shape for sure. I don't think you guys know how hard it can be to do some of this stuff. Guys? Like, okay. making themed cakes like this, like carving cakes, isn't necessarily the hardest thing to try and accomplish, but it's definitely a lot of trial and error. It definitely doesn't take, it's not like a super easy thing like it's trying to say here. Hold on. Do the writers know how hard it can be to do stuff like that? I don't think so. I'm sure we can do it in a single night better than the pro baker. To be fair, they did say that they didn't think they could do it better than the pro baker. They did say it was gonna be below average skills. I'm just saying you don't want to make a really bad cake and bring it to a wedding. Sometimes, like, you don't even really want to bring an okay cake to a wedding, but I'm just saying that you don't want this cake to be a disaster and bring it to the wedding and be like, look guys, we fixed it. Streaming at 5 and doing Deltarune. I'll keep your stream up though. Oh, I hope you enjoy it. You're starting chapter 2, right? Have fun. Try to get the secret boss. It's really fun. All right, that's all I'll say. Have fun with it. All right, yeah, all right. I'm not gonna complain too much about this. I get where the writing is going with this, so I'm not gonna complain too much about it. But like, cake baking, hard. All right, it still shows I'm live, but the connection is just gone. Hey, everyone? Everyone, is anyone there? Can you hear me? Are you in the room with me? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I'll wait for someone to respond before I continue because I don't want you guys to lose this. Let me see. All right, it's showing some people are back. You can type in the chat if, it says that chat is reconnected, so if you're here with me, please type in the chat so I can see you. Yay, you're back. All right. You guys are here. Hey. I don't know how that's gonna look on, in the VOD later on. I don't know if it will recapture what we lost. That was weird. That was odd. Chat disconnected, but it showed that you guys were still here and then everything went down, but it said that we were still live. That was odd. Not sure how that happened. Time to restart the DLC. Yes, everything. Does anyone know what the last thing that was red was before it got disconnected? Because I couldn't see that. I'll pull up the log. Because apparently you guys were just gone. You guys for a little bit were just gone. I don't know what part it got disconnected at, but I think the last thing I said before chat got disconnected was the, like, apologies for having kept you waiting. Baxter returned with a plain sheet of printer paper and a pencil. I'm afraid I don't have a printer, so we'll have to freehand it. That prompted the question as to why he had the printer paper in his house then. Going back to the past was some cake shape or something. Angie, I texted you last night about a game. I've already responded to you. I responded. Though it was like right before stream. Anyways, what I was saying before that was we're freehanding it, which seems great for the wedding. What else? Why shouldn't we freehand it? Freehanding it seems like a perfect idea. But, oh, hopefully we won't get disconnected like that again. That was concerning. So we will move on. He didn't give that question room to rise. Hopefully, unlike your cake, Baxter set his supplies down and leaned over his phone, brows furrowed with a concentrated effort. Honestly, we didn't need that small bit of text, less Baxter. No, I think you guys need more of it. Remember, there's a test at the end of this. The tip of his pencil had yet to meet the page. Baxter hesitated as he drew his screen closer to double check the shape before finally committing graphite to white. He slowly drew out the lower curve of the controller, stopping every so often and leaving darker lines at certain points. I hope Baxter's a good artist. I don't know if we've ever actually tested this out, but I'm gonna really hope he's a good artist. Angie, I will draw a Baxter version of you. This is a threat. What, are you gonna draw me with black and white hair? And a black and white aesthetic? It might look cool. When he closed off the completed shape, it was completely lopsided. The first half looked quite good. The other half, however, was short and narrow. He'd brought it all in too soon.
Well, I wasn't expecting it to be perfect on my first try.
He chuckled, running his fingers through his hair. Baxter started erasing his failure before sighing loudly. Giving up, Baxter simply turned the page over onto his other side. He sketched the controller again to no more success than the last. All right, bad artist. Got it. This is gonna be great. This is gonna be absolutely perfect. All right, so we're gonna carve a wedding cake the night before its wedding. And we don't have a stencil. We're not good decorators. We can't bake. And we don't have a stencil to draw it. And we're bad artists. Great, glad we could establish it. He set the pencil down. There was no attempt to erase anything. Baxter was already turning to the other half of the apartment.
I'll get another sheet, or rather an entire stack would be best.
We're gonna be up all night, huh? He stood up, digits resting against the nape of his neck. Baxter's eyes met yours. His tense smile faltered a bit as his bright brown of his irises flicked straight down to the ground.
You don't need to worry. I'm not quite as sensitive as I used to be about mistakes. I will survive this, pride as wounded as it may be from these trials and tribulations.
Uh-huh. Honestly, you guys might as well serve cardboard with fancy cream you got from Walmart. That's what I'm thinking. Would the Walmart cake really be that bad at this point? They make them like hearts now. You know, there's some nice cakes at Walmart. I'm sure that we could find. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think this is working for you guys. His tone was joking and light, but you couldn't help finding it unfunny. The Baxter you'd known agonized over missteps, far more than the average person. Do we want him that way? In the last few days you'd spent with him, you'd seen him actually grow as a person in some ways. Do we not want him to grow as a person?
I can get you a pencil and bring even more paper to share, if you'd like to give it a try as well.
Do we want to draw? Do we want to draw? What do you think? I genuinely found some nice cakes at convenience stores, so it would have worked. Same. No, I've seen some genuinely nice stores at convenience stores. It's genuinely nice stores. Genuinely nice cakes at convenience stores before. More than once. I could definitely see this working out. Us drawing is better than Baxter always. Okay, all right. The protag of the series didn't fall in love with him because he was a well put together person. She wants him because he's the absolute worst, clearly. Okay, well, you might have a point. We did get more in love with him the 5 years that we were away from him. Everyone start requesting Oliver's. Is this a Oliver request from you? Okay, all right. Worth giving it a shot. Yeah, if you could, I'd appreciate it.
Certainly.
Baxter nodded, disappearing back to whence he came. Moments later, he returned through the hall with an inch-thick stack of paper, as he said he would. And with a second pencil in tow, too. Resuming his Herculean task, Baxter took another sheet of paper off the top and hoped that the third time would be the charm. After taking another glance at the reference photo, you sketched out the general shape of the controller. Baxter peeked over at your shoulder, outright dropping his pencil once he realized it was better than what he was doing even before it was done. Take that, Baxter! Ha! Better than you! Look at that! Rain's artistic skills are no match! I think something snapped in Rain's head that went, hey, I like idiots now. I could see that, I could see that. Okay, so you do want an Oliver. Alright, alright. I don't see a special request, so I'll just put on a regular Oliver for the show. Let me see which one is our regular Oliver, because, well, there's a lot of Olivers. There's pink Oliver, green Oliver. There he is. There he is. Regular Oliver, right on top of my head. All right. Once you did finish, Baxter took it gratefully in hand.
You're good.
Thank you, Rain. You saved me the burden of buying more paper this late in the evening. This night before a wedding, I'm supposed to be the planner for.
Yeah, how's that going? Oh right, I should get back to drawing the angel bird and a nugger. What? What's that one? Nunger? Nunji, like me. Like me. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you spelled that really wrong. All right. Let's see here. Did we already say this? No, yes, we did. All right, there's no reason to be confused. He laughed, his tone softening as he said your name. It was a stencil. You hadn't taken the time for any particular details. Still, Baxter seemed so relieved. Yeah, you, but a nun with a knife or something. That sounds fun. That sounds fun. Nun with a knife? I like that.
Luckily, that was less painful than I assumed.
You didn't miss the marked sarcasm that stuck into his words, despite his better efforts.
We can prepare the colors.
Pursuing the counter for what remained of the supplies, he picked up the box of food coloring. It's seen use before, judging by the inky smears left behind on Baxter's fingertips, as he gathered the few of the bottles he needed, every color except for yellow. Here's a question for you guys. Did you guys ever how to put this? Did you guys ever use food coloring to color foods randomly? Like for no reason, but just would use them? I would use food coloring all the time to color my water. Cause I thought it was fun. It was just something random that I would do. And so my mom would always come in and be like, why are we out of red food coloring? And I'd just be like, hee 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 hee, like all the time. I did that so much when I was a kid. Man, I wish. I never had in my possession or seen food coloring IRL. Really? My mom really liked baking, so we had food coloring quite a bit. Because we would color icing and stuff all the time. But yeah, we were always out of red and blue food coloring because I was always using it. Ha ha ha. I colored my water so much. I don't even know why, it was just fun. I used to color my water red and pretend I was a vampire or something. Why are we out of red food coloring? The suspiciously red Angie. It's true. It's true. It was I, Angie. I took the red food coloring. I reject my human. Anyways. Next. Before this turns into something else. It's seen use before, judging by the inky smears left behind on Baxter's fingertips as he gathered the few of the bottles he needed, every color except for yellow. As he worked through them, you pried open the little tubs of frosting.
All right.
Nearly all of that will be red. Let's save some for the white. Off-white, I suppose. Cream cheese can only look so pale, and a little extra for the black parts. I do believe mixing blue, green, and red will produce black. After closing his text of the photos, he searched online for how to make black frosting. You thought it was Angie, but no, it was me! Don't!
Yeah, sounds right. That sounds right. That's part 1 Phantom Blood if I've ever seen it.
Yes, that appears to be the way.
2 little bowls were filled with several messy spoonfuls of frosting. The rest was plopped into a larger salad bowl, which Baxter couldn't help noting as ironic. Dye was added drop by drop, building up the shades as you went. The red bottle was squeezed nearly empty to reach a true red that matched the controller. Your white frosting was the only one that remained unblemished. What precious little red remained was reserved for the black, which ended up a dismal gray. A harsh thing to think about, a color that was, well, somewhat somber by nature. Still, Baxter didn't want to push the dye any further at the risk of ruining its taste or consistency.
Few people are likely to notice that the black is more of a...
His words trailed into nothing, eyes half-lidded as he stared at the frosting with newfound recognition. His face turned towards you, tout with an unspoken emotion. Baxter unthinkingly reached out to swipe a bit of leftover frosting stuck to your fingers, stopping himself before he did. What, huh? What are we doing? What is that move? What are you thinking? What was that? Falcon Punch! Baxter might as well just use real paint at this point, it'd look much better. I mean, real paint on a cake is a little inadvisable.
Oh, right, nothing. This will work fine for our purposes.
No, I think we should go back to that. I mean, what are you doing? He went to withdraw saran wrap from one of the kitchen drawers and proceed to hastily wrap up the 3 bowls before finally putting them away into this fridge. With the frosting and stencil taken care of, the 2 of you busied yourselves cleaning the counter and tossing the refuse. Pieces of cardboard, a hollowed-out frosting tub, and failed controller outlines, which were all Baxter's, by the way, because mine was the only usable one. Ahem! Paint is very much edible, at least once. I mean, point taken, but I'm pretty sure at a party, a rule of thumb is to not poison the guest, unless that was the intention, in which case, I guess, poison away? But I don't think the intention here is to poison the guests. Probably? Okay, maybe it was. We did hire Baxter as the person that was making the cake here. And he's not being paid for it. Maybe after all of this hellscape of a wedding planning, he does want to poison everyone. Oh my god, I think I found the real plot of this game. Alright, moving on. I'll turn our life into a horror game, just you wait. Honestly, I wouldn't even blame him. Poison Angie, side quest confirmed. No, don't poison me. Oh. With the frosting and stencil taken care of, the 2 of you busied. I've already read this. Baxter even got a chance to properly hang his jacket. The timer ran out as you continued with minor chores. You'd moved on to cutting out the stencil using the same scissors. Baxter set aside from his adventure in opening the cake mix box. Baxter handled the cake. A toothpick test was done and came out clean. It was time for your treat to chill inside the freezer until it was set enough to be decorated. Outside of that, everything that needed to be done had more or less been done. It was odd how familiar the empty space between a finished cake and an almost finished one felt. Then again, this had all happened before, hadn't it? You weren't left lingering in that quiet thought for long. Baxter had a plan for what to do next of sorts. I wonder how I can call Angie a skill issue today. How can you call me a skill issue in a visual novel? I guess if I didn't read it correctly, which does happen more than once. But I'm doing pretty good today, so you can't say skill issue. Can't do it. No. Anyways. No way they're actually achieving something with this cake. I mean, currently it's coming out well. The decorating part is more of the issue. I mean, first off, you have to freeze the cake in order to decorate it in the first place because, you know, if you try to decorate a hot cake, the icing will melt and just come right off of that thing. So bad idea, inadvisable. This is why you should not try and make and decorate a full wedding cake on the night of the wedding. I said I'd stop harping on it. I'm gonna stop harping on it. I'm just still in disbelief, okay? All right, let's go. They're doing better than I thought they would. They are doing better so far.
You weren't left lingering in that quiet thought for long. Baxter, nope, we reread this. It amounted to pressing against the fridge with his body almost perfectly parallel to it, and staying that way. Before you could ask, he sighed deeply, as if the air he had stored in his body was being sucked out of him by the devious appliance he'd become attached to. I cannot believe I'm doing this again.
All right, chat, what is it? What are we saying? I have an idea of calling Angie skill issue. What? Why? How? Why? Why am I always a skill issue? Why can't you guys ever be like, yay, Angie's great, Angie lets us put Oliver's on the screen? No, instead you guys have to insult me. It's always about insulting me, making me a skill issue, saying that I'm bad at games. It's a visual novel, I can't be bad at it. Oh man. 4? Got it, 4. What, are you implying you're not thrilled about this development? You teased.
No, never.
Baxter's eyes closed as he languished there in relative silence. The veneer of him being a put-together wedding planner had been chipping since before you walked through his front door. It was entirely absent then. Who he actually was had been left exposed. Oh, at least some person likes me. Honestly, Angie is very skillful for being able to sit through Baxter's route for this long. It takes some serious skill. I've had years of practice of reading so many visual novels that I've lost count over the years. But you see, I've been training for this all my life or something. Angie has so much skill issue. Angie is skilled enough to have an issue. What? Skill issue on Angie's part is that she's on Baxter's route. Believe it or not, this was requested of me to do. I am doing this out of request, and also I am curious to see how this goes, so... yeah! Alright, let's see. We read this. You wanted to talk to him, Baxter, before you. Hey, Baxter. Why, I mean, I know you're doing it, but why do you go to this much trouble? Oh, go ahead, guys. What are we saying? What are we saying? Why are we saying chat? I'm gonna drink tea. Klemek, is there something that you want to say? Is there something you're trying to say? 4 again? Is it gonna be 4 completely with you guys? Actually, 4 is a pretty good response right now. I can't believe this. I'm sitting among the people who deliberately chose this out. Oh, you're asking why people chose this. I think the person that wanted me to play it DM'd me about this, though there was a couple of people that did want to see me play this in chat. That was early on in our life. Admittedly, it was much earlier on, before I think we even got to the adult route. But there was people that requested me to do all of the DLC. All right, 4 is actually a pretty good response. I like that. Doing this last minute was terrible planning, I have to say.
Absolutely. It isn't often I do something so ill thought out, hard as it is to believe. Even I can admit I wouldn't do this for every client. And somehow that makes this worse. It's painfully obvious I have some personal investment, enough to merit this.
So you admit you don't want to be doing this right now? They were trying to date the children. I mean, not trying to date the children. You can't officially date them until the adult path. Chat overlay is slow as hell. I noticed that too. There's a lot of people that, like, their chat isn't coming in right away. There's some people that it's coming in right away. It's just picking and choosing at this point. Is this the point in my chatter career where I quit? No, don't quit! Don't quit, don't leave me! Baxter ducks. Are you saying like Baxter ducks as in ducks down? Or are you saying Baxter ducks as in Baxter is a duck? Or we should make a Baxter duck. We should draw a Baxter duck. That's what I've gotten from this. All right, I'm gonna contact Space and have her make a Baxter duck. Chat overlay favoritism. Yeah, straight. What is it? Streamlabs is just picking and choosing which chatters are their favorite. What do you mean by that? Hold on, Lorandom. What is that supposed to mean? I am not just a Rattata, apparently, but I am not. Don't offend ducks. Space Animorph Baxter into a duck. No, trust me, guys, it's better this way. I think you mean D equals S, ducks. So what you're saying is, we should make Baxter into a duck. That is the only thing I can interpret from this. It's me, I'm Streamlabs' favorite. Every night it gives me milk and cookies and tucks me into bed. Yeah, and surprisingly enough, your chat came up first. That's incredible. Huh. Teach me your ways, Josh. All right. Here we go. He gestured vaguely to the kitchen, then to you.
I swear.
More than I intended to be. More than I ought to have.
His arm relaxed, falling uselessly to his side. Finally, Baxter pried himself off of the appliance, though he didn't remove himself from it for long. Instead, his black hair tousled as he flipped around so the back of his head was against it. His gaze shifted to the ceiling, suddenly fascinated by the next floor up.
I wouldn't have done this if you weren't here.
Baxter closed his eyes, sighing deeply as he continued.
Even though Miranda was the client's sister.
He said client in a way that made Jude sound clerical. That detached him from knowing him, Miranda, or Scott as actual people.
I wouldn't have offered. I'd be overreaching to do as much as I have. I've gone beyond the line of pure professionalism more than once already. The cake is the icing on top.
Why did you do it then, if you're so worried? And what did it have to do with you? He wouldn't have helped if you weren't here. You hadn't asked him to. It'd been his idea in the first place. All right, so to the people last time that voted that Baxter was still in 2MC after all these years, I think you won. I think you guys are the winners. I think you won the game. I think that was official confirmation that you won the game. If you voted yes, that Baxter is still into the MC after all of these years and never got over her, I think you guys won. I think you guys won. Give yourselves a pat on the back. You guys don't have to be executed. Everyone else gets executed, so. Josh's way is simple to be Steam Lab's special little guy. I'm thinking about switching out Steam Labs too, so I guess favoritism's gonna change around. Let's see how it goes, Josh. Let's see how it goes. Will you be the next system's favorite? Can I get executed? No, you won. You can't get executed. Oh. How could you? Well, it's because of the favoritism and a few other problems I have with it that Streamlabs is probably going to get replaced. I've been hearing a lot of good things about Mix It Up, so I've been thinking about going to that one, though I'm doing a little bit more research to see what would be better. Okay, all right, let's keep going. The question made him stop in his tracks. His confession came uncharacteristically, without much thought on how it'd be received. Now he needed to explain himself. Okay, admittedly, I know we were talking about you guys hated how smug he looked and everything, but I actually really like this expression from him. Like his big doe eyes whenever he gets them. There's something about it that makes me kind of like whenever I see it. I can't explain it, but I like this expression. Until then, remember you can throw Ko-fis at Angie. Yeah, remember you can do that. Have all my fans plug my Ko-fi. I'll use you guys. Thank you for that. All right, what's next? Yes, Baxter, explain yourself. Explain yourself. Fund Angie's skill issue with Kofi. Hey! I just did hope the burn sting. You what? You what? Hold on. Wait a second. I have to... I wish I had like a live thing that announced when people did. I know there's a way to do that. Oh my god. Klepek, you're amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Hopefully I won't burn myself on the coffee, but if you want it to burn, I'll do it for you, I suppose. Hey chat, if you want to contribute to Rain and Baxter's wedding, check Angie's Ko-fi link. Now no one is going to donate. Josh! Don't die! Don't die! Don't die! Angie does not want her viewers to die. Please don't die. If she gets enough money, she can get a guillotine for both of them. Oh no, wait, maybe people will donate. Maybe I need to finish these maybe I need to finish reading before I suddenly judge. Maybe people will donate now. Okay, alright, next! Yes, explain yourself.
Well, naturally, it's against my better judgment to make anyone uncomfortable. Of course, in such a tight spot, Jude wouldn't have questioned any help he was offered. But what would Miranda have thought, and Terry as well, if some strange man they knew long ago was getting that personally involved in their situation? I wouldn't have crossed that line, no matter how much sympathy I had for Jude's position.
Comment Angie reading L. You guys did this to me, okay? You guys did this with Lobotomy Corp. I almost said that completely wrong. You guys did this with Lobotomy Corp. I wouldn't be bad at reading if you guys hadn't screwed me up. I'm pretty sure less than or more than 50% of your channel is reading and you're failing at reading the whole sentence before answering. Good job, you played yourself. Oh look, the skill issue came back and it's valid now. Skill issue at life. You couldn't read before Lobotomy Corp. Don't listen, you. Josh, how is it that you're so good at roasting people? I've thought this for a while. But somehow you come up with the best roasts. Like, how are you so good at this? You make it so easy. See what I mean? Right there. Right there. God. You should be the streamer. All right. I'm going on. We're moving on. It's like playing baseball with a toddler, really. Shit, this really is too easy. Oh, hell, Josh, support him on Ko-fi. Yes, please support my mods. Oh my god, my stomach hurts. That was funny. All right. Let's move on. Miranda and Terry had been your friends for years. You were certain Baxter was wrong about his assumption. Whether or not Baxter had prior experience with those two, there was no way they would judge him poorly for caring about someone, especially when it was for Jude and Scott. Baxter wasn't finished, however, and you weren't going to interrupt.
So, where did my confidence come from? Very simply, I thought you would understand. That I had good intentions, that the odd lengths I went to was merely how I am, that it was okay for me to be involved, and if you did understand, everyone else would as well.
Oh. His answer felt like a rock into still water. He seemed smaller, younger now, like he was still 19.
Truthfully.
As soon as it came to you, it appears my reason goes out the window, along with much of my dignity.
Yeah, that's about right. He snorted dubiously and didn't know where to look. The tiles above had lost their appeal.
But that is how it is.
Chat once again gets to decide. The myths of Maud not being paid is a thing. It's not a myth. I mean, like, paid? They are volunteers, but, you know, they get stuff like at Christmas. All right, let's see. 2? I don't understand, Baxter. I don't know why you do this to yourself, to everyone. That's about right. He settled on staring past the wall, past everything. His arms crossed over his chest. Baxter's fingers dug into his sleeves of his shirt, pinching and knitting the fabric with new creases. None of these are toxic enough. Where's the option to make it more toxic? His voice felt far away too, like he wasn't in the same room with you anymore.
It's odd, really. I'm the one who left. I hurt you. And yet I haven't stopped seeing you as someone important to me. Important in my life.
All right, guys, you officially won. Everyone that voted for him still being into the MC, collect your paychecks now. You guys won. You guys are the winners. You get to live. Everyone else will be executed. I'm terribly sorry, but that's the way it goes.
It truly does seem as though everything I did was for nothing at all.
Baxter gave you no time to process the emotions he'd stirred before he launched into a non sequitur that sent you for a loop in an entirely different way.
Rain, do you know that I enjoy dyeing my hair?
For a second, you weren't sure that you heard that right. Baxter had been painfully honest with you these last few seconds, only to prompt you on hair dye? It convinced you he was doing the same thing that he always did, changing the topic when it became a little too real. When nothing further happened, you realized he seriously was waiting for you to answer. You nodded in reply. Pointing to his plain black hair, you remembered how it looked the day you met him on the streets years ago. He smiled faintly as he idly ran a finger along the curve of his bangs.
That was my most dramatic look. However, I started dyeing my hair when I was 14. I'm still dyeing.
Another little kernel of truth you hadn't been prepared for. That isn't your natural hair color?
No.
It is not.
What's his natural hair color? I'd like for Basement 2 to release. Where's the update, Angie? Okay, I'll make another basement later. It's a little hard to get the construction team at the bottom of the ocean. Also, what this? I only know SCP, Con, Subnautica, and LobCorp. This is our life. Welcome to Book Club. On Mondays, we typically, it's been a while, so I don't blame you. We typically read visual novels on Mondays in what we call our book club. I let chat choose the choices. We mess around. It's just an excuse for us to hang out, be goofy, and mess around as I try to read a visual novel while chat tries to distract me. Berserk. Does Berserk count as is there a Berserk visual novel? That would be an interesting one. Quick, run! Don't let the basement close! There's an annoying fishing man here! You can't get away from me. Sadly, no. It would have been cool if there was a Berserk visual novel, I think. It would have been pretty cool. No, this one is the oldest game we played on the channel. It was my first stream I ever did, and now we're trying to finish it. But it's an otome game. It's a sweet life sim kind of game. Everyone hates this guy, though, so we've been roasting it. Just this guy. All the other guys were fine, just this guy. Anyways, emphasis on trying to finish it, yes. There's an emphasis on the trying part. We've really been struggling along with this one. Angie, it's been nearly 2 years and you haven't finished this? It's long. It's a long one. Let me tell you, it is a long one. We're almost done with it though. We just have this and then the wedding DLC and we'll be done. And I'm pretty sure I'll get the wedding DLC out in one go because that one's pretty fun. Wait, I just realized our life is such a dumb joke. You could just welcome people by saying welcome to our life, where I get to stream and you're in the basement. Oh, you're right. I could be saying that. I could be saying that. Hold on a second. It's long and like 80% of this route is padding. It does feel that way with this one specifically. Baxter's route, for whatever reason, does feel like it has a lot of padding. Like, there's a lot of things I think, like, we just don't necessarily have to say that right now. We'd be over a lot faster if we just did certain things. But I also kind of get where they were going with it, and I have mixed feelings about it. I might try and, like, organize my thoughts into a video one day on our life. But point being, let's get this done. Let's get this done with. Liar, liar, who's lying? Who's lying? Ringing the get back on topic bell. Fine! Fine, I'll get back on topic. Fine, the bell has been rung. Angie, you were the chosen one. You were supposed to destroy the fish, not join them. What are you talking about? I am clearly a fish. Look at me. Look at me. I'm clearly a fish. I'm clearly a fish. Screw the get back on topic bell. Star Wars reference. Yes, yes, I know the Star Wars reference. I've seen it before. Padding everywhere, padding in the cake, padding in the planning, padding everywhere except the pillow we try to suffocate Baxter with. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, I will now ring the get back on topic bell.
It is not.
Then what? He twirled one of the longer strands of his hair around a finger.
Gray.
He has gray hair. He's not even a white-haired anime boy, he's a gray-haired anime boy. Wouldn't it be fun if Angie had an actual bell? I should get one. I should get one for this joke for book club. Cause like I get distracted so much. We should get one. We should absolutely grab a bell. Wow, he's almost as old as you, Angie. Hold on a second. She would have smashed out our eardrums. Oh, you're right. You're right. I definitely.
The generous might say I could count it as black, or that it was black in the right light, as my parents playstatingly put it.
Honestly.
The fact of the matter is that it's a dusty gray, quite similar to the frosting, actually.
Considering it had been a decade of dye jobs and you'd literally never seen his roots show, Baxter was more than dedicated. He took your shock in stride, completely anticipating it and carrying on the conversations with himself.
Now, why would I do that? I said it myself earlier. Why? Who would notice a color that wasn't exactly black? And why would they care even if they did? Me. I noticed and it bothered me, so I dyed it.
I mean, yeah, let's be honest. We do most stuff like that for ourselves because we notice those things. I mean, I have a lot of things that I notice that I wish other people wouldn't notice. But I'm not an IRL streamer, so you guys can't see any of those stuff, so ha! Anyways. Angie, streams are more important. Sleep! Sleep! I know which ones of you are staying up late. Take care of yourselves! You can always watch the VODs. Take care of yourselves. Have I promoted healthy habits enough? Never. What is it others notice that you're old? That you're skill issued? Okay, all right. You threw 2 of those in at the same time. What was that? What was that? That was unnecessary, wasn't it? Wasn't that a little unnecessary? I mean, I get 1 at a time, but both at once? Don't you think that's a little unnecessary? No, you don't. It's not like I openly talked about how I stayed up at 3 a.m. to watch you. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, uh-huh. Hit you with the double combo. He did. It hurt a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. That one stung. I felt that. Right in the kokoro. I felt that too. Me saying that. The cringe. I felt it. Sometimes I say things going like, oh, it'll be cringe, it'll be funny, and then I cringe at it, which I wasn't supposed to do. Also, they might notice you can't read or do math. Okay, listen to you. Hey chat, if you want Angie to get an hourglass for her to flip every time she gets off topic and to ring a bell every time it runs out of sand, check out her Ko-fi in the description. Oh my god. Translator note, Kokoro means heart. That's pretty good. Angie doesn't know 2 plus 2. Of course I do, it's 22. Obviously. Okay, I'm gonna go on. Bad jokes mean we go on. He pinched the fringe of his traitorous hair again before finally leaving it be, his hands finding its resting place on his upper arm. I like that line. Pinch the fringe of his traitorous hair. I'm gonna pinch my traitorous hair. What the hell? I love that.
Was it something I wanted only for my own preference? Or was it because I believed if I saw it as an imperfection, then that meant everyone else did? Probably the latter. That was the crux of it. He doubted his actions and appearance because others could scrutinize them, but whether they actually would or not didn't matter. He projected self-invented insecurities on those around him. Baxter only seemed half aware that what was happening. He couldn't fully believe those who cared about him did so without terms or conditions. His jaw tensed with newfound frustration. Baxter was firmly rooted in this moment, stubbornly refusing to take his thoughts away from it. It startled you, in part, because this was the first time he had ever opened up to you without prodding. Baxter keeps getting left on red. Yeah, that's gonna happen a lot. Translator, no, Angie means old, hey! Hey, wait a second! Hold on now! Angie reading Harry Potter? I've done that before. Ha, I've done that before. I don't want to brag or anything, but that's already happened before, not on stream, but I've done it. Harry Potter visual novel win. Actually, hold off. Fan-made Harry Potter visual novel win. Bad joke means we go on if, If that were true, we'd have finished our life in a month. Okay, you're probably right. Book club should have the wheel, and every time she gets sidetracked, she should have to spin it. You guys really liked that wheel, huh? You guys really liked that. I'll have to bring that back in another way. We'll see, we'll see. We have a Pokemon stream eventually coming up, so we'll see, we'll see. Batsu! 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 Everyone loves their Batsu game. Are you excited for Pokemon? The Pokemon card opening or just playing Pokemon? Eventually we'll actually play Pokemon, but I'm really excited for the card opening. Additional context readers thought you should know. Skill issue. Oh my god! It's always skill issues with you! Gotta go, have fun. See you, Josh! Loved having you here! Alright, let's continue. Let's see. Have I read this one? I don't know if I have.
It startled you in part because this was the first time he had ever opened up to you without prodding. And because, at the end of everything, you were still the only one he trusted enough to tell it to.
Well,
I have always been like this, you know. Rain, well, I won't bore you with the details.
His voice was as delicate and heavy as glass.
I'm sure I've already made you question your remaining here enough as it was. In short, what I'm saying is that I'm a fraud in all regards. You can't take any of it seriously, including what color my hair is.
Oh, don't worry, we already knew that. He chuckled darkly, pushing himself off the refrigerator and busying himself with checking the cake in the freezer. As the tension reached a fever pitch, Baxter reached out to pluck the metaphorical thread and unwound it with forced levity. No more than 10 minutes or so had passed since you'd put it inside, but it felt like hours had gone by.
Your many attempts to give me credence are noted and appreciated, though.
He shut the door again before announcing that he would need to check the oven again to make sure that it was really off. Not that he doubted your ability to turn off the appliance, but for his own self-preservation. That time it was the classic Baxter, a change of topic when it got uncomfortable for him. He always did that. Baxter tore himself apart, shred by shred, exactly like he did to that cake mix box earlier, just all for just being who he was. Of course, he wasn't telling the truth when he told you he didn't do that anymore. That was another of his made-up stories he said for the amusement of the listener. You had some clarity for the first time in years. Baxter returned to your side eventually. His teasing smile softened as his gaze met your pensive stare.
You are kind to listen to me complain.
He reached out, lightly pressing his fingers to your arm.
sorry.
It was a bad idea to make you deal with that. I won't sour everything that we, Jude, Scott, Miranda, and Terry worked for by ruminating on my indiscretions the night before the wedding, at least not for any longer.
I'm pretty sure the night before the wedding is where you can complain about this, actually. There is a lot wrong with what we're doing here, but I get what you're saying. Let's see. There was a few chats that came in. Angie's so polite. Be like Angie. Don't be stupid, dumb Baxter. The main character here is actually Rain. We made her together. She's a chat-made character. Maybe I should draw her sometime. That might be fun. I'm late. Nah, you're not late. Don't worry. You know what would be peak if we had to bake our own wedding cake in the wedding DLC? That'd be funny. It all comes full circle. Not to I'm not gonna go back, obviously, and replay this, but I did hear from someone that you can play the Baxter, this Baxter DLC, and not play it romantic at all, but play it as oh, you guys were in love with each other, and then you reject him at the end of this. You can reject him by the end of this, and then do the Cove wedding DLC with him in it, because he's your, not to spoil it, he's your, if you don't want to hear it, just skip what I'm about to say, he's your wedding planner in the wedding DLC. And so you can make him confess to you, be in love with you, reject him, and then do the Cove wedding. Which I'm not gonna do. But apparently there's dialogue for that if you do it. Oh, you're late to your own stream. Oh no. Get to it. Oh. Permission to sacrifice Baxter for a cheeseburger. I mean, it's just sure, I won't complain. All right. What are you rioting for? Have I not pleased you guys? We're gonna ignore the fact that she traps us in the basement. I mean, it's lovingly trapped in the basement. Don't you guys like that sort of thing or something? Isn't that popular nowadays? Am I reading stuff wrong? All right. I want Angie to be popular, but I don't want her to forget us, aka most people here in the present. I'm not gonna forget you guys. There's no way I could. You guys have given me so many happy memories. If I want to think about those memories, I gotta think about you guys too. You guys go hand in hand with that, so there's no way I'm forgetting about you guys. Better idea, have 2 kids with Baxter, divorce him, get 70% of the assets and the kids, and then I'll become an alcoholic and depressed. Jesus Christ! You're in this for the long haul! Oh my god! Even happy about the skill issuing, I'd never say it directly. But there may be moments where I, you know, don't hate it or anything. But I'd never say that to your face. Anyways. Let's go. His voice was firmer, a change from moments before. He drew his line in the sand for the evening, meaning that you weren't going to be able to pry any more out of him.
But perhaps later, if you're interested.
Oh. Okay, alright. You nodded, frowning his immediate dismissal of the feelings. I know that chat is gonna try to sabotage this. Okay, I'm going live. Bye. Have a good live. See ya. And when we're done with my stream, if you guys want to check that out, Clown is playing Deltarune. So go check it out. Have a good stream. Thank you. 4? Okay, we can do 4. It's very funny how 4 has just been like the #1 thing that we press. He knew that just as well as you did. He didn't give you a response outright. Instead of favoring a practiced smile, there was a tinge of regret that lingered in his eyes at telling you no again. At least this time, once and for all, it was a no for now.
Good.
Can I offer you a glass of water, Rain? Still or sparkling? Or there is oat milk if you're feeling fancy. The only drinks in the apartment are not appropriate for the present situation. I won't repeat every mistake in my life, only the largest, most impactful ones.
Being offered water while teetering on the principle of deep, meaningful conversation, huh? Where had you heard that one before? Except, where you'd been trying to help Baxter open up on that fateful evening long ago, here he was once again deploying social niceties to make sure that didn't happen. Talk about ironic. It was uncanny that the events from 5 years prior should keep coming back to haunt you, but while the steps out of order and the meanings jumbled up. As if the two of you were tentatively resuming the motions of a dance you'd thought forgotten, an encore of the summer which had since faded into memory, variations on a theme. Baxter was still regarding you with a polite expression, faintly inquisitive. Right, the drink. That was the real question. All right, guys. Welcome to this stream's food choices. May I take your order? May I take your order? 4 is always the most toxic. Good old Mista made this game. I can tell. 4 again. It's always 4. It's always 4. Everything is 4. We're gonna die soon. 4. You know what bad luck 4 is? Okay, we'll go with 4. No chance of having one of those inappropriate drinks. I see. We're wanting more of that undisclosed cinnamon drink today. Baxter's eyes were serious, though his manner was light and friendly. More skill issue stuff, but for some reason that one didn't appear in chat. That only appeared in the chat on screen. Interesting. Chat, she can't. She has to. Only our opinions count. It's true. Most of the time, I should say, most of the time, your opinions count. If you pull more stuff like you did on Derek's route, where you guys decided to reject him, I'm afraid we're gonna have to draw a line in the sand.
No, thank you.
I would really rather not. I apologize.
All right, no alcohol. The answer was no. There is no sand. We're under the water. Of course there's sand. We're at the bottom of the ocean. There's sand. Don't worry, we have plenty of it. 4 again. All right, no alcohol, then nothing.
As you prefer. I hope you don't mind if I fetch myself something. Please feel free to make yourself at home in the living room. I promise you the sofa and chairs are comfortable despite the boxy appearance.
You opted for the sofa and eased yourself down into the various colored cushions. It was a pleasant surprise to find that Baxter hadn't been kidding. Your seat was nice and plush. Your host busied himself with the fridge he'd been intimately acquainted with, fetching a can of sparkling water, his drink of choice apparently. As he did so, you couldn't stop yourself from taking a peek at the refrigerator shelves from where you were sitting, wondering how much of it resembled the one in his rented condo. That had been a paltry and tragic affair, and thankfully, it was a thing of the past. Baxter now kept a healthy range of foodstuffs in his own home. He was looking after himself. Having taken care of his refreshment, Baxter made his way over to you and seated himself in the chair. His glass veiled with fresh condensation was placed on the coffee table, though only after he'd positioned a coaster for it to rest on. A minute's pause was filled by Baxter slowly sipping his drink. Then Baxter returned his glass to its place and took a stab at conversation.
Let's see how this one goes.
He elected for something easy, starting to run over the plans for tomorrow once more, with the focus specifically on what you and he would be doing rather than the happy couple.
Interesting. Am I part of— oh, I guess I am part of the wedding planning committee now that I think about it. That was a whole thing, wasn't it? Okay, I'll give you that. I'll give you that one.
I have a better idea. What's the better idea?
To clarify, I will take on the decorations in the morning alongside Terry, Miranda, and the other members of Jude's family. In the meantime, you'll need to—
and so forth. It was a subject entirely within his wheelhouse, and you nodded vaguely along as he went through the itinerary in stages, asking him questions if you needed clarification. Eventually, he ran out of details to touch upon, and he ran out of stuff to drink. It was decided that now was the time to tackle the remainder of the cake. In the kitchen once again, Baxter retrieved the carrot cake from the freezer and placed it on the wooden cutting board, in the same gentleness as if it was a newborn baby. What came next was entirely incomparable to childcare. He selected a large serrated knife from a block on the counter. That is quite the way to word that. That is certainly the way to word that. Disgusting, burn it. You don't like carrot cake? It's my dad's favorite cake. I've learned to like it. I used to hate it when I was younger, but I've learned to like it. You passed over the stencil prepared earlier when he tested the surface of the cake with his fingers. Satisfied with the consistency and temperature, he put the stencil on top. There was a moment of adjustment, lining the paper up so that the cake was centered underneath. Then Baxter made small murmurs of relief.
Thank goodness the cake didn't turn out too small. This should be doable. All I have to do is follow the guidelines, and we have so nicely laid out.
You step back to give him enough space to work without bumping his elbows. With the knife in one hand and the other pressing down on the stencil to steady it, Baxter set about carving. It's an acquired taste? I think so. I think that's about right. It's definitely one that, like, when I was younger, I just refused to eat it straight out. I hated carrots, so I was just like, I'm not gonna eat that. I don't care what you say, I'm not touching it. My aunt tried to do some cute things too by going, look, it's a Bugs Bunny cake, or look, it's a rabbit cake. You'll love it. You'll love it, Angie. It's great. No, trust me, you'll love it. She was so creative and she decorated it up. She made it look like a bunny even. And it was so cute, but I wouldn't touch that thing. She could not pay me to touch that thing. I knew what it was. She wasn't fooling me. I'm not touching a carrot cake. And then, you know, later on when I started trying new things or whatever, because when you get older, sometimes you end up being less picky, I ended up trying carrot cake for my dad's birthday, and it was pretty good. I'll admit, it was pretty good. I hope I could watch stream. I hope so too. All right, let's move on. Then, moving inwards, he began to refine the curved edges. The scraps of surplus cake were tossed into the pan it had been baked in, forming a small mound of crumbly fragments. You wondered if he'd ever watched Xavier do something like this before, or perhaps he'd seen one of the mini cake competition shows on these days. He went at the cake fearlessly. Regardless, once there was no cake left protruding from underneath the stencil, he peeled back the paper to reveal a controller-shaped cake. While that was of course the expected outcome, the whole point of making a template, in fact, you experienced a thrill at seeing it work, Baxter was as happy about it as you were. He beamed at you, making a brief jazz hands motions to emphasize the finished product, like he'd performed a magic trick.
1 controller cake, as ordered. Our hard work with the guideline paid off magnificently.
Okay, I'll hand it to you guys. I wasn't expecting you guys to carve the cake so easily. I wasn't expecting that, I'll admit. Nice one. I kind of expected this to be a disaster.
Also, I hope you're okay. I just read that. I do hope that you're okay.
But yes. I'm honestly surprised that they were able to carve the cake at all. I am seriously impressed by that.
All right, let's see.
Thanks, you did a good job.
It's doable.
Thank you as well. Now in terms of decorating, I should be fine. Penning a custom design was at the edge of my comfort zone. The remainder of the process will be much more manageable.
Ooh. Alright, I usually let chat decide on what we should choose. What do you guys think? Are we helping with that? What are we doing? We can decorate, probably for the best. Maybe it can help out. Good luck. You flashed him with a thumbs up. Willing to help. 4 again. All right, we leave everything to you. Good luck. We're not gonna help at all.
Really?
Oh, that'd be very kind of you. We can make a joint effort then.
No, I wasn't. No, wait. No, I said good luck as in you should do it. I said good luck like you should do this, not me.
I'm the only person. You're currently the only person chatting, but I do have it shown here that other people are on stream.
Just like, you know, slow chat day. I get that. Book club can be like that sometimes.
Hold on 1 second. There is something that I want to see.
Oh, it might be my connection. I'm looking at something right now. My connection is not good. Let me see about something real fast. Okay. All right. Hopefully that improves connection issues. We had like a big connection issue earlier on today, and I was starting to see another one happen, so I don't know if what I did will change anything, but hopefully it makes things a little better. I don't know what's up with my internet today. Sorry, guys. If it goes down again, I'll just apologize ahead of time. Hopefully my internet will not force us to do more Baxter episodes. I'm really hoping we can finish Baxter today. All right. Let's see, where were we at? Right, joint effort. Apparently we're joining. You started to tidy the work surface a little, sweeping stray crumbs and fragments of carrot cake into a cupped hand and shepherding them to the waste disposal. Baxter gathered the supplies. He brought out the bowls of frosting and arranged them in a neat line on the counter beside the cutting board. Pausing only to take in a calming breath, Baxter took a smaller knife and began to heap frosting onto the controller, starting with the main red controller of the body. It became rapidly apparent that Baxter's decorating skills hadn't improved since the last time you guys attempted it. He had particular trouble with the cake's unusual geometry. I'm somehow not surprised by that. Somehow, that is the least surprising thing here. If having terrible internet was a job, I'd be a trillionaire. Same. Oh my god, same. My internet is so bad. Relatable. The terrible decorating or the bad internet? Honestly, both could be relatable for me. It was harder than he'd expected to cover the sides evenly, especially when it came to the sharper corners. At first, the frosting was lumpy with little wisps coming off where he'd pulled the knife out. After a while, he began to lag, frustration getting the better of him. He raised his messy, frosting-covered hands and looked at you imploringly. He was timing out. You switched places, taking up the station in front of the cake. Baxter hovered to one side. You picked up where he'd left off, distributing the bright red goop as best as you could.
Bravo.
If it weren't for your assistance, Rain, I'd have thrown this cake out of the window by now. Some poor pedestrian down below would be having the worst night of their lives. Tell me about it.
From that height, that would hurt. That would hurt quite a bit. Angie can't speak? Yeah, what's new? What's new? That's about right for these streams. That usually means I need to get some water or something. Hold on, I'll drink. Okay. Let's see if that fixes anything. From there, you both added the remaining details using a couple makeshift piping bags. Those were engineered by simply snipping the corners off some plastic Ziploc bags. The button and the joysticks were laid in with the not quite black, with some almost but not exactly white used for the markings. And that completed the illusion. The dessert had taken on the form of a modern electric device. You and Baxter stood back to admire your handiwork. It didn't look bad at all. Mom would have said it was good enough to eat. It was never going to compete with the fully 3D creation like a commercial bakery would have made, but for a homemade cake prepared at the last minute, it would be just fine. I can't believe they pulled it off. Oh my god, they actually did it. It looks presentable, not great, but presentable. That's a feat. That's a feat. I'm absolutely shocked we chose the worst options possible. I'm honestly shocked by that. They pulled that off. Damn, not a disaster. Not a disaster. This actually worked out. All because of me. I mean, we were trying to put all the work onto Baxter for a little bit there, but it worked. I'll take the credit. You know, all right, you can take the credit. Oh. Scott and Jude were going to love it. You were convinced. Baxter was fawning over the finished cake with a mixture of pride and abject relief. He wiped his forehead using the back of his hand, being careful not to smear himself with any of the frosting that still clung to his fingers.
It is finished. We have a groom cake. With this, we can hope to see the couple's dreams fulfilled a little more fully. I'm grateful for your help, Rain. Truly. This wouldn't have been possible without you.
You tried to point out that he would probably have managed on his own, but Baxter dismissed the idea with a wave of his hand.
If not for your company, I'd likely be scrapping the cake up off the walls, and besides, I wouldn't have suggested making the groom's cake in the first place if not for my prior experience with overnight confection catering.
See?
And I have you to thank for that, see? A watertight argument. You'll simply have to accept my appreciation.
Okay, he's gotten a little better at compliments over the years. I'll give him that one. He fixed you with his most winning smile, attempting to dazzle you into submission. Huh. That wording makes me feel a little uncomfortable when it's Baxter we're associating it with. I'll take it. You ducked your head, pleased yet a little embarrassed. It's not like you were in it for the praise. You looked down at the fruits, cake, of your combined labor. All right, this is another chat decides. Are you guys gonna choose 4 again? Is it gonna be 4 once again? Or are you gonna surprise me? Let's see, last? All right, you are mostly glad to be done with it. Sounds right. Sounds accurate to what chat is feeling. With the utmost care, Baxter proceeded to put the cake safely onto a container and stow it in the fridge, arranging things so that it had its own dedicated shelf for ease of retrieval. A glance at the clock on the wall showed it's past 1 in the morning. Oh no, you hadn't counted on finishing up that late. You didn't. You guys are making a full wedding cake and you didn't think it would take you like till late at night? Honestly, I'm surprised it's just 1 in the morning. I thought you guys would be up till like 4 trying to make that thing. I'm honestly in shock. I have returned. It's been 20 minutes. Why are we still in his house? We're gonna be here for a little bit longer. None of these people are capable of any form of planning. How the fuck is Baxter a wedding planner? Hey, you know, it's a good question, honestly. I guess he likes it. We did see like hints of it back in the other his like adult whatever it's called, the young adult section where he liked planning stuff, so I guess it makes sense. This is just how baking with Baxter goes. I remember the cupcake nightmare so vividly. True. Flapback, how are you surprised that this game drags? Yep. Baxter's using AI for planning. Canceled. Cancel Baxter. Let it be over. Alright. Baxter's expression tensed. He'd realized the same issue. Then his shoulders slumped, and he made a gripe of displeasure at the back of his throat.
It will be almost 2 a.m. by the time you get back to Scott and Jude's house. I'm sorry. I should have been better prepared. Are you at least able to let yourself in?
Oh no. Speaking of being better prepared, you should definitely have thought about asking Jude for a spare key. You hung your head shamefully. Baxter's brow furrowed once again and began to worry his bottom lip with his teeth. You could almost see the machinery turning over in his brain. You not only made the wedding cake last minute at night. Not only did we make the wedding cake last minute at night, you planned to be done before 1 in the morning for a wedding cake. You plan to be done at 1 in the morning. Before that, way sooner than that, you're surprised it's actually this late. You wanted to have the cake done and decorated in one night, thought it would be over before 1 in the morning, and thought that you would be back home. You guys didn't plan that she would just spend the night because of how long it takes to bake cakes, especially a wedding cake. I'm not mad. I'm just pointing out something here. I'm just making a point. That's like, you know, I've had cookies that take a really long time to make. And my friends just stay over for that. To be fair, they are making it out of a mixed bag. They did say that. I'm going to give them a point there. Doing things pre-mixed, it does make things a lot faster. But I'm just saying, baking takes a while. Baking can take a long time, and decorating takes a hell of a long time. If you're wanting to make things look professional and nice, that takes a while. So I am surprised that we're like having this. All right, I'm surprised that they're surprised, I guess I should say. Angie, can we get a pepper spray? Can we get a pepper spray Baxter on screen, pretty please? You can have that. I just gotta find that. I don't know if I labeled some of these. I don't know if I labeled pepper spray Baxter. Let me see. I labeled live Baxter reaction. He's somewhere on this screen. Somewhere. Where are you? Oh, found him. There he is. Off in the corner. We got him. Baxter's brow furrowed once again, and he began— Nope, I read this.
I see. It's far too late for at night for us to wake them up. Not with their extremely important day today.
He ran a hand through his hair, letting his head fall back and sighing with exasperation.
This has been a complete failure on my part, it seems. I'm not very good at planning.
Really?
I can only apologize, Rain. You need your rest as much as anyone. If you aren't totally opposed to it, you could take the guest room for the night. I keep it furnished just in case, though it has yet to see use. you'd be welcome to sleep there, and I can drop you off back at Scott and Jude's in the morning, so you'd still have an opportunity to get changed before the event.
Alright, guys. Alright, we have no choice. We have to stay. Can I summon a second pepper sprayed Baxter right next to him? I can't say no to that. Let me we're going to take this, and we're going to do this, and we're just gonna whoop right over. There he is. It's him. The double Baxter. Baxter's back, all right. Okay, 4, 5, 4, 4, 4, lot of fours. All right, you groaned. Great. That's exactly what you needed. The idea of having to spend the night irked you. It was impossible to deny it. Helping Baxter out with the wedding prep was one thing. Staying under his roof was another matter entirely. The problem was you couldn't see any good alternative. Baxter was right. You didn't want to wake Scott and Jude, not on the night before their wedding. Baxter met your thinly veiled reluctance with an apologetic expression.
I know it's not ideal, but thank you for being flexible, Rain. We should get some sleep.
Yeah, well, we should. Passing out in the middle of the wedding wasn't exactly on your bucket list. The two of you promptly made ready for bed. Baxter showed you down the hallway to your guest room, then rooted around in one of the bathroom cabinets for a spare toothbrush. You didn't have pajamas, and Baxter seemed either unwilling or simply too awkward for the situation to offer you any spares. It was fine. You'd manage with just the clothes you had. After satisfying himself that you were as settled as you could be, Baxter made a brief farewell.
Take care.
Rest well, Rain. I'll see you bright and early in the morning.
Alright. Is this technically a roleplay game? Yeah! Actually, in the other routes that aren't Baxter and Derek, I would say the other routes that are not DLC routes, this game is incredibly customizable. Where you can, like, plan out everything to your hobbies, what you look like, and, like, you start out as a kid, and you grow up. So, like, this is where we are, like, adults already. We're well into adulthood now. But the game actually starts with you being, like, 6. And you grow up to an adult. And you get to customize yourself the entire way. And it's really cool how it works. Unfortunately, when you get to, like, a lot of the epilogue routes and adult routes, like this one, you don't have as much customization options. I think 4 was first. Alright, we'll do 4. Have a little romantic implication in there. You were the one that started the 4 train. Lorandom, you were the one that started this. A smile broke across his face.
You never seem to run out of ways to surprise me, Rain. I was worried it was merely an inconvenience. But I had fun too.
Baxter bobbed his head before ducking away completely inside his bedroom. He closed the door. You headed into your room, went straight over to the spare bed, and tucked yourself in. Sleep had the good grace not to keep you waiting, not after such a tiring day. Soon you were drifting off into a deep slumber, head empty save for the smell of unfamiliar bed sheets and carrot cake. You don't have your dress or anything. I hope you can get there really early in the morning to get all of that. Because again, you weren't planning on staying the night, so you're gonna have to rush to get ready. Wedding getting ready is like not a joke. Angie yapping about customization while we argue about 4 and 6. Absolute cinema. True, true. You were woken up by the shrill sound of an alarm that you vaguely remember setting on your phone the night before. You fumbled around on the bedside to turn it off. Sitting up in bed, bleary-eyed and yawning, you could see that it was a beautiful day. The sky was a pristine blue, the tops of the nearby buildings were gilded in the morning sun. You dressed and ambled out of the living room, sleepily wondering what Baxter might have in the way of breakfast. That was until you confronted with something that chased all thought of food from your head. From down the hallway came a sort of clattering, thumping noise. Every so often you can make out muttered curse and the sound of someone moving about. The door to the master bedroom was ajar. though you couldn't make anything out through the crack. The commotion was coming from inside. Was Baxter okay? That's right. That's right, he sucks at mornings. He's so bad at mornings. Hello, I'm back, by the way. I don't know if I had to tell you this, but Celine, Baxter's Light Fury, has her own bedroom on Baxter's apartment. That's cute. Is this technically a spoiler? No, it's not a spoiler. Okapi has a AU going on along with How to Train Your Dragon. And so like she'll sometimes talk about her How to Train Your Dragon AU along with that. It's a cute thing. So not a spoiler, just AU. Baxter's struggling. Baxter's me in the morning. It's actually very, very, very relatable for me. Because that's me in the morning. I cuss every time I wake up. All right. You crept nervously down the hallway, bracing yourself in case the door suddenly sprang open. It didn't. It sounded as though California was experiencing a miniature earthquake localized entirely in the back corner of the 11th floor apartment, which was in the process of upending his belongings. You caught another snatch of Baxter's voice. There was a groan of frustration in the muttering and expression that you could have sworn was clucking Bell, or at least something very much like it. Of course, California. Yeah, of course it's California. The second game, I think, takes place in an entirely different area, but I don't know where. But yeah, the first game is all California. You raised a hand to the door and rapped it gently with a knuckle. No response. You tried again, louder, and still there was nothing. Peering into the room, you could see an untidy mess of pants and shoes and other articles of clothing littering the floor. You watched as a purple button-down sailed suddenly into view and landed into the heap. You strained your neck to peek as far around the door jamb as was possible, but could see neither hide nor hair of Baxter Ward. Desperate times called for desperate measures. You pushed the door open, stepping a short way inside. On the same side of the room of the entrance, you discovered the opening to a walk-in closet, and at the far end of the closet. It took you a second to realize that what you were looking at. There was Baxter Ward in the flesh. The flesh, and almost nothing else. That's what I was worried about! Oh, girl, you're seeing him naked. I thought that's what we were about to see. I thought that's what we were about to see when we were going here. Why would you just walk into his room like that? Why would you just walk in? He's clearly getting ready. You're supposed to wait. He happened to be rummaging through his collected wardrobe while wearing only boxers and a pair of socks. He'd been facing away, initially showing his exposed back. Then he turned and you were greeted with a full view of his naked torso in all of its glory. No! When your brain caught up with what was going on, you couldn't stop yourself letting out a little yelp of surprise. Baxter didn't startle, having caught sight of you in the corner of his peripheral vision.
Terrible morning.
Hello, Rain. Terrible morning, isn't it?
What do we say in this situation? Chat, what do you got to say about this? What do you got to say? Huh? What are we thinking today? How are we reacting to this? I remember when we had a similar situation with Cove. I remember when we had it, all of chat was like, no, let it go on, let it go on. We have a very different reaction to this one, huh? Most of chat doesn't like Baxter. So I am interested. 4, dramatically shield yourself from view with one arm. On Celine, Baxter's Light Fury is wearing a light blue fluffy sleeping socks on her forelegs with a light blue scarf. That's cute. That's really cute. All right, we're gonna be drama queens about it. Okay, we have more to say. Do we go with 4? 4 is funny. 4 is very funny. I'll admit, 4 is really funny.
No.
Do you have no sense of shame? Not in the least. Surely that can't come as a surprise. At least he said it. Baxter spun on his feet and resumed his work without explanation.
Okay, we have 2 responses here. We can ask him if something is wrong, or we can momentarily lose our grip on the language. 2? Alright, 2.
You know.
But you know, you don't have to avert your eyes. Rain, at least not for my sake. Please don't feel the need to preserve my modesty.
Are we already on this level? We like just made up. I can barely say we made up even. Are we already back on this level? Hold on a second. Wait. Hold on. Hold on. Hey bitch, can you add my not so custom Oliver to the screen? Send it in the mail. Hold on. 1 second. Just gotta open some stuff. If you can still hear it, enjoy the typing ASMR. Alright. Open. Oh, that's cute. I like that. Alright. Add image. Adding. Browse. Not there. Perfect. Absolutely perfect, Oliver. Absolutely perfect, Oliver. Space, please tell me you're listening somewhere. I need you to see this. I need you to see this, Space. Please give a sign that you're here. I need you. Space, this is inherently really funny and I need you here. Yes! I knew the assignment right away. I knew immediately where to put this. This is perfect. All right, let's continue.
Or is the sight that disagreeable, so unbearable? You're hurting my feelings, and on the day my clients are to be married even. The way he spoke made it sound like he was barely suggesting the urge to laugh. It must have been a funny spectacle, you, a grown adult, acting like an innocent school kid. Especially since you'd seen him topless before. In your defense, underwear wasn't the same as a swimsuit, in the implication and the length. But he'd certainly lost no time in teasing you about it. Of course, he wouldn't be nervous. What did he expect from you, though? It was bad enough being confronted with him like this, without any warning, and that was before you accounted for his, development. It had been a short glimpse, yet even that was enough to tell you that Baxter had matured. We're really doing this right now, huh? I don't think that we actually had a talk about, like, making up yet, right? I didn't think that we were at this level yet, right? Did I miss something? Oh my god. Have you watched the How to Train Your Dragon live action? I have not. I didn't really feel the need to watch it unless they changed some stuff from the original. Because I really like the original one. I really love the original one. Every day I fear the moment I accidentally trip of space and she sues me for all the not so original orange cats. I asked her before, she was okay with it. She's cool. The more Olivers in the world, the better. Exactly. That's not making sense. I know, I'm just like, what? Yeah, I'm cool. Yeah, don't tell her she's actually cool. It'll go to her head. So you can't actually tell her that, guys. I'll never hear the end of it. Fun fact, Celine's Baxter's Light Fury entered to her human friend's bedroom, and Baxter pets her in the pets her, by the way, so I repeat this comment. You're fine. Cute. Space is very cool. I love Space. Oh my god, Space has her own fan club. Look at this. I'm gonna hear about this all night. She's just gonna be texting me about this. Oh my god. All right, let's see here.
His shoulders had broadened and his back was a little more toned. The image was fresh and vivid in your mind's eye. Oh my god, we really are going here. You couldn't think about it. You weren't thinking about it. You repeated this mantra initially a few times until you'd eventually managed to convince yourself. Rain. Despite Baxter's encouragement, your poor heart still couldn't bear the sight of him. You decided to live with the risk of looking prudish. It was less anxiety-inducing than the alternative. Oh my god. Oh my god. Chat red idea? Space Angie fanfic. No, just friends. Don't do this. Don't do this to Space. I'm fine with internet culture doing whatever to me, but Space is not. Space is not. Let Space rest. Let Space rest. Do what you want with me, but don't do this to Space. Honestly, Josh, Fish, and MC better than Fidge. You guys are just here for my mods at this point. My mods steal the show. I get it. I get it. I'm not sure Space is into fossils. Hey! Hey now! Dinosaur fossils, maybe. She loves dinosaur fossils. She really likes, she likes dinosaurs. She also likes space dinosaurs. Space dinosaurs with lasers. Space would like that. Do what you want with me, guys. Clip it, guys. Clip it, clippage. No, what are you shipping me with, myself? You're giving away all my secrets. Oh, I'm sorry, Space. I'm sorry. I won't talk about your obsession with dinosaurs then. Mod's better than Angie, let's go. Hey! Hey, you guys are here for me, not my mods. Say you like me. Say you like me or else, okay? Or else I'll cry. Say you like me. We must kill Fish. That's the opposite of saying you like me. Hold on a second. She knows too much. Okay, all right, hold on. This is not going the way I planned it. You guys were supposed to defend me. What is happening? I like you, but I like the mods more. I am losing to my mods. All right, I see how it is. I see how it is. All right, Angie, I guess we're taking you out. Sorry, bud. Nothing personal, kid, or something like that. Jesus. I don't believe this. I'm gonna start reading before I see the plans for my funeral. Christ. Die, Fish. Okay, oh my god.
All right, we'll leave it at that. I am sorry my room is in such a state. You've caught me with my pants down in more ways than one.
Yes, you don't have to keep talking about it.
I simply can't find my work uniform. It's not an official matter, but there's a particular shirt I always like to wear on duty at weddings to help identify me to the staff, you see. But it's missing. What I should have done was taken the time to set up my clothes last night. Unfortunately, I was distracted with baking and frosting and a new guest in my home. Either way, I have to hunt it down or we're going to be late.
A faint edge of panic began to creep into his voice, and he started to upend the closet with increased urgency. What about our clothes? We weren't prepared to stay here. Right? So don't we have wedding clothes as well that we need to get? Because they wouldn't be here, they'd be at the house we were staying at? Are we gonna mention that? The chat is hell on earth. Yeah, you guys may be hell, but you are my chat. You are my fish cakes. So I have to deal with you. Okay, we gather here today for the funeral of Fish. She lived how many years? How many years have I lived? Christ. I think you're lowballing how old she is. I'm gonna keep reading. I'm gonna keep reading. I'm not gonna let it get to me. I'm gonna be happy today. I'm gonna keep reading. She was a decent piece of history. It's sad to see her go. Oh my god. Alright, where are we? That's extremely not good. I can't believe you conned me into thinking you'd get better with mornings. I like this one. I like this one a lot. I know you're saying 4, but this is so funny. I know you're saying 4, but it's so funny. No, this time I'm gonna uproll chat. This is funny. I'm gonna do this. If it's funnier to me, I will press it. I'm sorry, chat. I will listen to you both times, but if it's funnier, I will press it. I will ruin the 4 curse. I will break this curse once and for all. You can't stop me because I'm in control of these streams, as it turns out. You guys have no power here. I'm afraid. You've never had power here. I've just given you the illusion of it. I made you think all along that you guys were strong, but no, it's me. Anyways, here we go. Here we go. I'm gonna press it. I'm gonna press it. There, pressed. Angie, I no longer love you. Now it's just the mods. No, wait, don't go. Oh my god, it's the API dress again. Why is the API dress the first thing you go to? What is this? What is this? Lock your back door. Joke's on you, I don't have a back door. All right. Baxter let out a short bark of laugh, catching himself by surprise.
It was never intentional, I promise. You overestimate me. I've always loathed the early hours of the day. I merely learned to channel that hatred more productively. There always seems to be something waiting to go wrong.
Baxter grumbled as he relentlessly sift through the closet, so much to himself as to anyone else. You wondered if he had a habit of thinking aloud, even when he was alone.
Part of the tragedy of adult life is learning to roll with the punches, so to speak. I suppose I should be proud of the fact that I can at least handle it much better than when I was younger. Thinking about what kind of panic a younger Baxter would have been thrown into at the prospect of a missing shirt on an important day.
He made a comical sputter of disgust, like he was experiencing a full-blown shiver. I also experience that when I think about my younger self. We will create a backdoor. What? Space might be my favorite mod. Don't tell anyone. She's my favorite mod too. Don't tell anyone that though. You smiled, recalling the first time you'd ever interacted with Baxter this early in the day. It had left such a strong impression you doubted you'd ever forget. He'd been so flustered, it was like you'd stumble across a whole different person, wearing Baxter's pajamas and face. Nothing like the man you now knew, who was frustrated, sure, but still managed to approach the situation without letting it crush him, even in just his boxers. I clipped you saying that! Oh no! I'm gonna lord that over MZ and Josh. I picture I'm gonna get off and that's already gonna be in mod chat. Give $10! No, I guarantee you I'm gonna get off and all of that is gonna be in mod chat already. I'm betting that. I'm betting so much on that. These guys turned me in so fast. Your brain couldn't help but remind you of a strange coincidence that Baxter almost undressed in front of you on that other occasion 5 years ago. There was no almost about the present situation. You wondered how your past self would have reacted if you were somehow able to tell her apart about this. It was a good thing you couldn't really. Her mind might have burst. Back then, you hadn't got to see the little pinch to Baxter's waist, okay, we're analyzing it, or the flare of his hip bones, okay, we're really analyzing it, or the way the snug fit of his boxers accentuated, oh my god, Rain, you gotta stop. Rain, abort, you gotta stop thinking about it, not there, not anywhere, stop. Wait, is fate lording over us? Oh, I see. Banning this driver. MC's right. You can't, Rain. You can't. You can't do it. Actually, you needed to stop thinking for a moment. Exactly. Exactly, Rain. You can't. Haha. Oh no! Oh god, he caught us! Oh, it's over! We gotta move! We gotta change our names! We gotta move out of the country! There was a sudden shout of euphoria from the back of the closet, jolting you out of your train of thought. Baxter stumbled back into the room, a black button-down clutch victoriously in one hand. Okay, we're safe. Alright, no need to panic, we're fine. We're fine, I wasn't thinking about anything. Nothing you can prove, there was nothing. Absolutely nothing. Anyways, Angie, your new name is Idiot Fishy Thing. No, it's not. No, it's not. My name is Angie. My name is Angie. It's always been Angie. It's gonna be Angie. I'm fleeing you from the country. Joke's on you. Actually, I'm in the ocean. I'm not in a country, so I can't really flee. I'm trapped down here. Save me. What was that? I don't know. I'm not allowed to actually say anything. The witch that's commanding me says I'm not. Anyways, I can't talk about lore anymore or I will self-implode. International water? That's right! Angie, don't lie to us. We all know that you have 3,000 hours in the honey pot, both 1 and 2. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let's see. If I go up here, H. No, not that one, not that one. Ha! You're wrong! It's only over 100. Anyways. Where were we? Yeah, okay, we got that. You saw it put on a shirt, or so help me. 3,000 is over 100. Your point doesn't even have legs. I mean, I suppose you're right, but no. Anyways.
Hallelujah, I found it finally.
Honestly.
A close call if I ever had one. I appreciate you coming to lend your support, Rain. If you don't mind giving me a minute, I'll be dressed and with you shortly, although.
He gave a small giggle, looking down at himself.
Since you've already seen me like this, it doesn't make much sense that the time you need to leave is while I put my clothes on.
Stop. 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 Stop.
But still, I'm sure you've got better things to do than watch the cleanup of a train wreck.
Okay, that was pretty funny. Put on a shirt. We're working on that. I'll get some water. That's pretty funny. Seeing the cleanup. Nope. Rain. Where's my water bottle? Where's my squirt bottle? Bad. 4's kind of boring. I suppose we'll do 4 this time, though.
Sensible thinking. You wouldn't want to leave anything vital behind.
Bye. You made for the spare bedroom, taking the opportunity to go through your belongings. Fortunately, unlike Baxter's frantic shirt search, you didn't end up needing to dump your stuff all over the floor. Having satisfied yourself that the little you had with you was accounted for, you went out into the living room and lounged on the sofa. What? But you didn't think you were staying over, right? So why would you have your clothes with you for the wedding? Wait, did I miss something here? She clearly didn't think she was staying over, so why does she have the stuff for the wedding? Or maybe she hasn't put that on yet, or she's just wearing the same stuff and they'll get the stuff for the wedding? You know what, I'll read on, we'll find out. He should have a shirt on now, so I won't have to cover anything. Might as well relax while you could before the big event. It wasn't long until Baxter appeared. You were gazing out a window when you heard the click of shoes on the hard floor, followed shortly after by the man himself sauntering into view. He was smartly dressed in black from top to tail. His slacks were crisp and pressed, his shoes polished, and miraculously, his shirt seemed to have survived the ordeal without getting creased.
The crisis is over, thank goodness. I'll procure our cake from the fridge, and then we should be on our way. Is that fine?
You readily agreed, picking up your bag and joining him by the front door. A short trip down the elevator, and both of you and the cake were safely bundled into Baxter's car. He pulled out from his parking space and set a course for the suburbs once more. It was still early, the air crisp as it wafted through the rolled windows. Baxter leant one arm on his door, cool and casual.
Since we're keeping our creation a surprise, I'll take it to the venue so you don't have to worry about leaving it here. I'll hop out with you to say hello to the betrothed, though. Now, as for what happens next, I thought we could.
The pair of you naturally waded into a discussion on the minute of the wedding planning. Munish of the wedding planning. I can't speak today. Whatever. You'd already been over most of it, but it was confidence boosting to have it laid out one more time. I think I need to drink tea. It's getting hard to read. I'm gonna drink tea for a second. I won't do 18 plus stuff. YouTube will actually hit me over a hammer with that stuff. I have some more, how do I put this in terms? Not really saucy, but more saucy stuff planned when I get membership streams. I have stuff in there that I plan on doing, but I always am going to stay within TOS. I'm never gonna go over that. We're gonna need a different platform for that stuff, guys. I'm a family-friendly channel for the most part. We're not gonna go much out of that. You guys are gonna have to write your own fanfiction for a lot of that stuff. I have to stay family-friendly and say so, or I'm gonna get hit by a hammer. And I don't want to be hit by hammers. What platform, may I ask? Ones we have not talked about yet. Membership streams, different platforms, neuron activated. Bro, you can't say that. Calm down, calm down. I said we're staying within TOS. I said, don't get too excited. I said we're staying within TOS. Within TOS. I have some stuff planned for you guys, though. I have some stuff planned. But membership streams can't happen unless I get memberships, which doesn't unlock until 500, and if YouTube approves me. So guys, we have to meet YouTube's approval. Okay, I have to be approved by YouTube, which means I can't break TOS. Joining that membership in a heartbeat. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that a lot. But we'll get there when we get there. Right now, there's no membership streams. We all just get to have fun together and stuff. First I joined Assad shirtless, now this. I'm uncomfortable. No, we're say so. We're going back to say so, guys. We're being say so, okay? We're not allowed to get out of say so right now. We have to at least be, I'd say 70% say so, okay? More in the 70% range right now. Say so, more like say so. Vibes in the attic with it. Yeah, hang out with Fishty. Just hang out with Fishty. She definitely is only plotting murder and stuff, but other than that, it's fine. Okay. Let's go back. I don't know what to say about my viewership increasing with that discussion, but I looked over and my numbers shot up while that discussion was going on. I don't know what to think about that. I want space? Man, space is getting really popular, huh? Space is the one swinging the hammer. Sounds accurate. Sounds accurate. Alright, let's go. As Baxter described it to you once, weddings and similar occasions were a kind of ritual. You suppose that obsessing over the little details was a crucial part of another kind of ritual. Surprisingly, you had begun to feel almost like Baxter's colleague, a fellow planner endeavoring to bring this event to fruition. You'd certainly put in the work by this point. The conversation didn't stop at your own responsibilities for the day. Baxter reiterated that he, together with Terry, Miranda, and the other members of Jude's family, would be decorating the wedding hall over the course of the morning. The marriage would be conducted in the late afternoon, with a sit-down dinner reception in the evening, so there was still plenty of time to prepare. You're in the attic with who? Oh no, you're saying not the basement. You're in the attic, not the basement. I'm not supposed to have an attic. There's not supposed to be an attic there. I'm pretty sure there's still not. Where are you getting the attic? Also, hi Faith, welcome in. Okay, where were we? This detour back to Scott and Jude's was for you to change into your outfit. You couldn't exactly come to their big day in your casual clothes you'd slept in the previous night. You'd regroup with the rest of the crew after freshening up. I'm glad we decided to address this. I'm glad we are addressing this. Oh, sorry, Angie, I added the attic a little while ago so I'd have a place to watch my movies? Where are you getting access to the attic? I don't see that anywhere. I don't even have stairs. The basement is just an area I push people into. How are you getting an attic? Even though Jude at least knew the reason for it, your cheeks got heated at the prospect of showing back up with Baxter after spending the night at his place. It felt so scandalous. Mr. Ward didn't give the same impression as Terry or Cove, or any of the other men you knew, really. Crashing with them was totally cool. No questions to be had. Yeah, just don't eat all the what is that? What is happening here? Everyone's going to hang out with Space all of a sudden? What is this? What is this? But Baxter? Something both suggestive and inaccessible. Staying at his apartment would raise eyebrows. Oh, scandalous. Is that how we see Baxter? And that was without mentioning the fashion in which your mornings had started. It was too late to take it back now. You'd done what you had to. You relished the final calm before the storm until Baxter stopped the car, across the street from the soon-to-be Adam house. That was typical, though this time he couldn't pull up on the driveway because there was already an occupant stationed there. A shockingly red sports car had been parked facing the road. Its spotlessly painted body gleamed in the ever-intensifying rays of the sun. The rental, you assumed. Baxter had come through yet again. It was almost exactly the same shade as the controller cake, tucked safely away in the back seat. You'd bet good money that Jude the motorhead wouldn't be the only one thrilled to ride in it. Okay, so they did manage to get a few things. I'm honestly a little surprised we've managed to get all of this together on short notice, cause, well, honestly, it was very short notice. I mean, we had 3 days of wedding planning, so it's, you know, it's impressive. They've managed to get all of this together. Please plan your weddings appropriately. This is a message from Angie. Please give yourself time to plan your weddings appropriately. Don't wait till 3 days before to order the cake. Alright, let's go. Yes, we read this. Walking past the vehicle on the way to the front door, you and Baxter paused to admire the sleek profile and elegant curves. The Corvettes somehow looked better up close. The gloss of the paint was reflective. In the entryway, Baxter rapped on the door with a knuckle. You noticed that he did this in spite of the fact that there was a doorbell. Maybe just another one of his inexplainable mannerisms. After a brief pause, there were footsteps inside, and then Scott was standing in the open doorway. He greeted you enthusiastically, full of restive energy.
Hey, welcome back! Oh, and Baxter too, good morning. Being confronted by the groom, you were in the process of keeping a secret from caught you off guard. It would have been prudent to go over the plan for this on the ride over. Alright. I'm thinking about how we're doing this. I'm gonna try to buckle in a little bit so we can get this done. Because I think there's about, if I'm right, I think we have about an hour left of gameplay in this, and then we might be done. But I know this game likes to pad, so that might be wishful thinking. But we might be lucky on this. We might actually be able to finish Baxter's route. Let's see. Put your hope on it. Put your hope on it now. Baxter, however, had no problem acting fine under pressure.
How are you?
Good morning to you, Scott. And how are you feeling today? Excited? Nervous?
I don't know.
Maybe both? No, yeah, definitely both. I thought I'd never sleep and... There was more commotion in the hallway. Jude came jogging up behind to greet you over Scott's shoulder. Hey, you made it. How was your night with Terry and Randy, Rain? His demeanor was cool and calm, exuding total confidence despite the nonsensical question. You quickly surmised that sleeping over at your friend's place must be a cover story. You hastened to school your expression, not wanting to give the game away. It was, fine. Oh no, that was gonna be harder than you thought. How did Jude manage to look so collected? Fortunately, Scott wasn't the least bit suspicious, his mind obviously preoccupied on more matrimonial topics. You could practically see the daydream bubble of Scott skipping down the aisle. I wanted to stop by briefly to see how you were faring before the afternoon, and happened to bump into Rain in the driveway. Well rested, Jude. Hey, the basement has its pros too. The ominous cracking and puddles all over the floor. Hey, I tried to patch those. I made a room where both me and Fishty in the attic. Man, you guys really got attached to Fishty, huh? Anyways. Basement charming. I think the basement is charming. I like the basement personally. I love watching all of you struggle in there. Anyways, back to this.
It's good.
Yep, I'm good. Somehow managed to get Scott to go to bed too. That's true. Jude knows the art of relaxation.
Of course.
Of course. It's wonderful there's nothing to worry about on that front. Everything is running smoothly with regards to the preparations. Here, Baxter gave Jude a meaningful look, who cracked into a small grin behind Scott's back. Message received. So you can focus on getting yourselves ready for the moment without concern. Although if anything comes up, please don't hesitate to give me a call. You stifled a giggle throughout that exchange, in spite of yourself. Seeing Baxter suavely passing veiled messages when he'd been such a frantic mess half an hour before was too funny. Baxter cleared his throat, glancing at his phone. I best get to the venue. Since everything is in hand here, Terry and Miranda have already arrived there.
I appreciate this.
Right. Don't let us keep you, and thanks, Baxter, for everything. We really appreciate what you've done for us. Jude made as though to offer his agreement, but Baxter smiled and raised a hand to stem the flow of gratitude.
Pleasure.
You are too kind. However, as it stands, my job is only half finished. I'll be only too happy to accept your words once the wedding is over. To do so now would be premature. Sure, dude, but thanks anyway. Jude met your gaze as he said this, to include you in the sentiment. He silently hoped that your baking lived up to his rising hopes. Oh, don't hope on that, buddy. Don't hope on that. But you know, it looks better than we thought it would, so, you know, it'll be fine. Baxter nodded and turned to leave, before doubling back to catch you briefly by the elbow. I'll see you later, Rain. Terry should come by to pick you up once you've had an opportunity to get changed. You ducked your head in acknowledgement, relishing in the thought of the shower you were going to have after a long night's work. Baxter smiled warmly and gave your arm a nearly imperceptible squeeze, that's not what it said, before letting go. I can't speak all of a sudden.
his goodbyes said, Baxter wasted no time. He strolled briskly down the driveway and got into his car, sparing you a wave as he drove away. Behind you, Scott cleared his throat.
Come in, Rain. Jude and I were starting to get ready ourselves. Do whatever you've got to do. Oh, and there's finally a key for you. It's on the kitchen counter. Yeah, but remember that one a little late. We remembered that one a little late.
They certainly had, but you couldn't pretend as if you asked for it. Or that you were mad you got more time with Baxter.
Now I have some pants to iron.
He vanished into the house, a spring in his step. As you were crossing the threshold, Jude mumbled to you under his breath.
Hey, you help yourself to the food in the kitchen. Not sure if you had to pass on breakfast this morning or...
He spoke guiltily, but you brushed it aside. You'd lost out on some sleep, but the look on Scott's face would be worth it. It's okay, thanks, Jude. You were left to your own devices for the remainder of the morning. Availing yourself to Jude's offer, you cobbled together a quick breakfast before heading upstairs and taking a well-earned shower. As a treat for working hard, you indulged in the hot water for a while. But eventually you returned to the other guest room that you'd been loaned to. You and hauled your suitcase over the bed before finishing out your wedding attire. All right, choose our wedding attire, chat. Choose it. It's all up to you. I'm gonna drink some tea that I definitely need because, man, it was hard to get through that. What about assassination? Wait a second, what? Who are we? Who? Hopefully Angie doesn't discover my room. I'm sure Angie gets a sore throat after these streams. I do. I love the book club streams. I love reading visual novels. I love reading in general, full stop. And I love playing visual novels. However, my throat after this stream, God. It takes a hot second to recover it. I have lemon ginger tea with some honey that I use drinking throughout the streams and at the end of it. 4, which is you had a formal button-down shirt and a skirt, or are we doing it crossways? And that we have a suit. What would count? I'm gonna need, instead of saying 4, I'm gonna need you guys to actually say which one. We do 4, Angie. What would be 4? Which one is 4? I need you to say which one's 4. 1? Alright, I'm getting some mixed signals here. You have a garden in the attic? How are you doing that? How are you doing that? The Hatsune Miku one. Formal button-down shirt and skirt. Okay, alright. She has more than one. I didn't mean to say that. The absolute power move of showing up to your wedding day in your casual day-to-day wear. I mean, put as much effort into the wedding as the couple did. I mean, they put a lot of effort in the last days leading up. Okay. You had a formal button-down shirt and a skirt. It was a relief to see that the journey hadn't wrinkled anything too much. You weren't going to be turning heads for the wrong reasons. When you had your look finalized, there was a little left to do other than wait for Terry to come collect you. It felt funny to be loafing about the house dressed to the nines. Not like it was the first time you'd gotten up to that. Fortunately, you weren't left to your own devices much longer. Shortly before noon, a car honked and your phone alerted you of the text. It was Terry, thoroughly making you aware that he'd arrived. You sprang to your feet from the sofa you'd been lounging on, pausing in the hallway to give a quick goodbye to Scott and Jude, wherever they were, then dashed out the front door. Terry's van was parked across the street in the place Baxter's car had occupied before. You went around to the passenger side and popped the door open.
Someone's looking fancy. Where are you going today?
Over the driver's seat, Terry was wearing a swanky looking waistcoat and an enormous grin. He looked so eager that if you hadn't known better, you'd have guessed that it was him getting married. You smiled and shook your head at the nonsense, but you made a show of climbing in with as much grace and aristocratic poise as you could manage. Hi, Terry. One ride to the wedding hall, please.
For you, Rain, anything.
Terry rammed the van into gear and pulled off, wasting no time in heading back the way he'd came. As the car picked up speed, he drummed his hands on the steering wheel animatedly. Ah, it's finally here! The big one! I'm ready for it. Alright, sorry guys, I didn't have time to get an outfit together considering I spent the past 16 hours leading into the wedding making your cake at the last minute.
It'd be about right.
4 again? It's always 4 for you. You really like 4, huh? What is it about the number 4 that sticks out to you? What do you see in it? Alright, we shrug.
Hey, it's been a long week getting this thing going, but you're gonna be glad not to have to think about it anymore.
You whiled away the journey in idle conversation, most of it wedding focused. The preparations were already well underway, but Terry was keen to stress that your assistance would be very welcome. The route brought you to the heart of the city. Both the wedding and the reception were to be held in an upper floor of one of the many skyscrapers that dominated the urban sprawl. Terry parked in a lot under the shadow of the high-rise, and after an extended elevator ride, the doors opened. You stepped into a spacious room flooding with sunlight. And here we are. Impressive, isn't it? You know how to pick a place. Or they know how to pick a place. Sorry, I'm trying to take the credit. I can't wait not to think about this wedding too. It's, you know, we've been really getting in this wedding plan for like 4 weeks now, real time. Naruto runs around Angie's streaming room. Hey now! I've been watching Naruto recently. I've been watching Naruto Shippuden. I'm trying to finish it. I'm finally trying to finish Naruto Shippuden. It's a long one, and I can't watch it all at once, which is why I'm also like wanting to watch other animes while I'm watching it. You know, break it up. Break up all the filler arcs I get into. It's 1 a.m. My eyes are closing. You can sleep. It's okay. Think of this as like a bedtime story or something. But I can't stop. My streams are becoming too addictive. I must use this power. Anyways. You couldn't help but agree. The wedding hall, which was basically an entire floor of the building, boasted floor-to-ceiling windows. The effect was dizzying. The whole city was at your feet. You weren't able to admire the view for long, however. The place was in a frenzy of preparation. No sooner had you arrived than you were being swept up in it. Baxter made a beeline for you in the moment he heard the elevator doors open, his wedding planning persona firmly in place.
Nice to see
Ah, excellent. It's good to see you both. Excuse the brevity, but as you can see, we're well underway with setting the centerpieces already. You exchanged a brief nod of acknowledgement before he gestured for you and Terry to join Miranda, hard at work by the table at the far end of the hall. She was wearing a simple yet elegant pink dress, and her long hair flowed in rivulets of immaculately arranged curls. Terry called out to her in a greeting, and she turned and waved you over, beaming. Great, you're here! You look lovely, Rain. You made it back to Jude and Scott's without any trouble, I guess. She huddled in closer and gave a fruitative look around the room, as if her brother's fiancé might be in earshot by some freak accident. Baxter filled us in on your alibi. Thank you so much for making an extra cake. I know Jude was beating himself up over that. She pointed to the table a short distance away. An unassuming white platter and cover rested there, a gift from one groom to the other, courtesy of Rain and Baxter's bakery. Yeah, it looks pretty great. Scott's gonna love it for sure. I hope so. They both will. Now let's get to it. Terry let out a startled grunt as Miranda dumped a box of guest favors into her arms before picking up another 2 of her own. Sorry, we don't have time to stand around. Rain, would you grab the last box over there? We need to take them too. A hectic afternoon of busy work ensued.
everyone had been saying it, but this was something you only ever truly understood when in the thick of it. There was so much to do. Tables to decorate, seating plans to consult, name cards to sort, rows of chairs to set out, garlands to hang and ribbons to tie, and candles to place into candlesticks. Miranda's parents were sitting at one of the dining tables dressed in a matching suit and dress, folding napkins like their lives depended on it. They'd clearly been practicing. Yeah, weddings are no joke to plan. I've had to help set up for one before. They are no joke. No joke at all. Fun fact, Celine's Baxter's Light Fury is wearing for the wedding a dangler golden necklace and sapphires and 4 dangler bracelets and sapphire pin upon each of her 4 legs. That's cute. That's nice. All right, let's see here. What are we watching? What are we watching? Can it be Naruto? I'm trying to catch up on that. All right. It was funny, you thought while unpacking the centerpieces to see so many people whizzing about in formal clothing. You wondered if this was what butlers felt like all the time. At the eye of the storm was Baxter, coordinating the efforts with poise and expertise beyond his years. The tension only served to make him sharper, more focused in the pursuit of perfection. He was the common nexus to all your efforts, the axle around which the room revolved, faster and faster. You suppose this was just another kind of dance to him. It felt impossible to keep track of everything that was happening. You blinked and then Xavier was there, delivering their confectionery masterpiece in its grandeur. It joined the concealed groom's cake on the dessert table. You happened to catch a glimpse of Xavier sneaking a peek under the lid. It looked like they approved. Maybe. There was, surprise surprise, not a spare minute to stop and chat with them directly. They had a business to go back to, and you were also otherwise occupied. So occupied, in fact, that several hours passed without you realizing it. That better be the last one. I'm never straightening another place setting for the rest of my life. Terry slumped into a chair, making a big show of looking short of breath. Miranda plopped herself down in the chair next to him and gave him a playful jab in the ribs with her elbow. Wish granted. There's not a lot of reasons you need to do that again. Aw, you could have let me milk the drama for a bit. Sorry again. It's too late now. You've solved it. We should... Hey, you okay? Terry put a hand on Miranda's shoulders, concerned. She had begun massaging the back of her ankles, wincing a little. I'm alright. It's these shoes. I don't know what I thought was a good idea to prepare the venue in this new pair, when I could have worn my regular sandals and swapped them out before the guests arrived. Oh yeah, that's hell. I'm sorry you're dealing with that, Miranda. I've done that before. Not to a wedding. Not to a wedding, it was to a funeral. And I had to walk a really big distance to get there because the funeral hall was actually farther away than where the funeral was held. And so I had my dress shoes on and I had to walk like almost a full... It was like... I don't know if it was a full mile, but it was almost that. It was really far. And I did not realize how far it was. And like a lot of people knew ahead of time, so they were able to take cars to it. I did not, so I parked at the funeral hall and walked the way over. And so I had dress shoes on as I was doing it. My shoes were like bruised for so long. My feet were bruised for so long. Let's see. Angie, I have to go to sleep soon. Can you read me a bedtime story? This is your bedtime story. This is it. The horrible wedding planning in Baxter. Have good dreams. I can't be awake for 2 hours not being able to sleep, planning my whole future. Please, Angie. Oh, I'm hungry. Eat something good. Eat something really good. Just wear the sandals. To the wedding? All right. Sorry. At least there's not a lot of reasons you need to decorate a wedding in pumps again. Yeah, you solved it. Miranda startled at a loud clapping that rang through the hall. Baxter was standing at the far end, his hands together. The room quickly fell silent. If I could have your attention, everyone, I think I'm right in saying that we've now completed the necessary preparations for the main event. You performed an admirable job. From this point on, the wedding should proceed without any further difficulties, so I'd like to invite you to enjoy the special occasion starting now. You've earned it. With that said...
I've received word that the receptionist that the guests have begun to congregate in the foyer downstairs. You only need to join them and wait for the grooms to make their arrival. Thank you.
You shared a look with Terry and Miranda before the three of you, with no small amount of effort, got on your feet. As you headed for the elevators, Baxter came alongside. The attention was off of him for the moment, but he'd eased into a more casual posture. With one hand in his pocket, very suave, he addressed you each in turn.
Terry, Miranda, Rain, good work, each of you.
Thank you.
In my capacity as an organizer, I wouldn't normally say this, but it's been a relief to be able to count on you today. This whole week, in fact.
Don't say that. It was the least I could do for Jude, even in spite of his, lack of forethought.
She sighed.
I feel bad you weren't seeing my brother at his best all the time. I love him, but sometimes his head is completely up his own ass.
We're just outright saying it now. I come to a wedding. I come to a wedding in Crocs and socks. Wait a second. W voice acting, thank you, thank you. Bye, chat, see you, bye, have a nice night. Oh. Baxter's cool consonants gave way to the sudden snort, which he tried and failed to cover up with his hand. He'd never anticipated Miranda, of all people, to be the one to say such a thing. It was rare, but she knew how to choose her moments carefully. It was always a bit of a treat. Terry gave a dramatic gasp of indignation and rounded on her with false admonishment. I can't speak again. We're going to drink some tea. Hopefully that fixes it a little bit. When I start getting a sore throat, you know it's bad. Yeah. Randy, you can't say ass at a wedding. Miranda only grinned up at her boyfriend, innocent as an angel.
It's a good thing for both of us that the wedding hasn't started yet.
It was no good trying to keep a straight face. Both you and Baxter exchanged helpless glances before joining in the laughter wholeheartedly. It had been a tiring few days. You were feeling it now more than ever, but you'd made it through with a little help from your friends and no small amount of silliness. Baxter cleared his throat, regaining his composure to the best of his ability.
That being said, we should get our, butts downstairs. After you, Rain.
You piled into the elevator and made the ride down to the lobby, prickling with anticipation as the floor number grew closer and closer to 1. The double doors opened to bustling energy. A throng host of guests were lingering about, chattering excitedly amongst themselves. Thronging. Baxter gave a proper tip of his head and darted off into the crowd, ostensibly to take care of arrangements for when the couple arrived. Terry and Miranda followed not far behind. You stayed put while they went round to give welcome. Unlike you, they knew a fair number of people in attendance. Still, there was one ever-familiar face in the crowd. Towering impressively over almost everyone else, yet standing awkwardly off to one side, was the man with a gentle face and hair the color of sea glass. It's him! It's who we could be with! Everyone's favorite route in this game! It's him! Angie in chat, what do you think about Celine Baxter's Light Fury wearing jewelry? I think it's cute. I think it's adorable. Angie, have you tried watering yourself? I do have water here. I have tea and water with me. Our man, that's right, he's our man. It's Cove, here at last. All right, which one? Which one? How excited are we to see him? I know what Space's answer would be. I don't know if Space is still here. Okay, let's see. 2? Sounds good. I like 2. Hey, Cove, hold it! Yeah. You immediately had the attention of a good number of people in the room, most of them total strangers. But on the plus side, you also got Cove's attention. He was looking at you with wide eyes. For a moment, he was like an oversized deer in the headlights of an oncoming truck before he registered who was calling out to him. His face lit up, and he ambled over to where you were standing. Let's see. Okay, we can hug him. We can always hug him. Or we can just admire him. Like we were admiring Baxter this morning. Hello, hi Shadow Milk, welcome in. Wait, 3 maybe, too late. Too late. 2? Alright, we'll hug him. Cove had many good qualities, but being premium hug material was definitely one of the better ones. He made a small sound before his arms wrapped around you instinctively. When you drew apart again, Cove was regarding you with fondness. Sup?
Rain.
Hey, Rain, I missed you.
His tenor was soft, full of sincerity. It tugged at your heartstrings to hear it in person again.
I mean, I know it's only been about a week, but...
It's okay, I missed you too. It was the kind of sensation that you only truly recognized the instant you gave voice to it. But it was the truth. You'd been missing Cove all the way through this ordeal. At hearing his feelings echoed back at him, Cove positively beamed. You basked in the shared sentiment for a while, not really speaking, content to simply be together.
So, everything okay with the planning and stuff?
It was at that point that you remembered that you hadn't got around to mentioning one of the crucial details of the past week to Cove. Oh, that's right, we never called him, did we? We never chose to call him, we called like everyone else. Came back to the better love interest, he's way hotter. Yep, we got to design our Cove, so, you know, we chose well. Can you add my custom lever if you have it? Let's see, which one was your custom lever? I have a few custom levers now. I have not labeled which ones they were. That's not yours. That's not yours. That's fan art. That's not yours. We're gonna be here for a bit, huh? Let's see. I tried to label some of these. Nope, that's a snom. Nope, that's a punishing bird. Nope. Was this your Oliver? I don't think so. You had a taco Oliver, didn't you? Where is that one? I'm pretty sure yours was Taco Oliver, but I don't know where he is. It could be I haven't added him yet. Maybe that's the case? Okay, after I spent much time bullying him, I wasn't expecting to be excited to see him again. All the nonsense with Baxter makes my heart grow fonder, it's true. We had to see what the other options were before we realized how good Cove was. I'm back, Cove and his Night Fury are at the wedding. Nice. Cute. Alright, let's see. Let me add this, because I know I saved it somewhere. I hope I saved it somewhere, at least. Okay, going down, looking around. There's Space's drawing of me with the dog. Aha! It might be big because I never PNG'd it. Yeah, I never PNG'd this. So it's just a big Taco Oliver. We'll put him, like, right over here. Alright. Alright. Imagine not saving our levers. I try to save all of them! I do. Sometimes I forget, though. I'm a very forgetful person. Alright. Yeah, we never told him, huh? Namely, the resurfacing of the old touristy someone. How do we tell him? How do we break the news? We gotta tell him somehow. You and your dementia, Angie. Cove, listen to me. Baxter Ward is here. You are met with a blank expression for a few seconds. Cove's face devoid of comprehension. He cocked his head to one side, like he was wondering if he'd heard you properly.
Baxter Ward?
You nodded furiously, willing him to understand. Baxter Ward, the guy from 5 years ago? Black and white hair, black and white everything. He unintentionally made you nervous all the time. He's the wedding planner. You watched as the truth slowly dawned on Cove, his face widening in sudden shock. He wasn't spared the time to fully process this revelation, however. Your reunion was cut short by a sudden shift in the surrounding ambience. The constant hubbub was rising in intensity. Reaching a fever pitch, something was happening. All around you, people were turning to face the entrance, craning their necks and peering around each other to get a better look. Through the glass doors, you made out a familiar splash of scarlet. There were several appreciative whispers from a congregation. A low whistle came from somewhere nearby, and you overheard a guest announce to his neighbor that the car was a Corvette. Baxter was at the head of the assembly, ready and waiting to throw open the doors. Two men exited the stylish ride, dressed in even more fashionable suits. The grooms had arrived. You'd peeked at the photographs from the shopping spree, so you'd known what to expect, but there was always something different about seeing it in person. When Scott and Jude entered the building, the crowd parted, forming a corridor to let them pass. They would be leading the way back up to the hall from here. The crowd was shepherded into the elevators and stages. Heading back up top, Baxter stayed hard at work directing the incoming traffic and ensuring that everyone promptly found a seat. You and Cove had arrived early and snagged a row of 4 somewhere near the front. Terry and Miranda appeared afterwards and took the 2 spares. Soon the elevator doors closed for the last time, and the final few stragglers eased into place. The betrothed were behind everyone, waiting patiently. All at once, like everyone could sense it, a hush fell over the crowd. Peering over your shoulder, you saw Baxter give a curt nod to the officiant before fiddling with the miniature remote. From hidden speakers, you heard the opening bars of music you couldn't place, something measured yet upbeat, and every head in the room swiveled to watch Scott and Jude walk down the aisle. They were bound for an elegant archway that had been erected right beside one of the enormous windows. As they drew near to it, the afternoon sunshine haloed them with gold. The music fell silent. All was still. The last 5 days of your lives had been a whirlwind, a long, stressful journey towards this singular moment. You gazed at the joyful faces of the 2 men in front of you, and saw none of that. Here at last was the magic of the ritual. They were 2 figures radiant, bathed in the sunlight. They stood hand in hand, with the whole world beneath them, and had eyes only for each other. The ceremony itself was brief, with no unnecessary pomp and circumstance, but suffused throughout with sweetness. Their officiant gave a welcome before proceeding with opening words on the subjects of commitment, of family, and of love. The exchange of vows and rings immediately followed, promises to be there for one another in good times and in bad. Scott went first, reading the vows from a little card. Jude did his from memory, his voice trembling with emotion. You tried to focus on every word, but became a little distracted by your friends. 2 seats down from you, Miranda was wordlessly dealing with Kleenex to both Terry and Cove, who on cue had begun to weep. She had dabbed at her own face, teary-eyed herself. Cove is best boy. Cove is always best boy. Part 34 of this game never ends. No, it does not. But we're almost done, actually. Only one more DLC left after this. We're finishing the Baxter DLC, and we'll be going into the wedding DLC. Our wedding DLC. And then we'll finally be done with our life. There's a joke I can make with that. Okay. Man, these suits suck. Really? Insulting the grooms on their wedding day, MZ? I hope Baxter proposes marriage specifically to ruin the wedding day. Really, MZ? Right on the wedding? The end is never, the end is never, the end is never. That's about right. That's about right. We're trapped here forever. Thereafter came the candle lighting ceremony, a moment of quiet intimacy, save for the old sniffle. The grooms each lit their own smaller tapers separately, before igniting the large unity candle together. One by one, you watched as their hopes for the day were realized. Baxter had been right. The whole thing went off without so much as a hitch. Well, besides the people getting hitched, of course. It went so smoothly, in fact, that it was nearly over in no time at all. There was one final matter to take care of. With a broad smile and booming voice,
The officiant pronounced the marriage completed.
You may now... Oh.
There wasn't any point in finishing. The crowd had erupted in cheers before they could get that far. Scott's restraint had held right up until the final moment, but before forced to wait any longer to kiss his husband, was a bridge too far. He jumped the gun and Jude, but it wasn't like it mattered. The hall filled with the sound of laughter and huge clattering went up as the whole congregation got noisily to their feet. The newly wedded Mr. and Mr. Adam turned to face the crowd as their family and friends, eyes bright, heads held high. They stood and waved before linking their arms, striding back up the aisle. They shook hands and smiled with all and sundry, leading a growing procession over to the far end of the hall where the reception tables were laid out waiting. Just like that, the ceremony was over, and it was time to start the party. As the guests began to migrate, the staff hung back, already beginning to rearrange the space. Chairs were being stacked and wheeled over to the reception area, ready for dinner.
Take care.
Go ahead and enjoy yourselves. I'll take care of things here.
Baxter excused himself to assist with the preparation, disappearing into the crowd and leaving you, Miranda, Cove, and Terry to mingle with the other guests. No sooner had you lost sight of him than you spotted the man of the hour wading through the mass of guests, hands clasped triumphantly between them. Their progress was rather slow, everyone and their mom wanting a handshake. Eventually, they made their way over to your little group was standing. Scott was bouncing on the balls of his feet, lighter than air. Jude was his usual grounded self, but you could see he was ecstatic. He raised his hands in a casual wave.
Okay, let's see what all I'm missing from chat. Angie gets married. Angie's not getting married anytime soon. Angie has to meet someone to marry before that. Proceed. It's Rain that will be getting married. We really need the Stanley stream, Stanley Parable? Yeah, I'd love to do Stanley Parable. I've never played it before. It's going well, darn it. What did you expect? This is a cozy game. I'm gonna sob. My sister just said if you throw one of your beads at me again, I'm going to break it. Oh, in front of my parents and got me in trouble when I never threw anything at her. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I just pictured Shadow Monkey eating a bead of pure vanilla. Why vanilla? Why vanilla? Angie needs to meet their right yandere pretty boy or girl who ties her up and forces her into marriage. That's what I'm saying. God, life can be so cruel. Okay, all right. We're almost done, guys. Bear with it a little longer. We'll get through this together. I'm holding your hand. Comrades, we've got this. Who will people reach if they see, how will people react if they see Cove's Night Fury and Baxter's Night Fury with jewelry at the wedding? I think they'll think it's cute, especially if they're used to it by this time. Yo. Hey guys. All right, what are we saying? Okay, we can hug them. We don't know them very well, so that's a little almost free. Hold hands. Hand holding. Oh my god. Angie, you should totally make Cookie Run Kingdom a series. I've thought about that before, actually. I don't know anything about Cookie Run Kingdom, but I see a lot of people play it, so I have thought about actually playing it myself. Okay, let's see here. Like, we're not big friends with them, but we did help them a lot with the party. So let's return the wave. Let's see. Also, Pure Vanilla is a character in Cookie Run. I see, that makes sense. That makes sense. Cookie Clicker stream. I could do that as well, I suppose. All right, let's see here. Congratulations, you're married. Now that wasn't so bad, huh, Jude? Just rub it in his face. That's what we should say. Yeah, you were happy for them. Congratulations on your marriage. That was such nice energy. I do like 4 this time. Not that we haven't been pressing 4 a whole lot, but 4 is fun. 4 is funny. I'm gonna press that. Jude laughed wholeheartedly at your wry question, the sun breaking through the clouds of his calm exterior for a moment.
I've had worse times.
This earned some hearty chuckles from your friends, and some theatrical scorn from Scott.
Today's been incredible. I don't want it to end. It's not done yet.
Jude, with one arm still intertwined with Scott's, reached over with his free hand and tapped you on the shoulder.
Hey, this wouldn't have been the same without you. You can say that again. Thanks so much for your help, Rain. Take some time to relax and enjoy the reception, okay? You earned it.
It wasn't any trouble. I'll try my best. The pair of them grinned in unison before once more being swept up in the tide of well wishes and distant relations. For an instant, you were left twiddling your thumbs along with the others. You took a moment to survey your surroundings for lack of anything better to do. In a far corner of the room, you spotted conspicuous figure flitting about, a grim-faced lady holding a camera. She must have been a relative of Jude's who'd been mentioned was a photographer. Either that or really enthusiastic about taking pictures. You recognized her from Miranda's 19th birthday. This must have been a tradition for her. There was something rather comical about such a solemn individual snapping photos of people who, pretty universally, sported smiles as big as their faces. Eventually, Scott and Jude had hugged, kissed, or shaken hands with the majority of their guests. Meanwhile, the staff were beginning to clear a large empty space in the middle of the room, easing the crowd to the walls to uncover the central floor. With cautious steps, Scott and Jude made their way onto the dance floor. Two lone figures. They took their positions as the noise of the guests faded to silence. You saw Jude lean in close to his husband, whispering something in his ear. Scott grinned, their eyes met, and the music played. It started off slow with measured, even tempo. The couple began to move in unison, easing into the dance carefully, their toes testing the floor, as one might the surface of a frozen pond. As the beat began to pick up, though they quickly settled into a polished, practiced routine. To your left, Terry sucked in an impressed gasp. He wasn't the only one to give his approval. As the couple spun steadily around the space, there were encouraging whoops and smatters of applause.
I'm surprised they were able to get this all prepared in time, too. They only had one night of practice, didn't they? I'm honestly surprised. Why are we entering in a whole bunch of numbers? What's happening? Why are we casting Snowgrave? Hold on here. Okay.
You could hardly believe these were the same people who only a few days prior would have sworn on their own lives that this was an impossible feat. And now that they were taking turns dipping each other to cheers, barely able to contain their joy. From across the room, you noticed Baxter watching with a gentle, heartfelt expression on his face. You detected a hint of satisfaction. He was unabashedly proud of his students. You thought his eyes flickered aside to meet yours, although that might have been a trick of the light, the setting sun casting strange shadows. Either way, his features remained unaltered, tender. As the music came to a delicate finish, Scott and Jude maintained their final pose for a second or two before embracing, to more acclaim for the onlookers. Scott held Jude's head in both hands, leaning in for a kiss, extra cheering from Terry. Cove averted his eyes a little bashfully. He'd always been the type to get flustered over PDA.
Cove once again being best boy.
The lovebirds took their bows, and were then rushed off to take more photos. Now that the first dance was taken care of, the next ordeal of business was arguably the most important.
Food! Yes, I agree. Food is the most important. I don't care what anyone says. Food. Food's all I care about.
Terry's voice was easily audible over the growing din of guests milling about once more. In an instant he was gone, vanished in the direction of the appetizers. There was a green blur at the edge of your peripheral vision. You looked over to find Cove, or rather the empty spot where he had been standing mere moments ago. Nothing was more reliable than Cove's response to what Miranda had once dubbed the F-bomb. That boy must have hollow legs. Maybe that was what made him so buoyant. You exchanged amused glances with Randy before she shrugged and followed along behind the two boys.
I mean, mean, if I'm going with my honest reaction, I'd also be running up to get the appetizers. I love food. Food is great. Food is amazing. How do you breathe when you're frozen? Let's see. I went to a wedding once and the food was absolutely terrible, and I wasn't rude enough to let anyone know this. So mad because it was the only thing I was excited for. I mean, I'm lucky enough that my family has a lot of people that are like cooking. Like, I have a few caterers, some chefs. There's a lot of people in my family that like know food. And so every wedding in my family that's happened has had pretty good food all around. They know what they're picking out. In some cases, like at one of my cousin's wedding that I catered for, I was actually the caterer for that. One of them, they needed extra hands. For that one, like, they had really good food at that one. They had such good food. They actually had the family, my cousin that's the works as a caterer, they had him make it. So like, he made this chili rellenos that was really, really good. He makes like a lasagna chili rellenos, and it's incredible. It is amazing. Like, oh my god, it's so good. And he had that. He just had him make it for the wedding, and everyone loved it. They thought it was made by a like really big time professional, and it was my cousin. I mean, he is a professional, but it was a really big time. They thought it was like huge. It was fun. All right, 1. Let's go. Might as well grab an appetizer too, while there's still some left. It was going to be a close call if you knew your friends. There had been a hungry look in Terry's eyes as he dashed past. You gravitated to the direction of the snack table, following along in the wake of your friends. Most of the other congregants were taking this opportunity for more socializing, with some handfuls breaking away to grab a morsel to munch on while they waited. It was easy to hook back up with your friends nearby, though admittedly, that was never difficult even at the worst of times. You just had to walk in the direction of an elevated pair of blue eyes. As soon as you caught up to them, Cove was praising you with a small delicacy of some description.
You could give this a taste, Rain. I think you'll like it.
Thanks. You took whatever it was and popped it in your mouth, giving a thumbs up of appreciation. You'd been right. You immediately leant over the table and grabbed another.
So good. Accurate. Accurate to me.
The 4 of you hug around the hors d'oeuvres for a while, swapping stories and reminiscing about the places you'd seen some of the other guests. Terry was, with some small degree of pride, recounting the names of Miranda's relatives as they flitted in and out of view. Many of them stopped by to say hello, which was sweet to watch. It was evident that many of Miranda's family already considered Terry to be one of their own, and it didn't escape your notice that Randy was on the receiving end of several meaningful looks.
She already said she wasn't going to propose here, right? She said that, right?
As a kid, I was taken to so many weddings. The soups were peak, and I relate to you, Inzy.
Oh man. I can't remember. I went to a few weddings when I was a kid, but I can't remember them very well. I can't remember the food at them. I remember the cake. I remember the cake very well, but I can't remember the food. I remember all of the weddings of like the recent weddings I've been to, kind of thing. Okay. 2000. Why are we saying numbers? Okay. Where are we? Yeah, I don't think I read this.
Randy, for her part, was doing an exceptional job of pretending not to notice any of them. She could be very unflappable when the situation demanded. Before you and your friends could totally wipe out the snack table, there was the tinkling sound of a bell being run, which came from the direction of the dining area. This was the signal for everyone to grab their plates for the main course, presumably. Your little group hurried on over, joining the masses of guests crowded around the tables. Everyone's designated seat was marked with the name card, written in flowing golden ink. You spotted yours quickly. You and your friends were near the head of the table. Once the momentary fuss of the seating arrangements was dispensed with, the meal followed along in a very short order. A small squadron of waitstaff began to set large plates in front of the guests, each laden with food giving off a faint wisp of steam. If memory served, the options were chicken tagine, beef steak, vegetarian ravioli, and vegan risotto. In actuality, you had paid very little attention to the main course, your mind being elsewhere. The main was, naturally, a precursor to what Cove would have described the most important course of all, dessert. On this occasion, you had to agree with him. You wolfed down the meal with a sense of growing excitement, hardly able to stop yourself from peeking over the top of the table now and again. We didn't get to order our dessert? We didn't get to order not the dessert. We didn't get to order the meal? I thought we were gonna be able to, or I was gonna be like, hey, what's your order, everyone? I was gonna do the thing. What do you mean we didn't get to order? I had a choice ready. Why are you not saying numbers? I just looked over and you guys are just like having random numbers. I don't know, 5. When is the year Angie was born? So she's about, what do you mean? I wasn't born in year 1. I'm not old. Okay. The tiered wedding cake, Xavier's masterpiece, stood resplendent at one end of Jude and Scott's table, and next to it, hidden under an unassuming silver cloche. How would it be received? What would Scott think? In your anticipation, you were finding it hard to sit still. It didn't escape Cove's notice that something was up. Halfway through eating, there was a gentle nudge on your elbow. He was looking at you quizzically.
Are you okay?
Is everything okay?
He was genuinely concerned, which was both very sweet and rather funny. You flashed him a quick smile and waved it away, not wanting to risk being overheard. During the ceremony and throughout the meal, Baxter had flitted from corner to corner of the room with the delicacy of a honeybee, his presence unassuming and unnoticed by all presents except you. I found it interesting how we haven't talked to Baxter at all since this started. It's been a little bit. She was born way before that. Okay, I walked into that one, to be fair. Fun fact, Suncloud, Cove's Night Fury, and Celine Baxter's Light Fury are eating fish and shrimps for dinner. Nice, cute. Okay, back to the infinite years old. I see how it is. As the main course was being cleared, however, he tapped a fork against the side of the wine glass, the clear sound reverberating off the tiled floors and quieting the dinner's discussions.
Honored guests, I hope the food and drink have been to your satisfaction.
There were some non-specific noises of concurrence from the various tables. You glanced at Terry, who had been patting his stomach contently, then at Miranda, still nibbling away at a piece of bread.
Glad to hear it.
I'm glad to hear that. We've come to the part of the evening where the newlyweds will cut the traditional first slices of the wedding cake. Scott, Jude, if you'd like to.
The sound of the two chairs scraping against the floor drowned out the rest of what he said. Scott and Jude got to their feet and came around from behind the top table. The two men stood shoulder to shoulder in front of the tiered cake, a large steel knife clutched in Scott's right hand. Jude's left rested over the top, his wedding band winking in the candlelight. There was a momentary pause as the door-faced photographer performed her solemn, at least for her, duty. And then, with relatively little actual ceremony, the first clean cuts were made. The couple apportioned a slice apiece, and as promised, there was no smashing of cake in anyone's face. Alright, I need another drink of tea. It's getting hard to read again. Okay. Are you complaining about not talking to Baxter? I'm not complaining. I'm just saying I thought we'd see more of him during the wedding. Angie's not lost. Angie's not lost. I just thought we'd see more, that's it. A round of applause rippled through the tables as the first bites were taken, and then a bustling sound as people started getting up to form a queue. Scott was limbering up to carve slices for everyone when Jude tugged at his sleeve and stopped him with a word. He gestured to the silver cover, still hiding whatever was underneath. Sensing that there was more to come, the guests piped down again. When Scott reached over and finally lifted the top to reveal the groom's cake in all of its glory, there were several soft gasps. One of them was from Scott himself, whose face was blown wide with surprise and delight. He smiled, open-mouthed, looking silently to his husband, and backed down at the controller cake.
Oh. Oh no, we have a picture of it! Oh no! It's really not the best. It's really not the best. Oh, we tried. We gave it effort. Oh. There's effort put there, I can tell. I'm not making fun. I'm not making fun of it. I'm not. It's kind of cute. It's kind of cute. Cover it with Oliver. No, we're not covering it. We have to see what we've made. We have to lie in this bed. It looks cute and cool. It's kind of adorable. It's kind of adorable. It's a gamer cake.
You felt a warm, fuzzy feeling spread throughout your body as Scott began to whisper rapidly in Jude's ear, likely interrogating him about what was going on and where the cake had come from. It was too far away for you to tell what was said, but you didn't need to be in earshot to know that Scott was floored. You sagged in your seat with relief, your long night's efforts vindicated. News of the groom's cake spread like a wave through the room, people murmuring excitedly to one another, with some approving nods and expressions of admiration thrown in. At his husband's side, Jude was looking nowhere but at Scott's face, eyes filled with emotion. He wrapped an arm around Scott's waist, and they leaned into each other in a sidelong embrace. Oh, whoops. Hold on, let me get that. A fresh knife had been provided for the second cake, and Scott eagerly called the photographer back over to snap some fresh shots, both of the whole cake and then of them cutting it. This time, as the incision was made, Jude addressed the onlookers.
Seriously?
This is the last cake, I swear.
Some laughter, and then the room devolved into the chatter as people began lining up in front of the top table for their dessert. You and your friends, being close by, got there early. The couple were handing off the slices to everyone on little side plates. Jude took care of the tiered cake, while Scott was still fawning over the bright red controller, even as he cut into it. At the front of the line, you had the option of taking a slice from the chocolate vanilla tiered cake, the carrot cake of your own making, or to Cove's delight, a piece of both. You went for,
all right, guys, may I take your order on cake? What do you want? What would you like? Your failure on screen. Stab the cake. No. This is what we want. What cake do you guys want? 3? Both, obviously? Sounds good.
Having just served Cove, the grooms both laughed to hear you also ask for 2 slices. What could you say? You wanted to have your cake and eat it twice. Cove grinned at you as you both returned to the table, with a plate in each hand, 4 helpings between you.
Why make a hard choice when you don't have to, right?
Right. When everyone was in their seats again, you had an unexpected visitor. Baxter had squeezed his way past the line for dessert and over to your table, his hand covered at the back of your chair.
Sup?
Hi.
Hey.
Cove's greeting was stilted and awkward. There simply hadn't been time before for him to get used to Baxter's presence, and he was never quite used to it to begin with.
Hello.
It's been a while, Cove. Good evening, everyone. Are we enjoying ourselves?
Your group exchanged glances amongst themselves, as if to decide who would go first.
Is knife?
Cove swallowed his mouth full of cake and tried again.
It's nice.
It's been pretty nice, yeah.
Miranda threw up her hands in a mock exasperation, her body language having become a lot more flamboyant ever since the wine she'd had with the main course.
Yeah. It's not too late to flirt with Cove, right? For this route, yes, but don't worry, we have the wedding DLC next where we're marrying Cove. He's the only option.
Don't worry, Baxter. I think it's the best wedding I've ever been to.
Terry nodded along as she spoke, tilting her chair up on its hind legs with his arms draped over the back of it.
It's been amazing! You brought your A-game, B-Man.
Baxter's eyes twinkled at the mention of his old moniker, and it looked like the professional here was suppressing a laugh to boot.
I'm afraid that joke got a C-, Terry.
No, but seriously, man, it's been a blast. That's what, 2 successful events you've organized for Miranda's family already. You should become the official party planner for the Eckets.
That could work. At least I know who to come to when Terry and I, need help.
Exactly.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, okay, that was cute. I'll give them that. That was pretty cute. The front legs of Terry's chair hit the floor with a thunk as Miranda waited for her boyfriend's brain to catch up with the conversation. She reached for her glass and took another swig of wine. Terry looked like he was trying to solve an extremely difficult mental math problem. All power of language seeming to have evaporated. Miranda simply patted his leg, looking into his eyes, and smiled sweetly. You let out a silent shout in your head, not wanting to interrupt whatever moment the two were now having. Miranda hadn't proposed at her brother's wedding, but it was a heck of a hint. Baxter put a finger thoughtfully to his lips, fighting to hide the way the corner of his mouth was curling upwards.
Perhaps I could consider introducing a loyalty card system. I certainly appreciate the returning customer.
Imagine a wedding planner with a loyalty system. Imagine a wedding planner with a loyalty reward system. That would be something. I'm not a biggie. I like cake. I like cake too. Cake is good. I don't like frosting though. I'm not big on frosting. Miranda had now laced her fingers together with Terry's, who was still unresponsive to external stimuli. Cove giggled and leaned in to speak quietly to you.
I wasn't here for the week. What happened?
A lot. You didn't get a chance to elaborate.
Baxter! Rain, I was looking for you! I know what you did!
Scott had a healthy flush on his face, his eyes bright and enthusiastic. It didn't match the almost sinister choice of words. Jude appeared at his husband's right elbow.
You made that cake?
Yep, last night. Scott's eyebrows and voice rose in unison, his tone modulating a few octaves upwards in incredulousness.
What? Last night? You can't be serious. What were you thinking?
Could you put a buff on Cove? On Cove on screen? What does that mean? Oh, put buff Cove on screen. I see what you're saying. I read it wrong. Yep, I can do that. 1 second, let me get him. He should be somewhere around here. Let's see, we added him to the game pretty early on. Where are you, Buff Cove? Where indeed? I thought I'd have him labeled. I'm honestly surprised he's not. Baxter's labeled. Why is Cove not? Huh. Regardless, I know he's here somewhere. Just give me a second, we'll find him. Same with Derek, I know they're here. Somewhere. Waiting. At what point do we get a stream of Fish organizing all her OBS props? Aha, never. Organizing OBS props, come on now. Do you even know me? What's this one? Ah, Buff Cove, Buff Cove, Buff Cove. Okay, we found him. He's not lost to us. He's not lost, we got him. You guys just can't read the text anymore. You and Baxter nearly fell over each other, trying to assure Scott that it hadn't been too much trouble, that you'd volunteered your time, and besides, you were both old hands at baking by now. Out of the corner of your eye, you noticed Cove paying attention, a look of comprehension dawning on his face. The source of your earlier agitation had finally been revealed. With enough reassurance from the pair of you, Scott's concern was mollified enough for him to round his way back to thanking you again.
It was a highlight of the day, honestly.
That's wonderful.
You're too kind, Scott. It's been more than worthwhile. As long as you're satisfied, I couldn't be happier.
You're welcome.
Thanks. It's just perfect. The cake, the ceremony.
His voice was getting strained with emotion, and he broke off in favor of taking Jude's hand again.
We won't forget it. Right, Grant?
A vigorous shake of his head from Grant. At this point, Jude shifted so as to face Baxter square on. His stance straightened, and his shoulders rolled back. He smiled with a face like a lion, all his teeth showing.
Hey.
But Baxter, still think our relationship is screwed?
A lot of things happened very quickly. Next to you, Cove gave a little squeak of shock. Miranda took a very deliberate sip of her drink of water this time. Terry, who had somewhat recovered, had one elbow on the table and his hand shading his eyes, which were wide as milk saucers. I can't believe he said that. You weren't supposed to tell Baxter about the shit we talked. Jude, you weren't supposed to say that to him. Jude, mission abort. Okay, we're failing this. Romance route locked out. Oh my god, I can't believe you ruined this for us. Oh my god. No, I don't know you, but hey. What do you mean you don't know me? I'm your lovable fish, Angie, like I've always been. Okay, next. Baxter, to his credit, didn't flinch at the accusation, though you thought there was a brief twitch to one of his eyebrows. He fiddled with the cuff of his shirt and let out a monosyllable.
Oh.
Ah. He cleared his throat somewhat awkwardly.
You heard about that as well. Why wouldn't you have?
His attention briefly pointed to you, his eyes sharp. Unable to endure the silent condemnation, you shyly averted your gaze. Then, to properly answer the question, he resumed his standardly polite expression.
No, I don't believe so. You are a couple that will last. I wish everyone could be as lucky as you two.
Jude frowned, still in what you were beginning to think of as his lecturing stance.
Luck can only help you meet somebody. Keeping it going takes effort.
Baxter bit his lip and bowed his head, accepting the client's point in silence.
Cool, well.
Here, Jude reached over and clapped a hand to Baxter's shoulder.
For real? You made this happen. Thank you. That was a hint.
Fighting the Chapter 1 secret boss you told me about right now. Can't wait for this. Keep doing the merry-go-round attack and I'm not playing on a controller. It's a hard one. It's a really hard one. I really enjoyed that boss though. Good luck.
Thank you all.
There was another round of your welcomes and don't mentions it before Baxter made his excuse and promptly vanished. Jude watched him leave, arms folded.
I'm sorry.
Hey, Rain, it's been a rough week with everything between you and him. You put it aside and got things done for sure, but I'm sorry. It was big of you to hang in there.
Okay, so as I said earlier, we are going for the romance route with Baxter, so it's at this point that I gotta be a little careful about what I choose, I think. So that means that I'm gonna rely on you guys less because I know you'll try to lock me out of it like you did with Derek's. Man, on-screen chat is really behind from actual chat, huh? I'm looking up at that like, that's not right. Hold on a second, that's not right. Okay. Let's see here. It doesn't matter now, if anything, I'm glad it went like this. I still care about him even with the way he acts. This one's difficult. I'll do this one.
Looking on the bright side, huh?
Jude gave his wedding reception a glance with his new eyes.
We should go. The real dancing's starting, and he owes me a rematch.
Scott tooted, cocking his hip. Tutted, I meant.
Wrong connotation. Tutted.
It's not... That's what's Scott's voice now. My throat keeps getting clogged.
We've reached the point in the stream with reading that Angie's throat is not taking this anymore. Angie's throat is dying right now, but I'm gonna try to power through.
I'm gonna try to power through. Alright. It's not gonna make any difference, Jude, but I'll humor you since it's your wedding day. It's your wedding day too. Those two had made a game, a competition, one at that, even out of dancing together. No one would get in the way of that. The couple joyfully made a break for the dance floor, hand in hand. After a second or so, Miranda wiped a few chocolate cake crumbs from around her mouth and got to her feet, holding out her hand to Terry.
So, you know, we could dance too.
Terry placed his palm on top of Miranda's and sprang out of his seat. Yes, let's show those clowns what 10 years of birthday parties looks like. How about you, Cove? The pair of them turned their puppy dog eyes over to Cove, who was somehow still chewing. He shook his head and swallowed.
Don't worry about it.
I'm good. I'll stay here and watch if that's okay.
Sure, Rain.
Let's see, count me in. Nodded, getting up to join them. I think I'll pass. Are we dancing? Chat that's still with me. Are we dancing or are we sitting it out? I'm gonna drink some water. If you guys haven't answered by the time that I'm done drinking water, I'll answer it myself. I needed that. I needed that a lot. Okay. Dance? Alright, let's dance. Count me in. You waved goodbye to Cove and ran off to the center of the space. A large number of Scott and Jude's friends and relations were already there, shaking it enthusiastically. You felt the sugar in your blood like a buzz. The music became a pulse that merged with the beat of your heart. It was much more intense and energetic than the groom's initial two-step had been. The ballroom had been swiftly left behind in what was essentially a miniature disco. Scott and Jude bounced their way over to the three of you. They laughed incredulously as Terry and Randy busted not merely one but several moves. Other dancers stopped to whistle and cheer them on. The Fox competition was soon forgotten about. While Terry and Miranda started doing slightly tipsy laps of the floor together, you stayed behind and hopped around with Scott and Jude. You couldn't help but spare a thought to whoever was organizing the music, as the final triumphant chorus of a pop-punk ballad blended into the opening bars of a hip-hop track. Whoever it was had obviously known their audience. You hadn't heard some of this music in years. Midway through, Randy and her brother-in-law doing an impromptu rendition of the Macarena, you glanced over to where Cove was sitting. He gave a cheerful little wave, perfectly content to stay where he was. In this glass palace on top of the world, the people celebrated the evening away. A few early stares, like curious children, began to poke their heads out. The time moved for you in strange increments, moments and colors running together like globs of paint. You counted the minutes by the measure of jazz chords and camera flashes and laughter. You remembered looking around for him at times, trying to catch a glimpse through the shifting masses of bodies, eyes peeled for that telltale mop of grayish black. But try as you did, Baxter Ward was visible only in short snatches. The back of his head over someone's shoulder, half a face turned to speak to a colleague, a pair of eyes reflected in a window. His presence was like a wisp of insubstantial smoke. He had become a shadow, easily forgotten yet always there. Man, we are still obsessed. After all this time, we're still obsessed. Hours passed until you were standing in the lobby with the others, sent to send the couple off. It was funny, you thought. For the days of effort you'd put in, it was all over so quickly. Scott and Jude were doing the rounds one last time, expressing their heartfelt appreciation to people for coming. They hadn't stopped holding hands since the dancing began. A few moments later, and you were waving from the front steps as they got in their sparkling car and drove off. The splash of red sped away in an instant, carrying them to a new life together. The majority of the guests made themselves scarce shortly afterwards, heading down to the parking garage en masse or getting into taxis. You stayed behind together with Scott and Jude's relations.
The party portion of the party might have finished, but someone had to clean up afterwards. You leaned against the wall of the elevator on the way back up to the hall, half tired, half relieved. One good thing about the event being over was that you didn't have to worry about it anymore. The doors opened once again and you stepped out into the wedding hall. Cove, Miranda, and Terry were at the dining tables, busily stripping them down.
Hey, over here!
You were beckoned to join them, and soon you were scooping up garbage and folding tablecloths in earnest. It was almost a cliche at this point, but you once again found yourself recalling a similar occasion years before. It was just like when you stayed behind to clear up after Miranda's birthday party. It had felt the same way then, the strange mix of emptiness and satisfaction. Casting your eyes about the room, you realized that wasn't the only common thread. Like before, there was one member of your ragtag group who wasn't present. Baxter was down on the opposite end of the room, still rushing to and fro between various groups of staff, keeping himself occupied. You decided not to get in his way. Not while he was busy. The moment would come eventually. Okay. Once again, a choice. Once again, we get to decide. Alright, you've been hoping to spend some time together. Yeah, so at this point is where I'm no longer, because we need to, like, get into the romance section of this romance route. So let me think. You'd been hoping to spend some time together. You resigned yourself to waiting. The trouble was, it took a lot longer than you anticipated. Once all the trash had been cleared away, he had started vacuuming the floors. How did he find that? And when you finished with the decorations, he was in the middle of moving stacks of chairs over to the elevators. He passed close by as you were beginning to pack up the wedding cakes. You tried to catch his eye, but all that you got was a perfunctory smile and a tilt of his head before he sped away again. Your heart sank as you turned back to what was left of the groom's cake, which you were slicing to pack into a storage container. He hadn't spoken to you since that one time during the reception. It couldn't be a coincidence. For some reason or another, he'd been avoiding all of you, or maybe you specifically. It was getting kind of ridiculous. There was almost nobody left in the room. By now it was you, Cove, Miranda, and Terry, some employees from the building itself, and Baxter. Everyone else had gone. Time was running out. If he left before you'd got a chance to speak, there was no knowing whether you'd get another. You might never see him again. You looked down at the cake you had made, the last evidence of your collaboration, maybe even of your friendship, and you were cutting it into pieces and putting it away into a box. How symbolic. This thought threatened to disturb the calm you'd carefully cultivated over the course of the week. Your slices became aggressive before you could stop yourself. You took some deep breaths. You wouldn't be put through the same thing again. You wouldn't.
Take a break?
The sound of Miranda's voice pulled you back from your mental quagmire. You'd been so focused on Baxter's usual strangeness that you hadn't registered her talking. One look at the surprise on your face was enough for Randy to know you'd been a million miles away. She tapped the table in front of you.
I can finish up here, Rain. You've been going for ages, and you were up all night, too.
Her wide eyes were worried when you looked up at them, and there was a slight pinch in her forehead. Yeah, you should take it easy. Terry's head popped up into view behind Miranda, his expression of concern an exact replica of hers. It was so cute the way they had gradually taken on each other's mannerisms over the years. Leave something for Cove to do, for once. He's gotta earn that fifth slice of cake. 5 slices, Cove? Okay, Cove, you can take somewhat of a break there. 5 slices? There was a yelp of indignation as, last but not least, Cove made his appearance over Terry's shoulder. The sight of the 3 of them lined up in height order was what order like that was comical. Cove's face was a little pouty, his tone defensive. It wasn't like I didn't want to help out, Terry. And besides, it wouldn't be my 5th. It would be, let's see. He trailed off, his gaze drifting up to one side as he slightly counted on his fingers. As a unit, Terry and Miranda rolled their eyes. Seeming to realize his mistake, Cove dropped his hands. Anyways, they're right about the break.
they're right about the break, Rain. You can lead the rest of me, okay?
Cove being best boy once again? How many times do I have to say it?
Oh.
At this, Miranda pulled up a chair next to yours and sat down.
Leave it all to you, Cove. That's so nice.
Huh? Wow, thanks for offering, buddy.
It's been such a long day after all. Guys.
Terry stretched wide and made a ridiculously exaggerated yawning sound before plopping down onto Miranda's lap and putting an arm around her shoulder. They both grinned at Cove with all their teeth.
I didn't mean that.
Struggling a laugh, you got up to leave. Your friends were probably right. You needed to give the wedding work a rest. You had other things on your mind anyway. You patted Cove sympathetically on the shoulder as you headed for the far end of the wedding hall in the direction of a certain someone. For the past half hour or so, Baxter had visibly struggled to stay preoccupied. Almost nobody remained for him to give instructions to. There were no more chairs to stack or tables to clear. By now, he'd resorted to standing with his back turned and his arms folded, gazing out over the city through the enormous windows and trying his best to look deep in thought. You weren't buying it. You drew yourself up, deciding that now was the time to put an end to this charade. You walked up from behind and called out to him. "Baxter, we should talk." You found it difficult to modulate the frustration in your voice. The way you said his name was clipped, the syllables short and sharp. He stiffened at the sound, shoulders tensing. For a few seconds, he was frozen. Then all at once, Baxter spun around to face you. That perennial smile fixed firmly in place.
Oh, good evening again, Rain. Is everything all right in the cleanup?
You nodded, gesturing back to where Cove, Miranda, and Terry were taking care of the final few chores.
I see. It's good everything is in the hands with respect to the tidying up. You've been a great help.
That didn't bode well. Baxter was as amicable as ever, but his body language was closed off. His tone light in a way you'd long ago learned was his way of establishing a sense of distance. You inched a little closer, expressing your intent to stay right where you were. This conversation wasn't over with a pleasantry. The slight hunch returned to his shoulders.
I need water again. Ugh. Almost done, guys.
We're almost done. We just need to hang in a little longer together. And we're done with Baxter's route.
Soon. I'll be able to say those words soon.
Just hang with me, okay? We're in this together.
Well, since I have you for a minute, I wanted to mention it earlier, but there wasn't a convenient moment. Your outfit, you look wonderful, Rain.
Okay, well, that's nice. Are we really? It's, hopeful. It's hopeful, but I'm committed to making this the last chapter, so let's go.
Your sense of style is very tasteful. You were truly a showstopper all to yourself. Though I guess it shouldn't be a surprise at this point. It was true years ago, and it is even so now.
He was talking quickly, his eyes never seeming to settle in one place for long. In spite of all the compliments, you found all of it washed over you without making much of an impression. More than anything, you were disappointed. Baxter was deflecting and doing so in the only way he knew how to. It might have been funny to you once.
I won't keep you any longer. I'm sure you'd appreciate a chance to relax after a tiring week.
Before you could react, he was stepping away from the window in an instant. He was in line with you, in another he had passed. You knew how this whole song and dance went. He'd led you through it once before. You'd tried your hardest, but if Baxter wasn't willing to meet you halfway, then there was nothing to be done. He decided to walk out on you yet again, step by measured step. And then, you heard a long drawn-out exhale. Baxter had stopped after a few paces, his back to you. You saw a hand come to pinch the bridge of his nose.
I thought we were gonna end it that way. For a second, I was like, oh, is he really gonna walk out? Did I do something wrong?
Baxter turned slightly, glancing over his shoulder so his gaze met yours. You didn't say anything. You didn't dare to. Like he was a wild animal at risk of being spooked. He closed his eyes for a few seconds and breathed in and out. You blinked, and then he was coming back in your direction. His face set in a determined expression. He stopped a few feet from where you stood, the heels of his dress shoes snapping together.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Rain. You must think I'm avoiding you deliberately.
You made kind of a hybrid shrugging, nodding gesture to indicate that. Yeah, you'd gotten that feeling. It was hard to miss. He made a noise that was one part laugh, another part sigh.
Of course I am. My hope was that you wouldn't notice. What you don't know won't hurt you and all that.
Well, we have a few things we could say. Let's see. Avoiding people is hurtful no matter what. Really, Baxter, why would you think I wouldn't notice that? I'm gonna go in control here, I guess, a bit, chat. I'm gonna go in control a little bit. Avoiding people is hurtful no matter what.
I know. Many things can be painful without you even realizing it. And since that plan is dashed, I wouldn't want you to get the wrong impression about why. It isn't your fault, and I haven't forgotten everything that happened last night. It's only this highly specific situation that has reawakened my retinence, you might say.
What about it? Baxter silently stared over the expansive city for a while, as if collecting his thoughts. Then he finally spoke to you, really spoke to you, as two people who knew each other, with no pretenses in between.
It's been hard not to feel nostalgic. This past week, we've had quite a stroll down memory lane, sometimes by happenstance, sometimes because I went out of my way to do so. I have fond memories of those days in Sunset Bird, treasured memories. Like most treasures, they're things to be taken out and admired from time to time and then put away again. Though some are too delicate for even that. They should never be touched.
He was talking mostly to his shoes. His hands had snuck into his pockets in an uncharacteristically timid gesture.
This evening is a reprise of something I never wish to relive.
His voice was soft, plaintive. There was no ache in it.
That party was wonderful. Chocolate fountain celebration.
Oh, he remembered it too.
It had been so long since I'd known what it was like to be included, to be around people who'd refuse to let you out to be left out, no matter how hard you try to weasel out of it. You, Terry, Miranda, and Cove were too kind.
He laughed then, a nervous gasping thing, and pressed a hand instinctively to his chest.
It would have broken my heart if I didn't invite you to join me all again, in the after hours of another event we helped create like you did then. That would mean definitively that I lost what we had.
Baxter's tone shook. His hand dropped to his side where it balled into a fist. The air around you was very still.
But if you did ask, it would be more painful, because that would mean...
Baxter struggled to put his deepest feelings into words. The first attempt died off, but he squared his shoulders and forced himself to get it out.
It would mean, even after everything, you hadn't let me go. That you accepted me still. That you always would have. That I should have believed that all along. That the only thing I've done was hurt you and myself of my own accord.
I mean, yeah, literally everyone here can see that except for you, you dummy. Anyways. Have I spelled it out yet? Have I? Okay.
There was pain in his words that shocked you to hear. Though by now you would have made the mistake of thinking he lacked emotion, Baxter still so rarely displayed that kind of naked vulnerability. Baxter tucked his face away from you.
It's horrible. I don't want to know one way or the other.
I'm sorry.
I'm fairly pathetic, you understand.
Yeah, that's true too. You're not wrong about it. That truly was the core of it. Baxter couldn't let himself be happy no matter what. He was scared to hope and too ashamed of himself to try.
What to press in this situation? We can ask him for a dance. We can ask him for a dance. No, he's pathetic. He's pretty pathetic. I'm not choosing to. Yeah, that's pretty pathetic as number 3. Oh no. Okay, hold on. I actually want to save. I'm pretty sure that I know what this is going to be, but I'm going to save beforehand just in case. Yeah, that's pretty pathetic.
He didn't have anything to say to that. It's not like you were accusing him of something he hadn't already confessed to, after all. There was a brief pause, and then Baxter raised his head. There was a faint sheen to his eyes. He seemed to search your face for a while, like he was trying with all his might to glean your thoughts. After another heavy pause, he found more he wanted to tell you.
Rain, I know I hurt you. I always have, but awareness and acknowledgement mean nothing. I haven't made attempts to actually make you feel better. From the moment you walked into the restaurant, my actions were nothing but self-preservation and damage control, and occasionally reminiscing to the extent I was pleased with.
Yes.
More dancing! Yeah, we can do more dancing.
Yes, I had a professional commitment, not to let personal matters impede the work that needed to be done, but my distancing went far from beyond that. In the end, I was using their marriage as an excuse. It's not for that. Then there would have been something else, some trivial reason for keeping you at arm's length. That likely doesn't shock you.
No, not really. I know your character type, Baxter. Let's see. No, I'm not surprised.
I should have done better by you, Jude and Scott as well.
My throat. I'm out of water. Hopefully we're close to being done. Baxter's eyebrows lifted to the middle, a penitent expression.
To be honest.
But if you can still believe me, I hadn't intended for my behavior today to be quite as cruel as it must have come across.
Your ears perked. You couldn't guess where this was going now.
In the past, I spent every moment around other people thinking of them as a limited span of our acquaintance, as if I wasn't seeing them at all, only the imminent departure. Our arrangements fell in line with that, a clear time frame limited from the outset, predetermined rules set in stone. It was that way 5 years ago. It was that way now. We'd cooperate for a short period of service of Scott and June's wedding, and that would be that. I've said as much myself more than once. The problem is, as I only recently realized.
He leaned in a little closer, his voice dipping in volume, letting you in on a secret.
I forgot about that.
Huh? Seeing the open incredulity on your face, Baxter gave a dry chuckle.
You see, I thought, completely and earnestly, that I didn't need to speak with you now, here, when I was feeling so sensitive. We could simply pick up where we left off later tonight or tomorrow. The fact that we no longer had a reason to interact didn't come up as part of the consideration.
What? Your eyes nearly popped out of your head. This entire time you'd agonized over the idea after the wedding he'd cut you off, and Baxter was already imagining what the two of you might be doing next Tuesday.
I think we got him. I know. Would have guessed it was possible to retain a connection with someone, even with no limited set of circumstances to support it.
Baxter laughed once, and it was real, but then he returned to utmost seriousness.
I'm not going to simply vanish, not again. I apologize for how stressful this was. I apologize for everything I've ever done to you. It's a little hard to approach what I've sowed over the years. So many mistakes. And even now, when I hope to make things right, to make things last, I'm forced to admit that I'm ignoring the reality of the situation.
Baxter shook his head ruefully.
This doesn't come down to what I want at all. I don't have the right to put myself before you. I never did.
Forgive me.
Sorry, I know I'm rambling. The point is, if this is going to continue the way I've been silently picturing, I can't be shallow company.
It was getting harder and harder to listen to Baxter talk about himself this way. Again, you recalled your shared history, an evening spent listening to him pour his heart out over your dining room table. A part of you wanted to interrupt. There was no denying the truth of some of it, yes. You were still nursing the scars of what Baxter had done to you, but he had gone above contrition. This was one thing that stopped you in your tracks, however, the words sticking in your throat. Right now, Baxter was being utterly sincere. He'd thought long and hard about this, and so, despite your misgivings, you held your tongue and waited.
And on that front, there's some of my own advice which I should have followed a long time ago. When the time comes, don't pull away. You'll only regret it later.
The words were out before you even noticed, the scene echoing in the back of your mind as you said it. Baxter blinked, startled. Then his features softened for the first time since you'd approached him.
Exactly. That was me that said that. I said it in Baxter's voice, but that was supposed to be my character saying that. Whoops.
How apt that was. Though honestly, I can't believe I had the audacity to say such a thing to another person. Even if they were a fictional character. Still in my ignorance, I had a point. My 19-year-old self had a few ideas worth keeping. And he had people he should have held on to as well.
Baxter squared his jaw and lifted his chin, drawing himself up and looking at you full in the face.
I don't want us to
So there you have it.
today.
I would like to become your friend, or remain your friend today, tomorrow, a month from now, a year from now, as long as you want. I'd like to listen to what's on your mind, as a true friend would, even if it's challenging. I will explain myself as well. We're in public, and I can understand how it might be uncomfortable to do this at this exact moment. I will follow you anywhere else.
I understand.
Of course. That's assuming this is something you'd want. I won't push this as if it's not what would help, but I'm committed to making amends if I can.
Okay, there we have it. Baxter sort of friend-zoned us there, but Baxter wants us back as friends currently. We'll see. We'll see. I'll push this a little bit. We'll see. How many of you are still alive out there, chat? It's been a little bit since we talked. How many of you are still alive, I wonder? We'll see. We'll see. It looks like we're reaching an end, guys. It looks like we're finally reaching an end.
As Baxter patiently awaited your response, you mentally scrambled to make sense of how you felt about the situation. It was all so sudden, so unexpected. Mere moments ago, you'd been convinced you'd seen the last of him, and now Baxter was recanting all the past behavior and declaring his earnest wish to make it right. For all that happened over the last week, for all the times you had imagined a conversation like this taking place, to be confronted with the possibility now.
It's time. I'm slowly dying. No, come back. Don't die. Don't die. I'll revive you. I'll revive you somehow. I promise. My throat is dying, though. If we want to talk about death, my throat, I don't know if it's going to recover from this. Okay. We're finally here. We're finally at it. Baxter was your friend. You needed to let him know how you felt you loved him. You can kiss him. Make this very romantic, I suppose. Yes, you should talk about that, and maybe later you could tell him how you feel. There's no later. We're doing this now. That was all you could ask for. Find out if he feels the same way about you. You were still hurting. All right. Chat, I'm only giving you 2 choices. I don't even know. Say something if you're there, chat. Poke, poke. Do we only have lurkers left, or are there some chatters left? Because I know how it be sometimes. It's fine if you don't respond, I get it. I'm alive? Okay, Faith. It's you and me in this. I have 2 choices for you. We can either kiss. Well, not us. Not us, obviously not us. Our character with Baxter right now. We can either kiss or confess our love. Those are our 2 choices. You can also say that you just don't know. 3, 3, 3. All right, we're kissing. No one else was here for it, so you guys don't get to choose anything else. I'm sorry, it's the way it has to be. 3 it is. We're going for the kiss.
You were entranced by his dark, unwavering eyes. He was there. Baxter was actually right in front of you. If you stretched out your hand, you could touch him. Your heart squeezed painfully tight. It needed to be smaller to push its way into your throat. More than anyone else, Baxter had been an ethereal presence in your life. From the very first time he'd appeared before you, when you didn't even know it. He was a mysterious stranger on the edge of the dance floor at the summer soiree. It was a memory that lingered in your mind, skirting between clarity and a dreamlike vision. but never truly forgotten. That boy crystallized in your thoughts for good when the teenager he grew into suddenly appeared onto your neighborhood street. The summer of 2016 was more than you could have imagined, all because of him. In the few moments you had spent together with them, a delicate relationship had blossomed between you. But during those days, you were unable to grasp how fragile it had actually been, how completely it would decay. There was no holding onto your suitor for a season. He tore himself away from you like an autumn storm bringing down a sapling. His cycle of being lost and found before letting go continued in an endless loop miles away from you. Your life kept going in its own direction for 5 whole years. Yet no matter how much it pained you, the affection you nurtured still hadn't died. Not from the downpour of the long winter that followed. The roots kept hold deep inside, ready to burst through the surface of its chill ever past. Seasons were meant to come and go, but there was no guarantee summer would come again. For you and him, your paths had no reason to cross. Except they did, again. You were given a third chance. That young man at a party for a single night. The tourist for one summer. The planner for a wedding. Baxter Ward. The time he was reaching out to you. The time he could stay. He'd changed. What about you? You could take a hold of him if you tried. The man himself, in the present, was waiting cordially as you sorted through your many thoughts. Cracks of anxiety had formed at the corners of his mouth and the creases of his eyes. The more the silence stretched, the more Baxter slipped into his forced professional pleasantness. Against his core nature, he'd been vulnerable. What you might say in response to what was eating away at him. Baxter was important to you, more than he believed. That's what made you pause. Since meeting again, the charm and excitement you'd felt in your younger years had grown into an irreplaceable love.
It's asking, are you sure? It's asking, are you sure? We pressed kiss and it's like, really? Here? You want to? Are you positive? Are you positive about that decision? We've made it. We've made this decision. We're kissing. Okay, you breathe from the decision. This was your moment. You take it. It was all right to feel this way. You checked to make a mistake. Your nerves were shot. What were you thinking? You couldn't take the risk. No, we're reaffirming. We're taking it. We're taking the risk. The wedding was over. It was done. You didn't have to worry about making complications for Jude and Scott anymore. All that mattered is what you felt and what Baxter felt, and you weren't going to wait an extra minute to find out what that was. Besides, he asked you out the first time. It was only fair that you do it the second go around. It's asking us again if we're sure. I love that. Okay, we can do it adoringly, excitedly, carefully, or nervously. How are we doing this? How are we doing this, Faith, if you're still here? It's all on you. If not, I can take over, that's fine. 2? All right, excited. The excited kiss. We fling our arms around him and finally smooch him. The enthusiasm was almost enough to send you both tumbling to the ground. Luckily, though, sort of unfortunately, Baxter braced himself the moment you moved. I like the blush face, I'll admit. I think Baxter's surprised blush face is nice. His smug one, not too fond of, but the surprised one, I like. He didn't let you fall, and you could put your whole heart into the gesture. It wasn't the first time you'd kissed him, though it still felt like a whole new experience. Baxter had gotten a little taller. His shoulders were broader too, and you knew this meant something entirely different than what it had when you were teenagers. There was no going back. A beat passed, then another. Baxter didn't do anything else after the initial utterance, except look at you with sharp eyes incredulously. He was giving you all the time you needed to come to your senses, and pretend that didn't happen. Typical Baxter. But no matter how long he hedged, this wasn't going away. Let's see, we take his hand playfully and swept Baxter into a dance. Okay, be cringy romantic, or we can talk.
Should we be cringy romantic or talk? Dance? We're really into dancing, huh, Faith? All right, let's dance.
Rain.
The former competitive dancer stumbled along. He couldn't quite get his footing while you led him in a wide swirls across the empty floor.
I kissed you because I want us to be together.
The point was made. You'd kindly pressured Baxter against his will into saying more than 2 words about it.
Forgive me for asking an impolite question, but what could I possibly have done?
Not a hint of his usual wryness or teasing sarcasm colored the words. It was a flat-out request for understanding.
In fact, never mind, I know what I've done, and it isn't anything that should lead to this. I treated you terribly.
His tone had become icy. Hints of the person Baxter was 5 years ago were resurfacing. The hesitancy to attach too strongly, the disbelief that he had a right to do so. Honestly, you were upset at, or surprised by, his instinctive response to romantic overtures. You'd known him too long for that. Did he even realize how hard he was grasping your hand? It was almost painful.
That's true, but I forgave you. I understand why it happened then, and why it doesn't have to happen now.
Ooh, what do we got here? No one else is you, and there's no one that could replace you. You matter to me, you're a good man, Baxter. You deserve to be cared about. Baxter, you're the only one who could make me happy. Okay, 2 of those are flat out false, but... But, however, I think I will go for you deserve to be cared about. His chest rose and fell shakily. He couldn't look at you any longer and turned his face away. Baxter wasn't willing to say you were wrong or a liar, but neither could he agree with the conclusion. It was a bad idea. You were making a mistake. Those were the thoughts you guessed he was keeping to himself. A change of approach might be helpful there. You wanted Baxter to embrace the love you had for him, but that didn't have to be the first step. Will you at least let me know what I mean to you? Whether we're together or not, I just want to know that much. Slowly, only out of the corner of his eyes, Baxter surveyed you critically.
How inconsiderate to asking me that. You are aware, likely more than anyone else, what a difficult question it is.
You refused to let him go. You needed an answer. Any answer at all. Yep, too bad. You gotta tell me. While you waited to hold on, Baxter took that as a cue to release his clutch on your hand.
Fine. I'll answer both what I feel and what I might do about that. It's only proper after you've gone to so much effort. But first, I need to give a few prefaces.
Donning on an aloof expression, Baxter pulled at the 15th at his fitted cuff of his formal shirt.
I can't stand doing anything in the morning, even if I can't pretend to for clients.
Neither can I. Baxter's guarded stance quirked briefly. Then he continued matter-of-factly.
I can't afford elaborate trips these days, and my only remaining social contacts are limited to the wedding industry, not performance theater, or owners of fancy cars or the like.
Yeah, I don't care about that. In that case, your commitment changed his demeanor for the worse. Stoicism gave way to despondence. He threw out his hands in defeat.
Rain, I've never been a good partner, even a good friend to anyone in my life.
Just defying, like, everything he's putting up. Like, yeah, I don't care. Clearly, I don't have standards if I'm here anymore, Baxter. We can establish this. I say it before and I'll say it again. I don't care. No matter how many of these considerations he laid out, it was never going to change how important he was to you. You could have reassured him all day, but then a glint of life flickered in his features. Baxter's lips tugged into a hopeful smirk.
You should also know, I'm not one for flings anymore.
Is that fine?
Are you entirely positive you want to go down this route with me? It might not be as fun or as easy or as short as you're picturing.
I'm pretty sure we weren't in it for the short haul. I would have been desperately urging to the options to dump him. Too bad you weren't here, MZ. I gave the option. Actually, I didn't, but I gave the option and you weren't here for it. I'm late. Did I miss anything? You missed everything, Momster. You missed absolutely everything.
We're at the end of the story.
Anyways, for the last time, I don't care.
Give me a break, it's 1 a.m. I needed to get ready for bed. I'll give you a break. I'll give you a break for that one.
It's your turn, Baxter. Full of determination, you repeated the question he promised to face. Do you want this to happen? Do you care for me? Baxter watched you quietly, carefully noting each and every line in your expression and bend in your stance. He was nothing if not attuned to the finer details. Then, with a flick of his wrist, you had your answer.
In a word, yes.
Wait, did he agree? Just like that? As soon as you questioned it, the intent you were taken aback. Baxter grinned wolfishly. Baxter wasn't pushed onto the back foot any longer.
I love you.
And a few more, absolutely, Miss Sky. I'm in love with you.
I hate that I smiled at that. I got a stupid, cheesy smile on my face. God, I hate that. God. They made his confession seem cute. What is this? What is this? Oh my god.
I didn't want to stop. I didn't stop wanting to be with you.
All right, guys, the people that voted for that, collect your paycheck. You won. You won.
Your jaw dropped at the change in tune. You remained amused.
Now, I won't belabor my objections to your taste in men. That's not what you want to hear. At least he acknowledges it.
At least he acknowledges it. I'll give him that.
This comes down to what I think. And that was never actually a question, as I suspect you knew. When I left 5 years ago, that didn't make me happy. When I kept you at arm's length at the meeting again, I was unhappy still. If it doesn't need to be that way, I was wrong then. I don't know, honestly. I've never considered it a viable option until moments ago. But I do know what would make me happy in an ideal world. It's you.
Baxter gave a bow that was somehow both earnestly deferential and jokingly self-mocking. He knew he was being ridiculous, and you did too, yet Baxter wouldn't be himself without his flair for the absurd.
I certainly hope that is acceptable. Is there anything else I can help you with today?
Alright guys, I'll give you the last choice. I will give chat the last choice on this. Whichever you want. There's enough of you now. Whichever you want. Smooch again? You're first, so that must be the option. We're smooching again.
You hadn't caught him by surprise. The response was immediate. Baxter pressed into the kiss, into you, as much as his restrictive uniform would allow. You should have expected his reaction, for as fast as he cooled, Baxter could heat up even quicker, given the proper motivation. And though you were kissing for the second time in this one conversation, you looked forward to the day when you could no longer even count how many times you'd done it. Then Baxter pulled away to speak, still grinning, now panting.
Should I take that as a yes?
Yes.
I can do that.
Duly noted. I can make that work.
Of course you can. Man, I love this game. It's cute. I always have to give it that, it is cute. They write the romance parts pretty well, I'll give them that. Okay. Sheesh, took you long enough. That's good.
Baxter slipped his hands into yours once more to finish. The dance started long ago. The two of you were in sync then. Your pace increased in time with one another as you took turns leading the other around the floor. That remained all yours.
So our friends are still watching this, right? Like, our friends are over there still watching this, right?
Baxter tilted his head, a humorous thought coming to mind. He was kind enough to share it. Nothing needed to be held back anymore.
Of course, proposing during a wedding is an absolute no-no. Deciding to date after the event has already concluded should avoid the faux pas.
I hope so. Your romp ended with a grandiose twirl under the golden lights of the setting sun, striking right through the ceiling. ceiling-linked windows, an ideal backdrop for your private performance. You tried to catch your breath from, well, everything, but that wasn't an easy task considering you were laughing gleefully all the while. Baxter released your hand. You didn't need it since the dance was over. Though he found plenty of reasons to keep you close in a gentle embrace.
You're too kind.
Thank you, Rain. You are very kind. To me most especially.
His brown eyes were warm and inviting, an autumn beauty that made its way into your summer by luck, or chance, or fate. Always feeling out of place, Baxter kept slipping away. Now that would change. Seeing his face, it was undeniable. He wasn't some stranger there to do a hired gig, or even your old fling you happened to be reunited with. He was particularly and proper, distant and difficult, shameless and smug, and Baxter Ward was yours.
It seems our story has a happy ending after all. That's quite the surprise.
Yeah, we've come a long way. After 5 years apart and a stubborn insistence to maintain the distance on Baxter's part, the two of you could stay together. You were so grateful. How could you ever need anything more?
Well, my charming girlfriend, I have a proposition for you.
Or maybe not. More might be on the table after all. A proposition? Having your rapt attention bolstered has already impressive boldness.
If I'm recalling this correctly, now that Jude and Scott are leaving in a honeymoon, you will be alone in their home. That sounds fairly dull, not to mention inconvenient.
In that case,
I would be delighted to have you come over to my apartment for the remainder of this trip.
You're asking me to stay with you?
I am. Again, there's no reason to waste time, and I would be a heartless lover to not even offer.
Hold on, I'm seeing your message, MZ. They're going, "Dear God, Rain, please do not do this" in the background. Yeah, I can only imagine how they're all sitting there going like, man, Rain's finally talking to Baxter. This isn't gonna go over well. And then they just see us suddenly make out, and then dance, make out more, and then dance more. How does this look? Stunning, you really could never underestimate what Baxter would pull out of his tailored sleeves.
Though, if that would be too much, I won't be insulted. Staying one night doesn't require you to stay for longer.
Getting more personal time with Baxter before you had to go, or sitting by yourself in Adam's guest room, the decision made itself. No, I think that would be nice. He was thrilled, and so were you. Everything was positively ideal.
Excellent. In that case, it's all almost settled.
Huh? Almost?
you know.
Yes, it's not finished yet. We are going to have to meet with our audience at some point.
Ah! Finally mentioned it, huh? We're finally going to mention that all of our friends are still here watching this? Our audience. Your gaze traveled to the side in a matching motion to Baxter. Verandatory and Cove were still crowded around the tables, except rather than getting any work done, they were watching the two of you like it was the latest in daytime soaps. Well. Huh. How do we feel about this? How are we feeling about this? Huh. I mean, honest answer, oh, I forgot about them. I didn't, I was thinking about this the whole time. They're all telling you to run. They would be. They would be. They'd be like, Rain, no, what are you doing? 4 it is. So it wasn't exactly a private show. Baxter chuckled. Why would a little thing like having one of the most emotional interactions in life being a public event bother him? Well, it would have been a big problem if things had ended badly. Since it didn't, he was unstoppable. And the momentary distraction that stole your attention away was Baxter was over after a touch. He slipped his fingers in between yours to establish his presence at the forefront in your mind once more. You approached the gang hand in hand. They continued to gawk even after you'd become distinctly aware of their impropriety. When you reached their part of the room, Baxter offered a cordial greeting. He inclined his head along with his words.
Good day.
A marvelous evening to you, friends.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
More awkward silence, the three of them glanced between one another, their expressions uncomfortably pulled wide and tall. Yeah, there's gonna be some explaining for this one.
So you're dating again?
Baxter, however, needed no interlude for his response. It came without hesitation.
Excellent deduction, Terry. That is correct.
Cove gasped like one of his beloved fish. If he hadn't been sitting down, he would have fallen over. Also similar to a fish having to navigate on dry land.
You're dating Baxter again?
Cove is the one that's most concerned about this. I was right there literally going, girl, what the fuck are you doing? They are! Every single one is just like, what are you doing? Rain, what are you doing? He broke your heart, Rain, what are you doing? This was giving you flashbacks to the last time you told people you'd started dating Mr. Ward. No one ever seemed to believe it. Why? Baxter was so wonderful. He had some questionable qualities, sure. That didn't change his incredible appeal. That was a hill you die on. Okay. Alright, Rain, I'm gonna have to, disagree with you on a few fronts, but alright, sure. This is a happy moment. We're celebrating. Fun fact, when Suncloud and Celine hear that, they were both surprised. I bet they would be.
Yes, I am.
Is that all right?
And you're both sure about that?
Both, she said. That was not what she meant. Based on Miranda's wary side glance, the question was aimed right at you. It was a valid concern. You'd been hurt by him before.
Yeah, we are. We know it's hard to believe. We know it's hard to have a serious, long-term relationship, but neither of us want to be apart anymore.
Then congratulations!
That's amazing!
Miranda beat all the others to the punch in terms of showing excitement. However, she wasn't the last. Terry literally bopped you and Baxter on the arms in his cheer.
Finally.
Welcome back for good, B-Man! You're never getting rid of us now. Terry, you're never getting rid of us. Hurt her again. It's that's how I like to imagine it. Though we all know that Cove is our ride or die, so Cove would be more of the, hurt her again. Baxter rubbed small circles into where he'd been struck. The nudge couldn't possibly have hurt. You'd felt how harmless it was. Maybe he was worried about wrinkles.
I think that warning applies more to the rest of you about me. I'm not leaving no matter how many seasons come and go, but thank you.
Cove's distinctive wavy brows stayed pinched. To say he doubted that would be an ocean-size underestimate. He did manage to smile at you. Not the sunshiny beam of joy you loved to see. It was a soft, I'm here for you look.
Don't be terrible, okay? I want Rain to be happy.
Oh, Cove best boy. Cove best boy always. Cove, I'm sorry, I'll take you back in an instant. Not right now, I'm on Baxter's route, but don't worry, we have a wedding soon.
I appreciate
Of course. I appreciate your openness to the idea.
Well, that was still a work in progress, clearly. You weren't worried. Cove had struggled to talk to Baxter even before he vanished for half a decade. You could give him time to get used to it. Both these men were going to be a big part of your life going forward, and at least Cove was willing to be civil. Your friends accepted your judgment, and your new boyfriend, and that was something to celebrate.
Thanks, everyone.
It was a good time to mention the next little piece of news, too. Baxter pulled on the cuff of his shirt and peeked at you for confirmation. He was thinking the same thing. And then Baxter made the announcement.
Well, I invited Rain to be a guest at my apartment since June and Scott have left on their honeymoon. That way she doesn't have to be there alone during the rest of the stay in the area.
All of them look like what? All of them have a face like, huh? Hold on. Yes, you've been hurt by him before, so now pull the rug out from under him and dump him! Surprise ending! Monster! Monster, I expected better from you!
Sorry.
Already with that? Terry cracked a smile and gave Miranda a nudging elbow as she needed to get a look at this. Then he whistled. I don't know how he does it, but the man has done it. He whistled louder this time, and Miranda slapped a hand across her mouth. She spun away from the group. It was still obvious by the way her shoulders were shaking that she was laughing. But really, how did you do it?
to be honest.
To be honest, I'm not quite sure either. Though I imagine it has more to do with arranged generosity and kindness than any quality I possess.
Oh, he's right about that. Oh, he has a point. Terry and Miranda exchanged a silent grin with one another and then shared it with you. Somehow you'd managed to defy the odds. It was a marvel to everyone standing there that everything had worked out. Working as a team, those left in the venue carried piles of boxes and bags into the elevator and down to Terry's van. It took a few trips, a couple of high fives, one dive for the elevator doors, and many silly comments, and it was done. Then came the final puzzle, fitting it all into the vehicle. After some creative arrangement work inside the trunk, what remained of the wedding had been safely packed away. Together with Terry and Cove, you squished the trunk door shut and pressed. When you heard it click into position, the three of you slumped forward and sighed wearily. Terry spun on his heels and wiped his forehead with another of his exaggerated displays of exhaustion.
Phew, another successful party in the bag.
Terry moved to Miranda's side and hooked his arm around her shoulders. He playfully pulled her in close.
We're professionals at this point.
Miranda rolled her eyes, but nothing could derail her unmistakable delight in her boyfriend's proclamation. She lightly patted his hand on her shoulder.
And Terry, Baxter is a professional. Did you forget?
No, that only proves my point. We're doing the same work.
Miranda giggled and simply accepted Terry's argument. She shook her head as she calmed down.
None of this would have been possible without any of you. You did a great thing for my family. Thank you so much.
Miranda sniffled and blinked, trying to keep her tears away.
I think the wedding was great. You did a really good job.
Terry nodded solemnly and gently rubbed the sides of Miranda's arms. Baxter watched over the group, smiling earnestly. Despite all the talk about being professionals, it was the least businesslike Baxter had acted around them in 5 years.
You're good.
Likewise, your efforts were impressive.
Alright, let's see. This has to be one of the last choices by now, right? Yes, thank me for all the hard work I did. Holding your head high, you pressed a thumb to your chest. The gang turned and laughed hysterically. Hey, I poured my heart and soul into this event, and this is how you repay me? That entertained them even more. You couldn't maintain the mock shock for another second. Terry wiped a few tears away.
Right. What was I even saying? We know Rain's the true professional here. Sorry, Baxter. You're out of a job.
Understandable.
No offense taken, I have to agree.
Last. Sorry, I already got it. Sorry, MZ. Baxter flashed you with a playful smirk.
We can't forget Rain was instrumental in crafting the groom's cake.
That's true.
It was a cool surprise.
Okay, thanks for real. But I know it wasn't just me. Everyone made today special.
On that note, the wedding was officially done. There was no reason for any of you to return to the empty event room, and tomorrow strangely lacked any important appointments. There wasn't a single reason remaining for you to set foot in Baxter's office anytime soon. It was entirely at an end. The only traces of what originally brought the 5 of you back together had been unceremoniously stuffed into the van. It was unintentional, but you stood there for a moment of silence until Baxter used that opening to clear his throat.
Since we're gathered here and there's no longer a wedding to fuss over, planning anymore, I must use this opportunity to properly apologize to the rest of you.
Baxter threaded his fingers through his hair and faced the uncertainty staring back at him.
To not beat around the bush, I treated your friendship and the time we spent together inconsiderately. I decided things for you and about you without letting you have a say in it.
I'm sorry.
I was wrong to do it. It was unfair and I'm sorry.
At least he's apologizing now, I suppose. Baxter's, the ending to Baxter's route wasn't bad. I do have to give it that. His sincerity left the 3 unable to react. At first anyway, gradually the words sunk in and your friend's attention flickered between you and him. The corners of Terry's mouth tugged into a satisfied smile. He proudly raised his chin and bumped his fist into Baxter's shoulder.
Finally.
I always knew you had it in you. Better late than never, B-man.
Miranda bashfully wrapped a stray curl around her finger and hummed in agreement.
There's no reason why we need to forgive you anymore.
Exactly, so don't worry. It's all water under the bridge now. Sure, forget it. We can start over.
Finally, Baxter's lip parted, and he breathed a deep sigh of relief. The weight of his worries visibly lifted free.
How long was he waiting to do that? Years, you imagined, anxiously picturing the possible directions that conversation could have gone.
I appreciate the understanding again.
Yep, we're understanding people. Already so.
Terry clapped and then pointed at the van. Miranda and Cove nodded, understanding what that cue meant.
Some of us are still gonna have to unpack this mess. We gotta get out of here, right, Randy?
Uh-huh, sorry.
No, please, go on.
Short goodbyes were traded, then Terry, Miranda, and Cove tiredly slid into the van. Somehow Mr. Holden had convinced Cove to stay in his old bedroom, despite it being turned into a makeshift storage container, and the others were going to drop him off on their way. You encouraged him to do it, even though he would have been happy to join you in the Adams house. Cove rolled down his window and propped himself on his elbow. He waved you closer.
By the way, it's gonna be a busy day for me tomorrow. Me and my dad, you know.
Terry leaned back in his seat and tried to spot you through the back window. When he couldn't see past Cove's body, he opted to yell his comment.
Randy and I are working. If things go well, you're gonna have time to yourself after all this.
You had an okay sign. With this information, you could better plan ahead for tomorrow. After that, sleepy promises to see each other soon were shared, and then at long last, everyone went on their way for the night. There was one final pit stop before you could return to Baxter's place in the city and rest, Jude and Scott's house. The suburbs were calling you to come collect your clothes.
Cove, come back!
We'll see him soon, don't worry, we'll have an entire thing with him soon. Baxter used this moment alone to check if you were truly alright with your friends being aware of the relationship.
Let's see, we reassured him that asked not to spring it on anyone else without preparation going forward, reassured him everyone and anyone could know.
At this point, yeah, just involve everyone.
During the drive, you sent them a text to let them know how your plans had changed. The newlyweds responded quickly, and they were thrilled to hear that you would have company while you were still in the area. While they never outright said it, you got the impression over the last few days that they had been feeling guilty. Honeymoon or not, leaving a house guest behind just didn't sit right with either of them, though thoughtfulness and concern were appreciated. But now, the lot of you could breathe easy. Before putting your phone away, you sent off one last text wishing them well and safe travels on their honeymoon. They replied instantly and thanked you and for helping to give them one of the best days of their lives. When you reached the house, Baxter parked the car and followed you out. In seconds, you unlocked the front door with the handy spare key you'd been gifted and led him inside. It struck an odd note observing how silent the house was without Jude or Scott to fill the space. You were newly relieved to not be there by yourself. Though it kind of sucked to have a place had to pack so soon after cleaning the event room, there was a growing anticipation in your gut that spurred you on. There was no way of knowing what to expect from temporarily moving yourself in with Baxter, but you were optimistic. Peeking past your shoulder, you spotted Baxter in the doorway. He was graciously waiting on standby, and once you were ready, he stepped in and helped carry your bags to the car. Not once did he utter a single complaint, but fortunately, you also hadn't brought nearly as much as an entire wedding's worth of things. Between the two of you, it didn't take as long as it took to pack Terry's van, and then you were ready to go again. But you did one more sweep of the house to make sure everything was in check, nothing was left on, and you locked the door. Then the two of you were on your way once more.
I'm entering chapter 2. Nice! Tell me how you like it when you go through it. I'll try to make it. Hopefully this is done soon. It's been 4 hours and 30 minutes. Hopefully this is done soon.
From there, Baxter brought you to his apartment for a second time and pushed the door open. He flipped a nearby light switch on, and together you went inside. Amazingly, you felt less nervous being there than you did before. Knowing how much Baxter wanted you there made a world of difference. Sighing drowsily, your body knew that there was nothing left to worry about. You could finally rest. Baxter seemed equally ready to collapse at the end of a long, long chain of stressful challenges.
Well now.
He exhaled deeply, and despite his weary demeanor, Baxter offered you an amiable smile.
Are you ready to get settled in? We can bring the bags into your room. Then you'd be free to get changed into something more comfortable or to pass out. Anything you wish.
For a moment, you found yourself caught on the choice of words declaring the guest room as plainly yours. It was wonderful, but also almost far-fetched to believe that he had a concrete place within Baxter's world. Nodding gladly, you lifted what you could carry and braced yourself to move things to their final destination for tonight. After the busy day you had, you were more than ready to put on something infinitely more comfortable.
Wonderful.
Baxter rubbed the side of his neck and yawned. He took a pause to get his sore body moving again, and at some point, his thoughts wandered off elsewhere.
Ah, yes.
He glanced roughly in the direction of his bedroom and sighed. Crossing your arms, you tilted your head curiously. What's wrong?
I was recalling the state of my own room, and I'm fairly certain it's a mess thanks to a debacle this morning, so nothing important. I'm not eager to tackle that tonight. It's a problem I'll deal with at a later date. I'm good at that, aren't I?
His usual self-derisive jabbing had all the bite taken out of it. He smirked with honest amusement. It was kind of funny, which was wild. Then Baxter brushed the thought off and returned his attention to the present task. He helped you carry your bags.
I'll come back to the living room area once I'm finished getting out of this uniform. Feel free to change and decompress at your leisure.
You answered with a content but sleepy hum and followed Baxter to the guest room. Once your bags were safely inside, he cleared his throat.
Please excuse me for now.
After that, he swiftly exited the room. For the first time in a long while, watching him go didn't strike an odd chord. The two of you wouldn't talk later, and the two of you would talk later. Opposite. The two of you would talk later, and you knew that for a fact. The apartment wasn't that big, so there wasn't a chance that you could miss each other. In the meantime, you began unpacking and arranging your things in this new space. There was no rush, but the small changes were comforting. Later, when you were showered and dressed and more comfortably in your sleepwear, you found yourself wandering into the living room. There, you spotted Baxter leaning over the counter of the kitchen. You had a sudden realization, despite spending the previous night in the same place. You never had caught a glimpse of what Baxter wore to bed. All you saw was you couldn't even finish that thought. It was ridiculously embarrassing. Baxter remained obscured behind the furniture and perused something on his phone with a creased brow. You wondered if there was a wrap-up still needed in the contractors that worked on the wedding. Before you could ask, Baxter joyfully abandoned his phone on the counter. Because of your arrival, he straightened his back to his full height. And you got the best view of what he was wearing. White silk jammies with a shiny black trim. On his feet, a pair of zebra-striped fuzzy slippers.
No, that is kind of a funny image. Oh, Rain, hello again.
He unconsciously smoothed the front of his shirt, but froze the second he touched the silky material. The corner of his mouth quirked.
I'm pleased to see you're seemingly relaxed after the day we had. I am aware of how this looks with the, limited color scheme of my attire. I kindly ask you not to laugh.
I'm laughing.
I'm immediately laughing. How do you expect me not to? Come on!
Slapping a hand to the countertop, you leaned heavily on it for support and rocked forward on your feet. Not once had you ever believed that Baxter outgrew his penchant for black and white. At this point, his defense was comical and tissue paper thin. This was a personal, stylistic choice, and he couldn't explain that away.
All right, go on.
You wiped your face with your sleeve, but the only thing that did was give you another view of his adorable slippers. That restarted your hysterics and had you gasping for air. Baxter covered his mouth and momentarily tried to turn away. He instantly failed to hide his own amusement.
Oh, fine, I confess. I haven't outgrown the aesthetic as much as I claim. Black and white remains my preferred color scheme. And all my pajamas are these colors, so you were bound to put all the puzzle pieces together.
Chuckling, your cheeks began to ache. Baxter crossed his arms, but his expression remained fond.
I only wish to indulge in my habits in a private matter.
I understand. Baxter's mouth opened, but his phone buzzed before he could speak. Work?
It shouldn't be.
Baxter reached over to the counter and checked. His playfulness quickly vanished, and his smile strained.
Regrettably, no, not work. This should be significantly more painful.
His voice fell to a hushed whisper as he reached for the phone.
Hello, Xavier.
He muttered the name like his own personal arch-nemesis. You recognized it immediately. Xavier was the baker and Baxter's work acquaintance, who considered him a friend regardless. That put the reason for the night call and Baxter's word into a much better context. Baxter lightly tapped the screen and set the phone on speaker.
So the baker's finally calling back to cuss you out for making them do make them bake the cake 3 days before the wedding, huh? Can't say you don't deserve this.
Hi, sorry to call so late. I wanted to check on how the wedding went, and on you now that it's done. Are you holding up all right? Baxter's gaze landed on you. The day you met Xavier, Baxter was still trying to push you away as quickly and professionally as he could. It was incredible how everything had changed.
Not so considerate, yes. I would say I'm doing well. Quite well.
Hi, Xavier, thanks for checking in. Hi, I'm here now. Get used to me. Hi, how you doing?
Hi, wait, who is this? They stopped mid-word, and the line went silent. As the seconds stretched on, you stared at Baxter. He offered a casual shrug, and that was it. He was far too amused by them being the one caught off guard. Rain, right? That's who you are. That's me. Yes, I thought so. I certainly thought so. Hi, Rain. The tone in Xavier's voice shifted smugly. You watched a small crease form in Baxter's brow. So, Rain's still in your presence, Baxter?
Yes, she is.
Even though the wedding is finished?
Yes.
Well. Xavier huffed confidently as if their designs had all gone to plan, despite them not having any part of it.
Baker, if there's a single complaint about the cake, I swear. That's right. I would also feel that way, Xavier. I'd also feel that way.
That's lovely. I'm truly happy about that, Baxter.
I'm sure you are. I also invited Rain to stay at my apartment for the remainder of her trip.
She's rooming at your apartment?
The surprise. I heard that one.
Didn't you swear up and down that you were, I quote, never going to associate with her after the wedding? Baxter met your eyes eye for a split second and found himself staring at the ceiling. He tapped at the counter, smiling wryly.
Yes, in both matters.
I do not understand what's going on with you two. Neither you nor Baxter knew what to say next. Xavier's plain words hung in the air until they let you both off the hook. We should get together before Rain leaves.
You did mention that before.
I know. I meant it then. I mean it now. Baxter sighed quietly and brushed his hand through his hair. Things never really went his way, interpersonal relationships-wise. Does tomorrow work? We could grab some coffee. Baxter hesitated and checked your face for an answer. You moved to speak, but he remembered that he was supposed to be good at managing people.
Surely it's ending tonight, right? Surely we're not getting coffee tomorrow, right? I mean, like, Rain and Baxter are getting coffee tomorrow, right? We're not going to be getting coffee. We're not reading about getting coffee tomorrow, right? It's nearly 5 hours. This is a long epilogue. Okay, that's it. That's it. That's all I'll say. That's all I'll say on the matter.
Please hold.
He automatically used the customer service voice and clicked the screen, putting the call on mute. Baxter carefully rested the phone face down. He breathed in deep and then slowly exhaled. Baxter wore a tired smile.
I apologize. I should have anticipated that Xavier would follow through on that request.
The truth is, I do have something that I need to do tomorrow. I gotta see my mom's.
Of course. You've been busy with the wedding preparation. Tomorrow was finally a free day.
Right. I haven't seen my mom since I got here. They've been waiting for me to come home and visit.
That's a wonderful plan. I can drive you to Sunset Bird in the morning and you can spend some quality time with your parents. They must be eager to see you.
Nodding, you were curious about how your day was shaping up for tomorrow. Baxter's return to the neighborhood would be a massive surprise.
Which we're not seeing, right? We have a couple of really good ways we can end off this epilogue.
Don't worry. I'll stay out of your way once you're there. Perhaps I'll accept that coffee with Xavier.
What? Let's see, we want you to come. Let's see, you wouldn't be in the way.
They've been so patient, I can't intrude on a special visit like that.
Baxter, it's really nothing that special. We'd be dropping by to say hello and check in. You ruffled his hair and caused several pieces to stick out oddly in his frustration. His mouth pressed into a fine line.
I'm doing it again. It's always my first response.
He straightened himself out properly before speaking to you again.
In the spirit of being truthful about my feelings, even when they're not ideal, I'll admit it. I'm nervous to meet your mothers again.
Hello, how are you? I'm doing good. How are you? Oh, dang, still here, huh? We can't escape the curse of Baxter, apparently. We can't escape it. Hopefully it ends soon.
I'm not exactly thrilled to see what would happen if I appeared in front of them. I doubt they'd forgive anything. I made a terrible impression on them, didn't I?
He did make a fair point. If you were standing in his shoes, you'd be scared of facing your moms too.
Yeah, I imagine you would be.
You rubbed the back of your neck and shrugged. Baxter seemed to be relieved you were at least able to understand one another.
Old habits die hard.
Still, you should come with me. They'll forgive you.
So they do dislike me.
That's a me response if I've ever seen one. That's a me response. What if they don't like me? It's okay. It's, you know, you just have to make a better impression. So they don't like me. That's me response. Oh. Just made some quesadillas. That sounds good right now. I'm really hungry. I haven't eaten yet. I made a breakfast burrito this morning myself, and it was really good. And so I enjoyed that. But I really want food again.
Nothing is as bad as it feels in your thoughts. My parents are sweet, and they're going to hear about the wedding anyway. You were an important part of that story. Unfortunately, those words did little to persuade Baxter. He continued to drag his feet over this predicament. He wasn't willing to accept the invitation, but he also wasn't willing to outright reject you either. How about we visit with everyone tomorrow, together?
A compromise, Xavier wanted to meet in the morning. Didn't you want to visit your mother's first thing?
I don't mind seeing my mom's later on. We can do that. We can, like, switch it off like that.
I see.
Baxter pressed a couple of fingers to his chin and reconsidered the options. His eyebrows arched curiously.
In that case, would you be interested in revisiting the cafe? I took you to back then. It's still in business.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Then one final detail. Would you be fine seeing Xavier not too early in the morning?
You knew Baxter would agree to whatever you decided, but his brown eyes begged for mercy. Chuckling, you gave him the okay. Baxter pressed a dramatic hand over his heart. He expressed a genuine sign of relief.
I feel the same way, Baxter, don't worry. Xavier's still on mute. I know. Wait, just imagine you're talking to your friend going like, yeah, want to meet for coffee? And they're just like, please hold. And then just put you on mute for so long.
Good, it seems we have a plan. Now we need to run it by Xavier in their current schedule.
He tapped the screen and turned the mute setting off.
Xavier, are you still there?
I am.
Excellent. Thank you very much for waiting.
It is fine. I imagine Rain wouldn't let you hang up on me, even if you wanted to.
Very funny. We just needed a moment to set out a few parameter details. And you're in luck. Rain does have time to see you tomorrow. Would you be, amiable enough to let us choose the location? There's a charming cafe that we think would be perfect for the three of us.
That sounds perfect.
It's settled. We'll do it. I'll take you to the address and a specific meet time after the call.
You were proud of him. Baxter had well and truly changed. He's making friends. Look at this. He's making friends. Okay, Rain is lucky to have such a well-mannered personal assistant. Baxter caught your eye for a split second, and you swore there was a mischievous glint. He moved closer to the phone and smirked.
I'm not her assistant. I'm Rain's boyfriend.
Xavier didn't say anything. The line fell completely silent until you heard a long, deep breath.
I can feel Xavier over the phone going like, what? Him? Like, Xavier's just also like, girl, get better to... I don't know why that idea is so funny to me.
I cannot have heard that right.
I could not have heard that right.
No, I think you did.
Gasping, you slapped a hand across your mouth. Baxter's bluntness sent you into shock. He'd casually dropped that incredible fact. You could hardly believe it.
Even Xavier is like, girl, please. Exactly. This facial expression by Xavier is everything, by the way.
It hadn't fully sunken in for you yet, but still, deep down, a seed of excitement was spreading roots. Baxter delighted in the amusement his words brought you. The softness and the expression only made your heart pump faster. Well then, I'll need you to explain that later.
Of course.
Goodbye for today.
Rain and I will see you tomorrow, Xavier. Goodbye.
Bye! Hopefully they'd hear you before the call ended. Baxter smirked as you absent-mindedly gave a short wave with your goodbye. Bye! And so Baxter tapped the screen to end the call. He left the phone on the counter. Just like that, the two of you had a full day of plans set.
Well,
His full-force smile dimmed. For a little while, you both managed to be casual, as if everything was normal and nothing had ever happened, like you'd never been apart. But in the late hour, when there was nothing left of casual life distractions, the lingering unease revealed itself.
I apologize for keeping you up.
I don't mind.
Then would you want to talk a little longer? As sorry as I am, I don't think I've been as open as I could have been. You accepted how I was, still am in some regards, but can't fully understand it, am I right?
He was, there was no denying it. You'd never grasped the reasons for why he acted. Slowly you nodded.
Then,
Baxter's attention wandered about his apartment. He slipped a hand into his pocket.
Run, Rain, run! Accidentally hit keep playing chapter 1, had to delete the final boss again! Now I'm starting chapter 2! Well, have fun with chapter 2. Xavier's face right now looks like your unhinged face, lol. I love it.
could we move this downstairs? The lobby of my building has an amenity I'm rather fond of.
Interesting. This had already taken a turn for the unexpected, but if whatever it was would make him feel better, you could go with it. Sure.
Thank you.
He led you out of the apartment and down the elevator to the ground floor lobby. From there, you went to one corner where a seating area surrounded a chic modern fireplace. It was alight. That was what was drawn to. You knew it without being told.
Here we are.
After sweeping his hand over the space, Baxter settled into the chair by the fire. You took a spot near him. The fire popped and crackled. He watched the flames, hypnotized by the way they danced.
This is a humbler setting than the last fireside talk we had, isn't it? After such a long walk down memory lane, it would have been lovely to return to the mountain lodge together. Brenda and Terry will be taking a grand trip. On my suggestion, might I add. It only seems fair we should as well.
Throwing up his hands in mock defeat, Baxter could only laugh at himself.
Of course. When have I ever taken my own damned advice? Don't answer. I know it's never. Or perhaps never until only today.
You weren't actually going to say something, but that was right.
At least in this case, it's not for the lack of trying or stubborn impulse to do the opposite of what would improve my life. In that matter, I warned you about the charming reality of limited expendable income. I can't afford to filter off my vacations whenever the mood strikes the way my parents can, but I can have a very comfortable existence.
He shrugged a shoulder, sinking deeper into his seat. Such dedication for Baxter. You're really putting in the work, huh? May I ask for a lever? Yes, you can. And I'm putting in the dedication because we're finishing Baxter off this episode. Alright, let me get a lever out for you. Let's see. Is this a lever? That's Corniver. Where's another lever? Is this a lever? That is a lever! Let's see. We'll click on him and we'll put him right here. Right here looking out at us. That'll be our lever. There he is. Fun fact, Celine, Baxter's Light Fury, is laying down in front of the fireplace, and she was waiting purple lavender socks on each 4 legs and purple lavender scarf on her neck. Cute! Cute. I want a long lever covering both of Baxter's drawings. Face in the corner, please. You want a longer. Gotcha. Okay. That's doable. I think Longiver is here. Yep, there he is. Longiver is right here. And we're just gonna whoop him right around. Let me just whoop him up over this Baxter here. And then we're gonna stretch. Stretch. Oh, nope. Stretch. There. There he is. Perfect. Technically that was giving you 2 Olivers, but it's fine.
It's nice, if lonely. Of course, let's not pretend I have anyone to blame for that other than myself. I ended every relationship I had with my own actions. It's the story of my life. I want to be liked, but I don't want to be important. A suitor for a season, the planner at a wedding. It's that kind of role I'm comfortable in. Perhaps that's why I'm drawn to people who are wanted by everyone else. They don't need me. I can be someone. I can't be the one.
Why? The word came out instinctively before you could stop yourself. There was no reason for him to believe that about himself. You couldn't accept it. Baxter's arms and legs crossed as he closed his eyes in contemplation.
Honest.
I'm not sure I would have been able to answer before, even if I wanted to, which I didn't until very recently, as you saw firsthand. I understood where my limits were, and generally left it at that. But where did those lines come from? I'm beginning to reflect on it since I met you again. Seeing you made me doubt my own motivations. And I came to a conclusion somewhere along the way. I did know. I knew it all along and simply chose not to think about it for a long time.
Finally, he looked at you again. His eyes were a dark pool, crystal clear but bottomless.
I don't deserve to have that kind of relationship with another person. That's why.
The same question came to the tip of your tongue. Why? You felt as if you were asking that with him, but this time you didn't have to. Baxter answered the unspoken plea on his
You
own.
need to understand.
I don't contribute anything. Maybe I can express others for a time, but how do I go beyond that? I can't say what it means to be significant as a person, to be irreplaceable. And since I don't have the answer, I certainly wasn't going to assume I'd do it by accident.
The more Baxter voiced these long-hidden feelings, the quieter he spoke. Baxter whispered to the fire as if he was all alone.
What does it take to add value to someone simply by being there? I tried, but I never knew. In my eyes, there's a world of humans living freely among one another, while every connection I create is so fragile. If I make the wrong step, I might hurt them, or be hurt myself, and if it's strained, all it will do is break entirely. Of course, I could be entirely off the mark, and everyone else might have the same struggles. What would I know, right? Baxter smirked self-deriviously, recalling he had an audience. Still, it was frightening to want a deeper connection, because I couldn't do it. So I lived on, accepting what seemed to be my reality. It was painful listening to his innermost fears and insecurities, but Baxter wasn't done reflecting. You gritted your teeth and stayed quiet. I'm old enough to have forgotten my earliest years. Everything before, about 6, maybe 7, is nothing but a vague blur. What I do distinctly recall is that as a child, I unequivocally thought I was better than other people. That those who met me were lucky, and I could pick anyone I wanted to as company. The onus was on everyone else to impress. If someone was boring, or maybe I just didn't like the colors they were wearing that day, I could find a new playmate easily. After all, I had the most to offer. Naturally, what I was offering was what my parents had. A big cool house, exciting outings, the best toys. It wasn't until I was 11 or so that I developed my first stable friends. They might not have been rich like me, but they had their own charms. Those ties couldn't be replaced. Becoming attached to other people, especially those people, made me realize what I'd believed was true.
He straightened out his back and came to the edge of the chair.
And it was so obvious. They were wonderful. I felt things I never had before. And all it took was being who they were. It didn't matter what their parents did. No fancy venue could top genuine camaraderie with their company.
Truthfully.
And for whatever reason, I was in the club, and I was happy. The person who was lucky to be there was me.
A beautiful sparkle of sentimentality brightened his features even more than the glow of the fireplace.
I had wanted my friends to feel the same way towards me, to have that kind of incredible effect on other people for no reason other than what I was, Baxter.
Then the light went out.
But I was older than all of them. As sheltered as I was, I got along better with kids not quite my own age. Immature as always. Life changed fast then, and the years before us became more noticeable with every day. I never reached a point where I felt like I knew what I was doing before suddenly. It was as if I didn't belong with them anymore. That they didn't have time to keep me around with the differences in our schedules and priorities, and I accepted that, so the friendships ended. We stopped talking as young teens, and I haven't seen them ever since I left for college in 2015. I thought they mattered to me, but when I had done everything for them, when did I deserve to be liked and included when all I did was want that to happen and abandon them when it didn't?
None of the emotion, life was left in Baxter's retelling. He continued hollowly.
I miss what it was like having real friends. I miss those friends I used to have. Sometimes I wonder if they remember me. I wonder what they think of if they remember me. I wonder what they'd think of me now. But
with a flick of your wrist, you wryly brushed off his admission.
We're both aware it's only as a full-grown man I learned that lesson. I've made more mistakes than that.
He hadn't given up the concept of vulnerability entirely. However, Baxter softened once more for a different confession.
I've also missed you over those 5 years.
Who else thinks GTA 6 comes out before Baxter stops torturing us? At this point, that might be true.
and Terry and Miranda and Cove in that summer in Sunset Bird, but mostly it was you who I thought of. During that trip, I did feel wanted. You made me feel wanted and important. It was exciting and amazing and felt impossible it could last. The shine would wear off eventually, as always. I didn't want to see it happen. What if I seemed pathetic for being attached to people I met on a short vacation? You had your real group of friends who lived with you there already. Or what if you stopped responding to me after realizing I wasn't that interesting? Or why would I have assumed there'd be a reason to talk to me at all when once I was no longer convenient? I'm aware that's not a kind of view. I'm aware that's not a kind way to view you, but it wasn't that you'd done something to make me believe it would happen. It's my viewpoint for every situation.
You recalled the night before the wedding, when Baxter admitted he dyed his hair. The problem on the night was very much the same thing. Baxter couldn't see his own value, and he had always feared others wouldn't either.
Extra fun fact, the only friend in Comfort that he went to college and by the time he didn't was his friend Celine. Nice, that's cute. Alright, I tried. Baxter has defeated me. I gotta go to bed. Let me know later if you manage to finish this damn route, Angie. I'll let you know. Good night, MC. Thanks for joining us for so long.
For the first time since he began spilling his heart out, Baxter paused. He considered the way he wanted to put his next words and then continued.
Back then, during my tourist phase, we took that brief trip to the mountains. On a hike, we passed a tree that had fallen across a stream. If you can picture that, it was as if we were on opposite sides and I couldn't take the path to you because it looked risky.
Oh.
You certainly hadn't forgotten.
The experience. What he said didn't line up with your memories of that day. Baxter, I'm really sorry to interrupt, but that didn't happen. You made it all the way to the other end of the tree, but never stepped off to get on the opposite side of the river. Instead, you came back to my side. You crossed the stream bravely.
That got him to chuckle ever so slightly. That was my attempt at a poignant, personally relevant metaphor, but I'm quite impressed you remember the details.
He shook his head amusedly, eyes closed, and tossed both of his hands up.
I understand.
I suggest that the true story of my life, me not understanding a thing and getting it all wrong at every turn.
Then Baxter set his attention on you, completely. He wasn't playing around anymore.
But rather than dancing around this, I'll say it directly, not trying to say and stay in touch with you is something I've regretted for a long time. I will always regret the days I lost, even now that we've reconnected.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Rain.
You understood what he was thinking. What drove him away? Why Baxter was so Baxter? Clarity you'd painfully wished for had come back at last.
Let's see. Faith, if you're still with me, you're always the best one to come to ask these questions. No, I'll leave it up to chat. I will leave it up to chat. What do we do? What do we do in this situation? Kiss, kiss, kiss! Got it, got it, got it.
Baxter was initially confused by your sudden approach, and then flat out stunned when you held his face in your hands and pressed your lips against his. You desperately attempted to convey how strong you felt. When you parted, Baxter patted your back gently, unsure if you were sad or hurt or what. Of course, he wouldn't think your woes were for his sake. He was a silly gentleman. But it was wonderful indulging in his warmth, and even before knowing you wouldn't have to let go again, not for real.
Okay, let's see. Faith, you're fast. Yeah, they are. Let's see. We'll go sweet. We'll be sweet.
You're irreplaceable to me.
You're too kind.
Thank you for saying that. I appreciate you listening to your rambling lover for this long.
Baxter smiled, truly moved. What was lost, what could never be. He had been there all along, if he just reached for it. And he accepted your words without buts, exceptions, or waving it off. You treasured him, and you could believe that he was starting to accept that. You couldn't have been happier. With Baxter's piece said and done, you both returned to your shared home. After an incredibly, exceedingly long day, you went right to sleep.
Oh my god, are we really gonna go through the morning? Are we really gonna have breakfast and introduce him to our moms?
Deep breath. Deep breath out. Okay. The next morning, you ambled out of your room into the hall.
Let's see. You slept in. A lot. Yes, we did.
Checking the apartment, you found the living room was empty, and so was the kitchen.
Baxter hadn't come out of his room.
You heard no signs of stirring either, so he probably wasn't awake. You were kind of impressed someone outslept you, but if anyone could, it would be the morning hater extraordinaire, Baxter Ward. After freshening up in the bathroom, you still had the place to yourself. It was tempting to crawl back into bed, but you chose the more responsible option, hacking. The trip was almost over after all. You dropped your suitcase onto the bed and started to lazily fill it with bits and bobs. For all your good intentions, your head wasn't in it. Alone with your thoughts, you sank into reflecting on what happened before and imagining what could happen next. Until the sound of your doors snapped you out of it. How long had it been? You had no idea, but you were sure that Baxter was up. Slow footsteps approached nearer and nearer, and then there was a knock. Come in! Carefully, Baxter let himself in. He peeked through an only half-open door.
Hey.
Good morning, Rain.
Morning.
I can leave you be if you're in the middle of something.
It's okay, I can take a break. You dropped a shirt you'd been half-heartedly folding and joined him by the door, pushing it all the way open.
Excellent.
Oh, excellent.
He gestured with a light wave. Then, clad again in fuzzy zebra print slippers, Baxter shuffled to the community space of the apartment. You followed along. You dropped like a sack on the he dropped like a sack of monotone potatoes into one of the chairs. Baxter had no reason to rush this morning, so he could be as complacent as he wanted, which was very much. Making it out from under his blanket hadn't meant he was ready to join the rest of the waking world. Baxter was lingering in the peaceful daydream of his home. You thought he was simply precious.
Of course we did.
Alright, we'll poke his cheek. You squished his pale cheek in as far as it could go. With the reflex of a sloth, Baxter brought a hand to the spot you'd gotten. The poor fool was defenseless, but you let him off there, feeling merciful. Baxter then curled his leg onto the cushion, while stretching his arms up towards the ceiling.
It feels as if the wedding was a lifetime ago, not yesterday.
Oh man. That's pretty incredible. He only murmured softly in response, unable to muster the energy for entire words. You took it delightfully easy while getting decent for the day. Baxter had a wide selection of lotions, oils, and creams for the skin and hair, which you were permitted to raid as much or as little as you wanted. He made liberal use of it himself. Why were you not surprised he was the kind of man with a 30-minute morning pampering routine?
I could see that. He's going to dump us first! Not at this point, he's not. Not for $5.99, he's not.
The two of you decided not to eat there, since the cafe served plenty of food, so it was time to head out. You left the city behind, shot straight past the suburbs, and headed towards the horizon. Baxter brought the car to a stop in a small, sun-beaten parking lot. You'd arrived at a cafe you had visited years ago. It was a bit late for breakfast, though that meant you could look forward to a nice brunch with friendly faces. Inside, a host, and the delicious scents from the kitchen greeted you. He was ready to seat you immediately. You snagged a booth with enough room for a party of 3, and were past an appropriate number of menus. Only when the host was finished and gone did Baxter take out his phone.
I'll let them know we arrived.
Okay. Even though it was of your own doing, you were getting nervous. All you could do was wait and think about all the ways this could be a horrible mistake.
We really are gonna go through the whole thing.
Huh.
How much left of this epilogue is there? It's been 5 hours. How much left of this epilogue is there? I thought we were done like an hour ago. I thought we were done with it like an hour ago. How much is there left of the epilogue? 'Cause my throat is suffering. Huh. Okay. I'm gonna try to power through. I'm gonna try to power through. Because I think we can. I don't think there should be that much left. This is a labor of love. But real fast, everyone, I'm going to put on the be right back screen. I'm gonna refill my water. And then I'm gonna try for the rest of this. So, real fast, we're putting up the be right back soon screen. And I will, of course, be right back. Just let me refill my water real fast. Okay, I'm back. You ever have that moment where you've been sitting for a while and then you stand up and your entire leg is asleep and you didn't realize that? That's what I just went through. My entire leg was asleep. That was wonderful. I felt like dying for a second.
All right, let's continue on, shall we? Even though it was your own doing, you were getting nervous. All you could do was wait and think about all the ways this could be a horrible idea. Hello, Oakby. Baxter grinned sweetly, sensing the unease, and put the phone away. His attention was set on you, even if the topic wasn't.
No.
You know, Xavier is a delightful person.
That's nice. You had to imagine a person would be required to be a particularly pleasant and thoughtful individual to build up even a tenuous friendship with someone as closed off as Baxter. One thing you could already give Baxter, regardless of whatever else, was that they saved your boyfriend from being entirely alone before you'd found him again. You were grateful for it. Xavier strolled through the doors shortly after a set of waters were placed down around the table. They ditched the apron that day, which made perfect sense since you were meeting up casually outside of their place of employment. Though it suited them so well, it was a staple part of their look. If Xavier had worn it out, you bet strangers would have accepted it as an entirely correct anyways. Your eyes met across the open space of the cafe. Baxter stood to welcome them. Xavier wasted no time linking up. Unvaxeline, Baxter's Light Fury is wearing a dangler golden necklace with rubies for the day. No, you're fine. Also cute.
Good morning.
He held his hand straight out for the shake. Xavier went with it, giggling.
Always a pleasure.
Hi, Baxter and Rain. Thanks for finding the time to see me after all.
Oh, yes.
Of course, Xavier, of course.
You and Baxter sat side by side. He'd join you there while Xavier slid into the opposite bench. Hi. They shot you a grin and scooped up the third and final menu. Are you ordering anything? I am. I want to try one of their muffins, though I doubt I'll be better than the ones at Zig. They hid their face behind a wall of with their own fingers and whispered in a sing-songy voice. You were like little kids sharing secrets on the playground.
Absolutely.
With a smirk and an air of fox innocence, Baxter tossed up his hands.
Why hadn't we gone there instead?
Sadly, we don't have good coffee or real food. It's a bakery only.
Of course, now I remember.
Baxter chuckled over Xavier's lament. He wasn't so professional to be above the occasional tease.
And you, Rain?
All right. Anyone that's still with me, may I take your breakfast orders? Anything you guys want? Drink, food, pastries? What are you guys thinking? What are you guys thinking today?
Other fun fact, Flower Xavier's Night Furies with them too. Nice! Cute! 4?
All right, we'll get a drink and a pastry. Sounds good.
For a drink, you got...
What are we drinking? May I take your order? The covered options down below is an espresso, a frap, a glass of milk, or a glass of juice. Those are the covered options. Oh, just water? What? Just water? Iced tea, but glorious kid. Do you guys not drink coffee? Am I the only one that drinks coffee here? What is this? What is this? What is this? Okay, well, Okapi was first, so water it is. Is there water? Hot coffee, iced coffee, Americano, latte, cappuccino, espresso, frap, hot key, water's not an option. Water is not an option. There's no water here. Iced tea? We'll go with that.
For a pastry, you chose...
All right, may I take your order on the pastry? What are you guys having? What are we getting? I'm already looking at all of this, just like, I want this. Oh, right, the covered options are a fruit Danish, a cinnamon roll, a piece of pie, or a cup of bread pudding, or a bear claw. Those are the ones that are covered. Piece of cake?
Okay, let's see. We'll get the piece of cake.
Now.
I'll be getting a cup of black coffee as usual. And I believe I'll have a slice of quiche.
That was a relief. He was actually going to eat this time. Since everyone was decided, the order was placed as soon as the waiter came by. He jotted down the request, collected the menus, and promised to be back shortly. Then, the second he was out of earshot, Xavier shot a pining stare at the couple sitting smugly across from them.
So, Baxter?
You knew where this was going. It was easy to imagine the shock and confusion Xavier must have been stuck living in until now.
You refer to yourself as Rain's boyfriend, is that true? The last time we met, you were vowing that the two of you would never see each other again after the wedding.
Baxter threaded his fingers together. While leaning forward, he grinned cordially. There was no way to spin the sudden leap in their relationship that wasn't abysmally embarrassing for him, and he didn't care. With as much audacity as someone who could ask a baker to make a wedding cake with 3 days' notice, your good friend gave an apologetic answer.
Honestly.
It seems I am fairly overdramatic man. That's the only joke in this. Quite obviously, Rain and I will continue seeing each other.
Hearing him say that so fearlessly to another person was such a thrill, though fairly overdramatic when an underestimate.
Incredible.
It wasn't even the first time they were hearing it, but Xavier was stunned silent yet again by the news. This time, though, the conversation couldn't be ended with the tap of a screen.
What's the dynamic here?
Well, I'm happy for the both of you, but what was happening with the theatrics to begin with?
They were nothing if not persistent when it came to getting the specific decorators did have an eye for detail. Shared a funny story, tried to explain the awkward turn of events, admitted the sad situation you'd gone through, or you continued listening to Baxter's recount things. You know, I think it'd be better to share it in a funny way. We'll spare Baxter a little. We'll spare him a little. We're dating now, we'll spare him a little. Fun story, very funny. We're toxic as hell. No. Speaking animatedly through pauses for laughter, you went over how you met, how you parted, and how you were ultimately reunited, and how difficult Baxter had made that reunion. Baxter didn't interrupt to defend himself despite the unflattering nature of the tale. He merely smiled and swept his already swoopy bangs. Swirling their longest strand of hair, Xavier found the whole of the story much easier to grasp than they had only hearing the end.
To be honest,
Honestly, I'm not surprised in the slightest. As pleasant as things were when you stopped by the bakery, I always assumed if you stopped having client-based reasons to visit, you never would have spoken to me again. Looks like I was right on that assessment.
Baxter's gaze dropped. He couldn't help it. Developing closer ties could only make him ashamed, no matter how odd the circumstances. Doing the inverse, however, might always remain a source of guilt for him.
I apologize, it's not your fault. I have no talent for maintaining relationships that aren't entirely unavoidable, but sometimes not even then.
I get it. Trust is always a work in progress, right? I'd say we would have actually become actual friends eventually, but Rain giving you a push can speed that right along.
Baxter lifted his face at that, speaking softly. Xavier was a nice person.
Yes, I think so too.
Food and drinks arrived shortly. Your little group mutually took that as a closing to the interrogation of Baxter Ward and Rain Sky. After serving the order, the waiter left once more, saying to call him if you needed anything else. Xavier and Baxter put a pause on any future discussion to sample their stuff. When you were here before, you'd only gotten black coffee. It was up in the air whether he'd enjoy a meal. By their delighted mms and hms over the flavor, it sounded like the cafe was a hit for both. Yours was delicious too. The three of you stayed quiet until Xavier chimed in with the next major topic of his meetup, Jude and Scott Adams' wedding.
How'd the day go?
It went off without a hitch. They're a wonderfully stable couple.
Nice little woohoo there. They whistled. The odds were beat. That was for certain. By all accounts, you should have been informing Xavier how the last-minute preparations ended in disaster.
Yes, and your cake got rave reviews from the guests, of course.
Of course.
If they didn't, then there would have been hell to pay, because that was a last-minute cake and that was hell.
I can sleep easy knowing I made a cake for a crowd who enjoyed it, and for a couple who should actually be getting married. I'm happy for them. Some of these jobs. Shivers ran through Xavier's body. I feel like I'm making a macabrely beautiful feast to celebrate a horrible mistake. Baxter chuckled at his colleague, his fellow in creating matrimonial bliss, and his match in insight for when the happiest day of someone's life is not quite so happy.
While I attempt to believe in every pair who comes through my office, it is difficult to avoid an occasional wallow in cynicism. The wedding industrial complex will do that to you. Or it would have, if I hadn't already possessed a streak of pessimism when it came to relationships lasting, but we've gone down that track.
Xavier's manicured lashes fluttered as they rested against the back of the booth. They sighed in relief. Relaxing time was over after 1 minute, and they tilted forward again, now assured their efforts weren't in vain. Xavier could indulge in juicier ponderings. Hey, what bakery made that groom's cake? I admit I took a peek at what was under the cover when I dropped my own off. It was cute.
Thanks, me and Baxter did. That horrified face! That's what I was looking for. That's what I was hoping this response would be. That's great. I love that.
Xavier actually jumped up in their seat. They settled down and gingerly patted their golfed hair, making sure it was still in place. Surprises after surprises. You're squishy under that stiff suit of yours, Baxter.
Has thought that is actually a surprise.
They giggled, the sound akin to the bell on Zake's front door. True, that part isn't. You and Rain baking a cake is.
It is? You might be surprised. Don't you recall it wasn't the first time we've been in a similar squeeze?
Wait, you're right, those mystery cupcakes. From the auspicious start, Baxter told more stories from the wedding. Eventually, it transitioned into Baxter sharing especially memorable moments from other jobs he'd worked on. Some highlighted real-life potential pitfalls you could work to avoid if you ever got married, while others were a 1 in a million debacles. The most unbelievable was a story of a particular orchard-set wedding. A ceremony had been prepared with flowers, a walkway, seating, and a bespoken wooden arch at the end. As the planner, he was doing a final survey, primed for the guests to arrive, when an out-of-control truck with a back end full of apples barreled straight through?
Oh, Christ! That is bad. That's just bad luck.
Baxter stressed that the driver was fine when he managed to come to a stop, and the couple was still married, albeit in a much simpler arrangement, so no real harm done. However, Baxter distinctly recalled the comedic surrealness of it. Seeing a completed ceremony, the fruit of weeks of work, and then having it flattened to the ground in a blink of an eye was something he never expected or hoped to experience. But for all the misery of the moment, he did confess the debacle made for a great mood setter going forward. He shared the memory with every couple he'd worked with since to help put their own struggles into perspective.
I don't remember you sharing that one with us, Baxter.
You took a turn to tell the pair about your chat with Derek. Both of them recalled the polite young man they hadn't seen for almost a decade. And neither believed you when you explained how buff he'd gotten. Xavier said hi and returned to the message. Amazingly, Baxter offered a greeting himself, going as far as saying he'd like to see Derek again, even though Derek hadn't made the effort first. It warmed your heart seeing Baxter so at ease. None of the carefully maintained distance remained between him and Xavier, or him and you. There was no sadness or sense of loss when it came to the time to part ways. After all, this didn't have to be final. You had the power to reach out again if you wanted. The bill was split, and that got paid before saying goodbye to the baker. No one had forgotten their wallets, much to Baxter's clandestine relief. With a cheery wave and grin, Xavier left for home.
Let's see. We'll like them. Xavier seems cool. Xavier seems cool and fun. We like Xavier.
Baxter had more than a single muffin to finish, so he wasn't quite ready to leave just yet. Of course, the same could be said about you. Light conversation was made. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing my mom soon. It's been too long, even though it hasn't been long at all. Barely a whole month. He tapped a finger against his glass, watching you and smiling sweetly.
Get it.
I can understand why their presence would be missed. Your family members are lovely people.
Baxter was so nice about your moms and Big Sis. That was something you deeply appreciated. Your family meant a lot to you. But you couldn't forget the offhanded way he noted his own parents in his list of people he'd lost contact with. Is it okay if I asked about your mom and dad?
Oh,
Baxter's fingers, which were gingerly wrapped around a coffee mug, twitched.
that's fine.
He placed a cup down with a clink.
You're my girlfriend after all. You are allowed to know the details about my mysterious, opaque life.
Baxter might have been able to form quips as glibly as ever, but you hadn't missed the dullness in his eyes.
To start, I haven't spoken to my parents in, a few years now. That's what I meant when I included them in the list of relationships I hadn't maintained.
So they weren't talking at all. You frowned, even if making new ties seemed impossible to him. What would make Baxter cut off the family he'd always known? Those questions stayed within the confines of your head. This wasn't the time to interrupt. He felt your sharp reaction and gave a tight smile.
Don't worry, it isn't a painful topic for me exactly. I mostly find it disappointing, frustrating, certainly awkward.
Shifting in his seat, Baxter leaned on his elbows and angled his body towards you.
Before I cause too much concern, they've never done anything to intentionally hurt me. My parents have always cared for my well-being. And I can't deny how much they've done for me. All the opportunities and advantages I had because they provided them. They gave me the best they knew how, and...
Baxter cut himself off, raising one hand and using the other to pinch the brow of his nose. He was thoroughly unimpressed with his own ramblings.
This is not as nuanced as I might be making it sound. What a novelty it would be if I could speak favorably of my own family, can you imagine? That's not the case, however.
Dark brown eyes stared into yours, as serious and unmovable as they were whenever he demanded the listener to grasp the depth of his chasm between him and them.
What I'm trying to say is that my parents are, on the whole, good to me, and they do love me as their child whom they raised for nearly 2 decades. Just as I still feel compelled to give them credit for minimum, I'm certain they're telling their acquaintance endless excuses for why I'm so distant and unagreeable with them. They haven't given up on me in their own way, but all that does is make them good people. I can assure you that because they are not good people, I'm really a rare exception to the unpleasantness.
Oh. That's a way to put it.
My parents are selfish. They're sheltered even as adults. For example, you, Rain Sky, are, well, my absolute ideal. I'm in love with you.
Oh.
The warmth in Baxter's voice, when he described you, burned into a bitter ash.
But I doubt they could understand, based on quite a colorful variety of factors.
Baxter suddenly raised his voice in arms, almost knocking over his own cherished coffee.
And their nonsense priorities, concerns of what my parents expected from me.
Baxter quieted down again quick. He was in public, and you weren't the person he wanted to be shouting at anyway. After straightening out his jacket, Baxter crossed his legs under the table.
How ironic that I can finally see the silver lining of my lifelong struggles thanks to them. If I never realized how poor my connections were, or if I never cared about my relationships were nothing more than associations based on conveniences, maybe I'd have been who they wanted. Regardless, I'm not their ideal son. They're not my preferred company either, and I don't expect you to ever meet my family. That's honestly for the better.
You nodded slowly, taking his word on it. Baxter had barely mentioned his parents 5 years ago, when they were closer. All you knew of Mr. and Mrs. Ward is that they were not people you needed to chat with.
Oh. How to put this? I'm back. Welcome back. Hiya. I'm always, kind of on a fence about talking bad about people's parents at all to them. Cause like, so I guess if it's me, I'd silently fume.
There, Rain.
Maybe.
Who knows, maybe one day I'll cobble together a family of sorts of my own. I've stopped running away whenever I get close to another person. That's the first step.
Let's see.
We'll place a hand on his shoulder. Baxter glanced from your arm to your face, amazed. You gripped him like he would fall off a cliff if you ever let go. Every fiber of your being was working towards a single goal, conveying to Baxter that you were there, and you would be as long as he wanted you to be. Baxter whispered gently, and you knew the sentiment got through.
That's sweet.
You are very kind. Though rest assured, I'm not as heartbroken over my lack of familial bonds as you would be if you became estranged with yours. There wasn't much to lose. Well, I could wish it was different. It never has been. I'd only be theorizing about pointless what-ifs. And with the circumstances I have, not interacting with my parents remains preferable over the stress that came with having them around. Honestly, I'm happier with my life, how my life is right now, than I have been at in other times. I can stand on my own 2 feet. I understand myself better. I have friends.
Oh, he admits he has friends!
I have you again. So, I would hope you can be glad for how far I've come rather than sad that there were hurdles to overcome.
Managing a smile, you gave him an answer from the heart. Okay, I am happy that you're happy.
Thank you.
For a moment, you connected with one another, genuinely, sincerely, and wholly. That was until his ever-familiar Cheshire cat grin took center stage.
And at the very last, I can be grateful that I don't distinctly feel my eyeballs inside my head.
Despite yourself, you laughed. That was a completely unexpected reference. Baxter used the opening to continue reminiscing about what happened the day he'd invited you out for drinks so long ago. It was intentional. He didn't want to linger on the heavy topic of his family, but it wasn't forced. Baxter didn't have to pretend he was doing it. It was true. He could carry on with his head held high, and you'd get to there from then on. It was something to be glad about. Soon, the time to move forward did arrive. There were other adventures to be had. You and Baxter hopped into his car once again, and the cafe disappeared behind you. A tiny tourist town came into view and the sun began to set. Baxter's car came to a stop along the side of the street. It was the same spot he used to have when he was a tourist. It already felt good to be back. You were energized, downright perky. Things had finally come full circle. You climbed out and strolled down the road to your childhood home.
Now, my wonderful and forgiving Rain.
Baxter spoke out haughtily.
Are you sure?
Are you positive this isn't going to be an unwelcome intrusion? I'm not saying this because I'd prefer to hide from my past. I'm done with that, but I think we should give your parents space if they need it.
He's scared. He should be. Let's see. Sorry, Baxter, too late to back out now. Meet the parents!
Very well.
Very well.
He'd accepted his fate. This already hadn't been his week, avoiding embarrassment-wise. What was one more egg on his face? When you reached the door, you rang the obscured bell. After only a minute, it flew open. There was your ma, sporting her new, shorter haircut and beaming with expectation. She wasn't disappointed by what she saw.
Pam, Rain is here!
She shouted the announcement down the side hall before speaking to you face to face.
Hello, please come in.
You were ushered inside just like that. Ma kicked the door shut behind you all the way, with the back of her heel, as Mom ambled about in the entryway.
Hello.
You've got a real party today.
Mom was looking chipper with the retired English professor outfit she had on.
Let's see. You hugged your moms. Of course we're gonna hug our moms. It's our moms.
4 arms wrapped around you in response. You squished together in a Sky family love fest. You were never old enough for them to stop fawning over you.
I'm so happy to see you. Of course we are. It's our moms.
Hi there, kiddo. Thanks for taking the time to swing by. Yes, welcome, sweetie, and hello to you too.
Ma pointed her face directly towards Baxter. He got the full force of her cheer.
It's a surprise Rain found someone she wanted to bring home. I imagined she'd spend the time with the usual faces. It's such a short trip.
That's fantastic.
But it's not a bad thing. It's lovely she's meeting new friends. My name is Noelani. And I'm Pamela. Nice to meet you.
An awkward chuckle came from Baxter. They didn't recognize him. Oh, but they're about to. Oh god, it's still going? Yep, because after the wedding, Baxter invited us to his place. And so we went to his place and spent the night. And then afterwards, Xavier wanted to have coffee with us and hear all the details about the wedding and about how me and Baxter got together. And so, oh yeah, we got together, by the way. And so we had to go and have coffee with Xavier. And after the entire wedding, we had to get coffee with Xavier and explain it all. And now we have to meet the parents. Now we have to meet the parents too. But I'm committed to finishing the route today. So yeah, we're still live. We're still live. We're still here. How's it going, Josh? Hope things are well. Sure, he'd lost his iconic sense of style, but there were plenty of recognizable Baxterisms left.
We have in fact met before, Rain and I, as well as myself and both of you. My name is Baxter Ward. I visited Sunset Bird 5 years ago as a tourist. I stayed in a rental on the very street.
Your mom's familiar, welcoming grins flattened right out. Their joy evaporated like an ice cube left in the parking lot during the height of a California summer. Oh god, Baxter, you might need to get out of here. Baxter, you might need to run. Baxter, you might need to get out. Meeting the parents going to coffee somehow feels longer than Derek. It does. It does, doesn't it?
I see you remember me.
Baxter ran a finger along the inside edge of his collar, leaving it hooked in at the center. Despite his bold claim from before that he wasn't intending to hide, Baxter unconsciously lingered farther away from your moms than you did. It positioned you as a block between him and them. So hiding, basically. It was so sad, but also extremely cute. However, Baxter didn't run or fight in the midst of his crisis. He embraced it.
Understandable.
I'm certain I have come across as uncaring and unreliable at that time. But I assure you, I'm relatively less immature than I used to be.
Not the most flattering character assessment, but an honest one. To say your mothers were impressed would be an underestimate. Their stony expressions didn't as much as twitch. Oh, I so wish we could just jump in with, we're dating now! Have we ever seen the other wedding that was being planned? The other wedding? No, we didn't. No, they didn't. They moved past that real fast. Okay. I forgave him for what happened.
Thank you for that, Rain. You have every right to be wary of me being here with your daughter again, and you can take as long as you need to come to terms with it.
It sure was difficult to remain mad at someone so earnest. You couldn't manage it. Slowly, life returned to the two statues that had been erected in front of you.
Well,
your gracious Ma elected to change the subject there.
How about we catch up? We've missed quite a lot for both of you.
You looked to Baxter, encouraging him to accept that invitation. Your moms knew a lot more about you than him.
Certainly. To start, I'll say that I work as a wedding planner mainly. I also plan events for certain nonprofit organizations when I can. Though that's at such a low rate, it's nearly pro bono. Nothing I can make a living out of.
Huh? That was news to you. You'd never mentioned doing anything outside of weddings. Baxter crossed his arms protectively and pointedly looked away from you. That was one matter even he was shy about. If it wasn't an actual part of his career, it was volunteer work. Perhaps he didn't like to brag. That's nice. Your meddlesome parents honed in on Baxter, like mother hens introducing a brand new chick. Interesting. I wouldn't have pegged you as a love guru.
Oh, I'm not.
Even so, wedding planning is such a lovely career. How did that happen?
It suited me in many ways. Truthfully, it was planning a wedding that caused Rain and I to meet again.
Ma shot a finger towards Baxter and gasped. You were working on Jude and Scott's wedding?
That's correct. It was the gig of a lifetime.
Oh, darn it. I just realized if he does other kinds of events, he could have planned a whole party for our wedding anniversary a few weeks ago. Mom and Ma were having bustles of fun by then. Baxter playfully batted their jokes and teases.
Happy belated anniversary. And there's always next year. After all, I'm going to be around.
At that moment, he glanced at you. Seriousness replaced his casual smile.
There are no deadlines anymore.
It was that look. The way he was when he saw you that really sold Baxter for your moms.
Oh, they're approving. What was the point? What was the point of all that drama? The cake baking? What was the point of confessing our life to Cove to crash him at the wedding and hook up with Baxter instead? It didn't happen. We did go through the entire wedding. It went by faster than I thought it would, but we did go through it. We saw the wedding. It just went by really fast. And then we couldn't really do anything to crash it. We did confess in front of all of our friends and kiss him and make out. Basically, our friends were like, yeah, maybe you should talk to Baxter. You guys have some unfinished business. They basically were preparing for drama. And then we kissed Baxter, had a makeout session, danced with him, had another makeout session, all while they watched from across the room. At the wedding. That did happen after the wedding. Mind you, we were cleaning up after the wedding. So we did not actually crash the wedding. Baxter was trying to avoid us at the wedding, so all of that. I just realized it's been almost 6 hours. You're really determined, aren't you, Angie? I am! I'm so determined to finish this. I'm so determined. And hungry. I'm very hungry. I am so very hungry as well. All right.
He held the stare long enough for the pause in conversation to be felt. You realized what was happening. Baxter was hesitating and mentioning exactly how much he was going to be around. Your parents had no clue you'd brought your boyfriend home to meet them.
Alright, let's rip this band-aid off. Let's do this. Oh darn it, I was hoping we could at least make a scene. Well, we made a scene to our friends. Cove still doesn't approve of him, so that's a thing.
And before anything else, I do want to mention that Rain and I are in a relationship.
You're dating? Yeah. I kind of asked him out after the wedding.
You need to understand.
I wish to be with her as well. Of course, I don't intend to waste the chance.
That revelation had your parents newly dazed. Just when they'd relaxed, the Baxter Ward factor managed to knock them off their balance again. My goodness. Talk about a dark horse. The pair of wives focused on each other during doing their mom thing, where they came to a decision without having to talk about it out loud. It hit you that they were able to do that you were able to do that with yourself with Baxter a minute ago. Wow. Ultimately, they smiled gently over the both of you. That made you smile too. You never doubted your parents could find it in their hearts to accept how Mr. Ward unexpectedly waltzed into your life once more. They trusted your judgment. Plus, from the real grown-up perspective, Baxter was practically still a baby back when his solution to problems was avoiding them. They didn't have reservations on getting to know him again now, and you got right to that. Both you and Baxter worked together to recount your wedding planning adventures, going over the entire story. It still never ceased to amaze you how much actually happened in so short a time. Mom and Ma went on an emotional roller coaster, visibly distraught when you described how cold Baxter was originally, and cheering when he explained the moment you officially reconnected. As if they hadn't already known how it ended. You got to hear what they'd been up to lately as well. It was the same old for them, which was exactly how they liked it. But much too soon, the day was over, and you needed to start the trip back to the city. Your mom simply appreciated that you stopped by at all, and wished you a safe drive home. They promised to tell Mr. Holden you said hi when they saw him again. Baxter and you said goodbye, then headed off. Neither of you had eaten since the cafe, so you found a place for dinner in the area rather than going all the way back to the city. When you were done with yet another stop and back in the car, it was well into the night. You'd been away from home, for at least 12 hours. One might have thought after the frantically finishing a wedding, the day after that could be comparably less jam-packed. Nope. It had been your 5th or 6th subsequent day of squeezing every last minute of the day for all it was worth. You couldn't keep track anymore of how long you'd been tossed about by the whirlwind of activity. Your charming company and the flurry didn't bat an eye at the pace. In fact, it hadn't budged a hair out of place of your perfectly styled head. The darkness of the world and the lateness of the hour meant Mr. Ward had reached his height of energy. It was under these circumstances when Baxter offered up a new proposition.
Does that sound?
Rain, what would you say about going dancing with me?
He elaborated.
I spent the whole of the wedding working, if you recall. Even though we stole a little time after the event had finished, that was hardly comparable to having a night out together. Especially when you consider the, circumstances that lingered between us then. And we can't forget that you'll be leaving soon, and I'll have to start a new client work shortly. So why not take the advantage of the moment and have it together now?
Let's see. They trusted your judgment. That's the first mistake. Clearly. You couldn't believe how much had happened in a short amount of time. Rain thinks a glacier moving an inch a year is way too fast. Seems that way. Just passing by to wish y'all a good night. I'm gonna go sleep now. Have a nice rest. Thanks for stopping by. You stopped by a few times here. Glad to see you here. And I will see you soon. You're saying bye-bye, fish cakes? Wait, that's my line. But see you later, fish cake, I guess. I guess. See you later. Have a nice night.
Here you had been thinking you'd already made the most of the day. Apparently, Baxter considered your gallivanting around 2 towns to be just a lead-up to a yet-to-come grand finale. Could we do that without having to make a reservation or sign up for dance lessons? And wait, would something even be open this late? That gaping hole in the master plan couldn't fluster Baxter, as expected.
I know a place. Now it wouldn't be as attractive a location as the Adams affair. However, it's entirely functional for our purposes. To add to the effect, we could visit the apartment and change into something more appropriate. Don't you think it's a shame I haven't gotten a single chance to wear a true suit yet? This standard everyday look doesn't have the same impact.
The car stopped at a red light, and Baxter made the most of that opportunity as well. Turning his head to face you directly, his expression was hopeful.
It could be our first real date. At least the first of our second time being together.
Well, we can't say no, so, alright, but only for you, I guess, Baxter. Only for you. That's our outro stream over. It's not over! It's not over! No one leave! You're trapped here! I can't leave, you can't leave! You're with me now! I literally pulled an all-nighter. Oh no, babe. Rest well, okay? Have a good one. 07.
Thank you, Rain.
He chirped sweetly. But when his eyes went back to the road, he was smirking deviously. Baxter channeled his growing energy into a taut grin on the wheel.
Finally, I have a partner I can dance with whenever we wish to.
The light turned green and he hit the gas. Your back pressed into the seat with the rapid change in momentum. There would be no rest for the wicked. It all made you snicker. His enthusiasm never failed to delight.
That no rest for the for the wicked. The no rest for the wicked is feeling way more appropriate right now.
You arrived at the apartment building, went straight up to Baxter's floor, and through the front door of his place. Without needing to reiterate the latest scheme, you and Baxter split off into your respective rooms to get fancy. You,
dressed glamorously, obviously. When the option comes to dress glamorously, dress glamorously.
The chance to wear this special outfit didn't happen often, but you always packed it in case something unexpected materialized. And you were eager to find or create a fitting reason when the situation allowed for it. The wedding would have been inappropriate since it was Jude and Scott's time to shine. But thanks to your preparation, you were ready to dazzle. Digging hastily, you found what you needed in your suitcase and shook out any wrinkles that might have been hidden there. It was ready to go. When you were dressed, you found Baxter already waiting in the living room. He lifted his head and a thin smile pulled across his face. Of course, he would know how to put on a suit in a flash. Baxter was dolled up in a sleek, stylish brown suit that highlighted his eyes, rather than trying to distract from them. And tonight, they looked clearer than ever. Stunned speechless for a moment, Baxter admired the sight with a grin, then came the praise.
Oh, the formal clothes we pressured Cove into buying for us. Yeah, exactly!
Rain, I must admit that I'm equally impressed and surprised. I had no idea that you even had an outfit of that caliber on hand.
His awe made the intense preparation worth the trouble. It wasn't often that you could catch Baxter off guard.
Truly, you look exquisite.
Let's see. Yeah, I suppose I didn't expect him to wear a brown suit.
I know what you mean. I found it's an exemplary piece to wear when I want to step outside the lines of black tie formality.
He idly adjusted the cuffs of his suit jacket. Your eyes followed that movement.
I've been told this set is an attention grabber.
Automatically, you glanced up and caught the gentle curve of his smile.
I don't know if I really like the brown, to be honest, but I'll go with it.
Shall we go?
Yeah. On that note, the two of you left the apartment behind and gallivanted off into the city. It was exhilarating to run off with little warning to who knew where with Baxter Ward by your side. You felt all of 18 years old again, and you had no idea until just now how deeply you missed this. The engine cut off, and Baxter's latest mystery location was unidentifiable. Closing his car door, all you could see was the small, empty lot and the few street lamps keeping it lit. This lot still sat behind a huge building, but from the spot you had no way of knowing what the inside could be. The back was entirely non-distinct, just an imposing white wall.
He really wants to sell me a used car. Clearly, hi, I ended stream early. I see. Sorry I couldn't make it. As you can see, we're still here streaming, so this is a long chapter. It's such a long chapter. My poor throat. I'm never gonna recover from this.
Okay. Deep breaths, Angie. Deep breaths. We got this. Are you sure this is the right way?
Yes, there's a door ahead.
Baxter led you away from the car and towards a back door you had missed entirely in the shadows. He opened it with little effort and slipped inside. Perplexed, you stood there and stared at the dark void Baxter disappeared into.
Right this way.
You could kind of see his arm in the doorway, and Baxter motioned for you to follow.
Oh my god, is this really gonna turn into a horror game?
You had anticipated being surprised by where he was taking you, but this was way more unusual than even his usual fare. Following inside, you struggled to see anything without the tiny rays of light flittering through the doorway. Baxter still found your hand and began leading you forward. No explanations were offered. Instead, Baxter acted under the assumption that you blindly would come with him. And he was right. Baxter was ahead with confident steps. You trusted him enough to believe that this wasn't a mistake. Wherever the two of you were, he at least knew the pitch-black hallway. He found precisely where to reach to open another door. In the new black void, you caught a faint echo of your own footsteps stopping by his side. Next to you, the door felt like glass under your fingertips. Baxter lightly squeezed you, and then he let go.
Wait here, please. I'll get the lights.
There was nothing else to do. Listening closely, you could hear Baxter's steps bounce around the presumed open space as he strolled ahead.
We're here forever, clearly. I figured hooking up with Baxter at the wedding was going to be the end. Where could this possibly end? That's what I'm thinking now. I don't know. It's cool. YouTube, no viewers. Oh, I'm sorry. I joined, except for the one time I went AFK. I see. Let's see.
Nope, we read this. He moved further and further away until you heard the loud click of multiple switches being flipped. Several rolls of lights zapped on in succession. The lights flashed in their brightness and blinded you. Shielding your face, you were aware of Baxter moving in your direction.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I should have warned you. Are you alright?
Squinting, your blurry sight gradually adjusted. You finally got an idea of where you were. A big, nearly empty room with a shiny tiled floor. It was strange. Something was familiar about this picture, almost like you'd seen this room before. That was it! You had seen this room before, specifically in photos Scott and Jude sent before their wedding. This must have been where they practiced with Baxter. Is this your work building?
Correct.
Baxter revealed the ring of keys hooked around his finger and spun it, his expression impish.
If we're being technical, we're long closed for the day. However, I happen to have keys.
We're gonna be arrested for breaking and entering.
No, not at all. I'm allowed to visit at any time, even when customers are not. What if I need to access a file in the office? Weddings, as you know, are a juggle of many moving pieces. The difficulty would only increase if the work fell exclusively from a window of set hours.
Yeah. A single wedding was chaotic enough, but planning them as a career could easily be more than a full-time job. You'd have to ready to tackle needs and demands wherever they hit.
Exactly. The higher powers that be understand we do what we must. I can come and go from the building as I please.
Honestly.
Though bringing a date here is not entirely an expected reason for coming. Personally, I'd say this still counts as a job adjacent. You're helping me maintain my professional dancing form. The owners are highly understanding.
See?
And excuses are only necessary if we're caught, which might not even happen.
Mischief twinkled in his eyes. He seemed so certain of his abilities that you had to believe Baxter would never be taken to task for the stunt. There was no way you could have predicted the situation if you tried. Baxter Ward was an enigma. Well, you surprised me.
Excellent.
Excellent. One moment, please.
Holding up a single digit, Baxter politely dipped his head, and then went to the counter by the far wall. He was messing with something there, but you couldn't tell what while walking to the center of the room.
When do we want to do this? I mean, I suppose the first one, since that's the most romantic and that's what we're going for now. So yeah.
Already lost in thought and imagining a song, you tapped your foot and then spun on your toes. A few snickers bubbled up from the silliness.
We had no dancing skills whatsoever. I'm gonna say that now. We suck.
But nothing needed to be impressive. It would still be fun. Music began playing and Baxter promptly returned to the center of the room. He hummed along with the melody. Baxter placed a hand across his heart.
As you know, I enjoy a nice waltz around the room. However, I'm not a one-trick pony, and I'm not selfish enough to only want to stick with my expertise. Is there a particular style you prefer? I could teach you anything you have in mind for the best of my ability, or vice versa if you know better. I'm open to experimentation.
I don't know about this one. So basically, dance, 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 that's right.
Faith, is there any particular dance you'd like to do? From this list, is there any that catch your eye?
I'm gonna take a much needed water break for a second. 6 hours, oh my poor throat. It's okay, we'll be done soon. We'll be done soon. Wait, I missed where he took us. Why are we in a school auditorium? We're not, we're in his office.
Waltz it is. Baxter's face brightened gloriously.
Gladly.
I'd love nothing more.
With that, Baxter showed you a remote you'd never seen before. The question bounced on the tip of your tongue, but your gaze trailed towards the back of the room, and the answer struck. It was obvious once you realized the sound system was hidden behind the counter, and he must have grabbed the remote while he was still there. Baxter swapped through the music tracks until he found something that was sufficiently waltz-esque. Then he slipped the remote into his jacket pocket. Oh, our freckles! Like a proper gentleman, Baxter extended his hand to you, and you gladly took it. Baxter gradually tightened his grip. He was searching for a sign that you were ready to begin. You answered him with a happy nod, and he pulled you to his chest. You knew enough to tell it was entirely unnecessary to begin with your bodies brushing against each other. But you also knew you wouldn't want anything different. The waltz was smooth and romantic as the dancers were floating air. It wasn't hard to understand why Baxter loved it so much. He moved elegantly and brought you along every step of the way. Since there was only the two of you, the room's size worked beautifully. A waltz, as a traveling dance, required space in order to be performed comfortably. You put on an unforgettable showcase, a toe-stepping, silly mess of a dance, yet Baxter didn't appear to mind one bit. While you lacked Baxter's natural command and elegance, he still danced with you as if this night was his greatest privilege. Then the music shifted. The conclusion of the current song was on the horizon, and you just knew this was going to be the conclusion.
Let's see. What do we choose? We'll be done soon. Is this the new Deltarune tomorrow? It almost feels like it now. We'll be done soon, and other hopeful lies to tell yourself. Baxter spun you out just as the song ended? Perfect.
He twisted so your back was to his chest, and you were ready for what he had in mind. In a swift rotation, Baxter twirled you outward, and then pulled you in close once more. Your eyes stayed locked on one another. Your breathing was heavy. The music's end left you both suspended in silence. Baxter's gaze was distracting enough that you almost missed when he cupped your face. His thumb tenderly brushed your cheek. Your skin felt electrified under his touch. He moved slowly at first, but then his lips rapturously pressed into yours. Sliding your arms past his neck, you curled your fingers in his hair and deepened the kiss. You hoped that you would have the chance to witness Baxter this happy again and a million times more.
Let's see, what to answer with. I do like number 4. Number 4 is fun. I'll go with that.
Thanks for the dance, my good sir. Placing a hand across your heart, you dipped your head politely.
Baxter's mouth pulled into a far too pleased smile. The is pretty funny.
My pleasure.
It was my pleasure.
Bravo.
You dance beautifully, Rain.
You knew it was time to let go of Baxter, but you really didn't want to, and he also struggled with the same dilemma. It didn't help that the room felt strangely different now that the music was off. There was so much calm after the storm, even if it was the good kind of storm. Sliding backwards, Baxter made sure that there was enough room, and then gave you a grand bow. He stared up at you from between the strands of his bangs before standing straight again.
Might I get you a drink after so much exertion?
Confused, you peered at Baxter skeptically. You had no idea how he was apparently going to accomplish that.
There's a water cooler right at the back.
He didn't even need to check. Baxter nudged his head towards something past his shoulders, leaning you.
I can't speak all of a sudden. We're gonna need that water again. I'm gonna watch the sunrise after this stream. I think I'm gonna watch the sunrise after this stream. And the sun just set recently.
Leaning, you peeked past him and spotted it instantly. Oh.
Yeah, we do love our water.
His lips pressed into a sweet smile, and then Baxter turned on his
I
heels.
can do that.
2 waters coming up.
Baxter sauntered to the water cooler and fetched you both something to drink. A minute later, he passed you a full cup of water. He tilted his head back to swallow a large sip. He brought the cup down again, and he combed his swoop of his bangs to the side with his other hand.
Now, we could continue standing here, but there's something better we can rest our feet. Would you care to follow me?
All right.
Lovely.
Wonderful.
Baxter casually dropped the remote off on the counter and shut down the music system completely. Leaning against the glass door, you waited for him to finish. Then you left the room behind. left the room behind and traveled down a different hallway. Now that Baxter wasn't maintaining a mystery, he switched on several lights along the way. It was wild to be sneaking through a closed building. Glancing at a clock, it was getting pretty late too. If Baxter wasn't orchestrating it, there was no way you ever would have experienced a night like this. Taking your drinks for the trip, Baxter brought you to a much more familiar spot. He swung the door open with extra confidence.
Welcome back to my office, Rain. Make yourself at home.
This made the most sense anywhere, but your brows still rose. Part of you had accepted that you'd never see this place again. Baxter flicked a hand as he walked and talked. He went straight for the couch and settled down on it. He immediately got comfortable by stretching his legs and slinging his arms along the back. The whole time his gaze rested on you.
Let's see.
Sit next to him.
We'll sit next to him. I forgot to ask, why does Baxter's office have a school auditorium? It's a dance hall for people who want to practice dancing. You know, because sometimes that whole thing, Baxter used to be like a dance performer, so he sometimes teaches the couples how to dance. That! Why not sit on his lap? I see what you're thinking. I don't think that's an option.
Sit next to him, sit on the couch, or sit on the office chair. So we'll sit next to him. Lowering into the cushion, you situated Baxter's arm under your head. It was nice. Baxter cozied closer to you on the side, and he hummed happily as he did it too. The re-establishment of warmth between the two of you gave you goosebumps.
I never get to do this.
Relaxing even further, Baxter idly ran his free hand along the purple fabric.
How strange, being on this side of the room.
Yeah.
Interesting questions here.
Hey, if you got married, do you think you would plan it yourself or hire a different planner?
Interesting question. I've never thought about that before. Faith is Baxter's strongest solitary soldier. We need one person, okay? Cove got one, Derek got one. We need someone for Baxter. What question should we ask? I'm curious about a couple of these. Huh. You guys have any? You guys have any that you want to put to the front? While I'm letting that sit, I'm gonna drink some water because, ow. Alright. Okay, so I think I'm gonna go with this one because I'm a little curious. You had expected he'd need at least a second to think, or at least to react to the sudden inquiry. However, Baxter shot out an instant response.
Unless someone was intending to wed my cold dead body, no other planner would have a say in my own wedding.
Ah, I see.
Blinking, you absorbed that dramatic answer and then erupted into a fit of laughter. Baxter had delivered it so seriously, but your reaction softened his expression.
I'm happy you found that so amusing.
He crossed his leg gradually lost his polite demeanor for a coy one.
Though, with that said, why would you ask me, Rain?
How forward do we want to be with this? Because we're in your office where you plan weddings. You know, as you're the wedding planner, planning weddings. Future reference. Because we're in a wedding planning office. Okay, I like this one. I think it's funny.
Smiling awkwardly, you gave him a brief shrug. You were growing more embarrassed by the second, and it didn't help that Baxter continued to watch you attentively.
Certainly.
Don't worry, I believe you entirely.
Dropping your face into your hands, you tried to hide how red your cheeks had gotten. Fortunately, Baxter didn't say anything after that. He let you compose yourself in peace. Baxter plucked the cup he brought with him off the table and took another sip. Slowly, he lowered it and let out a wistful sigh.
Thanks for indulging me tonight, Rain. This has been the most fun I've had in I don't know how long.
To be honest,
I do know now that I want to dance again, outside of work, for myself. I'm sorry for brushing you off about this topic before. In a way, I felt of love with that passion. It became tedious and unsatisfying to do it with complete strangers, and I didn't have enough hours in a day dedicated to long-term competitive partner any longer. But perhaps I should have tried harder not to give it up entirely.
Baxter leaned an elbow on the arm of his chair and rested his cheek against his knuckles. His mouth twitched.
How embarrassing. Even my choice of hobby revolved around having a serious and understanding relationship with someone else. The precise matter I've had a lifelong struggle to obtain. I don't think my 8-year-old self was trying to make a statement when he decided this activity was worth pursuing, but still, it's quite fitting,
Let's see.
We'll be sweet.
I'm happy to dance with you whenever I'm in the area. The harsh pinch in his brow softened considerably, and then he lifted his chin.
I appreciate that.
After all of that...
You know, at this point we might as well be at ease.
Being pressed against him, you took in Baxter's cologne with every breath. It was flowery, but not quite a perfume. The floral notes was fresh, sharp, and there was an undercurrent of spice, a mature scent for a gentleman of sorts. For a time, you rested on the couch, saying nothing and listened only to the beat of your lover's heart. But when the idea of relaxing crossed into the risk of falling asleep, while breaking and entering, you and Baxter decided to sit up properly again. It wasn't long before you both finished the last drops of your water and tossed the paper cups into the office trash bin. Tiredly rubbing his shoulder, Baxter released a satisfied breath.
Well,
We should go. If we linger too much longer, I'm afraid operating hours might begin while we're here. That would be difficult to explain.
Oh yeah, good idea. Baxter rose to his feet and brushed off any lint that might have gotten on his suit jacket. He nudged his head towards the door. You moved to follow. He brought you down the same path. Baxter and you turned the lights off, and you went along. Once you reached the parking lot, you waited for Baxter to lock the building. After a day delightful enough to rival the wedding itself, you and Baxter finally returned home. You slipped quietly through the lobby, not quite tiptoeing. Your feet were too sore and heavy for that. Goosebumps lingered on your skin from the rush of your adventure, but exhaustion crept closer and closer to you as you neared the last destination of the day. By this time, Baxter was closing his apartment door behind you. You were ready to collapse at the finish line. It felt good to be back.
thank you.
Well, I must thank you for a truly incredible time, Rain. I'll keep you only for a moment longer.
Your drooping eyes lifted. He had more up his sleeve? This sign of interest was awfully encouraging for Baxter. His smile pulled too wide to be considered purely polite.
No.
There is something to consider. On the one hand, I do have a pleasant, fully furnished guest room it's sensible to make use of. But on the other...
Hey Faith, I think you're gonna be pretty happy in a second.
Baxter literally lifted a hand up in your general direction. Naturally, the motion was completely nonchalant. Nothing unusual happening here.
The master bedroom is frankly superior. I would say it'd be impolite to not even offer the space to my girlfriend.
I think she's going to find another chapter. Dear God. I'll keep you here for just a moment longer. Don't do that. Don't give us hope.
It didn't matter that your eyelids were as heavy as bowling balls.
They flew open at the proposition.
You don't mean you're going to use the guest room, right? You want me to spend the night with you?
Oh, yes.
Exactly.
Hey, chat? Chat, that's on you. That's entirely on you. At this point, though, I'd like to remind chat that I am a say-so channel. We are very say-so here. We are absolutely say-so. Except that now I knew Faith would jump on this. Well, at least he isn't being coy. No, he straight up just went for it. Alright, well, it'd be rude to reject your hospitality.
Baxter's coy smile split open into a giddy grin, like cracking a stone to see a beautiful geode inside.
Perfect.
Then feel free to join me after you've changed. I'll be waiting.
You might have said okay as you made a hasty exit, or maybe it only came out as an unintelligible noise. Briefly, the two of you parted ways. You got ready to sleep as quickly as you could with your tired bones, resisting the effort of even changing clothes. After you won the battle against zippers and buttons, you gathered a few necessities to migrate over to your new room. You hesitated at this partially open door for just a little bit, and then entered. Being there definitely felt different than your first venture inside, even if it looked the same. Specifically, you couldn't help noticing the massive clothing haphazardly piled on the side table.
Hello, I'm back from a nap. Hello, welcome, you came at such an interesting time.
There you are. Welcome.
Hi, is that from the morning of the wedding? That was the last time you'd gotten to enter Baxter's room, you realized.
Yes.
There was no hesitation. You snorted at how straightforward he was, most of the time with certain things.
I'll get to reorganizing another day, after you leave, or perhaps I'll be inspired to do it before then, if I have the time. We'll see. I'm uncommitted. Of course, usually, I wouldn't show my room in such a state, this early in a relationship, or even really, but you've already seen far worse from me, including being there to witness me making this very mess.
Baxter busied himself by turning down the blankets for both of you.
It's 5 years too late for me to fool you into thinking I'm flawlessly put together, and I wanted you to stay with me tonight.
This is a very sterile bedroom. What did you expect from Baxter? Let's be honest here, what did you expect?
He chuckled at himself while getting on top of the mattress.
Okay, alright. Alright, Angie, just a little more. We can get through this.
We can get through this. Those two plants are the only hint of color, of character, and even they feel fake. They might be. They might be fake plants. We don't know that. Alright. Oh my god, I need to stretch my back. 2. You know, it's pretty monochrome in here, Baxter.
Really? He's seems so. I hadn't noticed.
Uh-huh, sure. You followed Baxter into bed, certain that you were welcome there. Baxter had luscious feather pillows that squished in all around your head when you laid down. It was like getting a hug, but for your cheeks. Your boyfriend's face was particularly obscured by a fluffy pillow too. He had to inch from the center of the puffball to the edge of the bed to see better. You turned on your side to face him. Baxter's sighing breath was near enough to flutter your eyelashes.
As tempting as it is to stay up for the remaining half of the night, I know we shouldn't. Rest is important and very needed today in particular.
She's stretching her back. Another grandma say, Hey! Hey!
Good night.
Good night, Rain.
Good night.
Oh, we're actually just literally sleeping. Okay.
He had a convenient switch he could hit from the bed to shut off all the lights in the room. But there was still one piece missing before Baxter was officially settled in. You felt his arms wrapping around you. Then Baxter whispered one last thought.
I'm glad you are here.
I'll be here as long as I can.
Then.
Okay. Hey, Faith, you're the one that loves these ones, right? I have another one for you. To our #1 Baxter fan. What do you want to do? Can I have Clown Oliver? You can. 3 it is. Let me get Clown Oliver now. Now that I pressed that, let me get Clown Oliver out. I don't know if I've updated Clown Oliver, so this might still be the old Clown Oliver. Yeah, that's the old Clown Oliver. That's fine. I'll switch it out later. I'll make sure to switch it out. I'll have to remind myself, but I'll make sure to switch it out. Alright.
Just something small. It wasn't long enough for him to properly lean into, but he was too darling not to peck.
Hey Fish, did you know you're great for falling asleep too? Well, I'll take that as a compliment.
Is my voice relaxing or something? I'll take that.
How lovely.
Baxter murmured against your ear in dreamy bliss. As incredible, as outright unbelievable as it was to be in Baxter's embrace for the night, the nerves you had couldn't compare to the pure comfort it brought you. You had gone through so much to be where you were. For years you thought anything like it would never happen. You might have given up trying, but you had no real hope it would come to anything. Now that it was okay for you and for him, you could relax in a wholly complete sense. Baxter felt the same relief. Neither of you needed further words of reassurance. Your warmth between you was enough. Your half-conscious mind swam through a moving tide of memories of the current day and the entire wedding planning excursion. The mental water was warm, relaxing. You smiled and cast one more glance at the man you were in bed with before your eyes could no longer stay open. Putting on a fantastic event for Jude and Scott, seeing friends and family, starting a new relationship, that boyfriend being Baxter Ward. Even though your time in Prison Vista and everywhere beyond and in between would come to an end soon, it could not possibly have gone better. Without even realizing it, you drifted into pleasant dreams. Then when morning arrived, you saw him there. He hadn't vanished. He didn't leave you behind. Baxter remained fast asleep beside you, exactly as you knew he would be. The sheets surrounding you were full of the spiced floral scent Baxter wore as cologne. It was so classy, a perfect match to his normal demeanor, the public-facing part of him. Here, something that sharp didn't fit at all. Baxter was entirely graceless when he slept, with his face crushed into the pillows and his hair having lost its character swoop. Get ready for another full day of his route. I mean, that's what I was thinking. Just kind of passed out for 2 hours, 4 a.m. Go to sleep! No one was a flawless paragon of poise. It was intentional and took effort. Morning Baxter was always a good reminder of this. You could write a list of your frustrations with Baxter Ward. Secretly being kind of a mess was not on it. You liked that about him. Right then, you were able to look at every little feature of his up close. His sharp manicured eyebrows and equally pointed nose, the mole on his neck, of course. And at the tippy top of his head, if you squinted in the sunrise, you could see a gradient in his strands. It was lighter at the roots, the rest of his hair. In the smallest of ways, Baxter had let you see his natural color. It was beautiful. You gently stroked his head. He smiled in his sleep, and then his deep brown eyes fluttered open. He continued to do so. But before saying anything, he yawned and stretched and rubbed a thin line of drool from his mouth. Baxter also made a valiant attempt to straighten out his bedhead. Only then did he determine it was appropriate to greet you.
Nice to see you.
Hello, Rain. How nice it is to see you again. Another wonderful day,
Another 50 minutes spent describing breakfast, dear God.
Yeah, good morning. Despite officially being awake now, Baxter cozied up to you again. His hands re-established the hold they had on you before he attempted to clean up. It was positively delightful to be with someone who was equally against being a morning person as you were. You'd had many early days of rushing about, and tomorrow would be another. That's when you would need to leave. Today, in that moment, you could both afford to linger in bed, so you snuggled against your boyfriend in return. With contented kisses and scattered whispers, Baxter indulged in having you completely to himself. Eventually, though, it was decided to bring the lazing about from the bed to the living room. Not even Baxter wanted to spend an entire day lounging in his room, and it was past the hours he shunned. As you got your still slightly aching feet, you brought another glimpse of the driftwood statue sitting bright on the shelf. Unaware of what had captured your attention, Baxter got on his zebra print slippers and shuffled off ahead of you. You ambled into the living room after him, still in your PJs, but with phone in hand. It was in case anyone reached out before you bothered to dress. This was your last full day in town, so odds were high someone would call or text at any minute. Still thinking of his souvenir, you watched as Baxter slowly curled up on his preferred chair. The blue one tinted towards the window. You took a spot on the couch.
Let's see here. I don't remember the driftwood statue. Was the driftwood statue important? I don't remember that.
Where's the joke option to poke out his eyes? Not here, I'm afraid. So hey Angie, remember when you said you were gonna finish Derek's last section in that one stream no matter what, and end up having to tap out and do another stream? I do remember that. I do feel like we're close though. We have to be, right? We've closed off everything else. We've closed off everything else. There's no way we're not close. There's no way. We have to end this. Okay. You still have the driftwood statue?
Oh, you noticed.
He his usual pale cheeks flushed with color. It stood out even more starkly than usual considering his outfit was almost pure white.
Yes.
Baxter explained to himself with a flippant gesture of his hands, controlling his body more smoothly than he could his emotions.
I am fond of it even now. I've never been able to part with it. But isn't that what souvenirs are for? Keeping them for long term?
Go, Angie, surely it won't take another 5 hours. I would die. You said every single thing in this sentence before, too.
Listen.
Listen. We'll see. Hold on.
I'm being entirely reasonable for holding on to that, after thoroughly leaving everything in Sunset Bird behind.
He was entirely too aware of how ridiculous he sounded. Baxter had attempted using humor to overcome the hurdle of sentimentality. Side out of affection. That is fun. We'll do that. Casually, you glanced down at your phone. There was little a conscious thought to it. In the back of your mind, you might have been motivated to see the time or check for messages. Nothing of much importance. There was a new notification and it stopped you in your tracks. Your eyes remained stuck on the device long enough for Baxter to ask if something was the matter. No, nothing was wrong. Not wrong at all. What had so completely captured your attention was that Baxter had been added to your group chat with Terry, Miranda, and Cove. It felt unreal. Only a week ago, Baxter was someone from the distant past. Someone you were never meant to see again. And now, there was his name in a friend chat. You had started dating him, but that addition was what fully let the situation sink in. Acceptance into your circle, a mundane yet crucial presence in your social space. Baxter was truly a part of your life again.
Rain.
He prompted you for a response again, now concerned. Sorry, it's fine. Check your phone. Baxter's laughing at us. He is! Baxter did so. He gathered the phone that matched his pajamas and color scheme and gave it a curious look.
Oh.
That was all he could mutter. Baxter drew the screen closer towards his face. He stared at the notification as hard as you imagined you'd done just seconds ago. You'd been so distracted by the initial revelation that you weren't even sure what the message said. The words hadn't penetrated your head. Trying again, you scanned the most recent text. It started with an exuberant declaration from Terry. Hey buds, we gotta get together today. Get together. Oh my god. That silence was loud. Oh, I'm gonna check something real fast. I'm just gonna check something. I just real fast. I just wanna check something. This had better be one of those make plans and fade to black things. I know, that's exactly what I'm thinking. I'm looking it up. I don't care anymore. I'm looking it up.
I am looking it up. Hold on. Oh my god. I'm just gonna pull up another live streamer real fast. Because if it's only gonna be like 15 minutes left, if there's only gonna be like 15 minutes left, then it would suck to just end it now. However, oh my god. All right, our life, Baxter. Okay, let's get to this. Okay. Angie dies. Angie's clearly dying. Angie is clearly dying. I'm looking at this one streamer and they streamed for 10 hours. They streamed Baxter's route for 10 hours. Like total? I think this is the epilogue. Okay, I got to where she is. And it looks like there is right around an hour left. And I don't know how much this person stopped. I don't know about how much this person took, but it looks like there is about an hour left to this route. Before us, there are two paths. One in which I stick it out and do the last hour. Another where I put it on hold and we wait another week and then go and then do a 1 hour stream. Everyone is saying to go ahead and do it. All right. Grab some water. Grab some water. Grab a friend. Grab your emotional support, whatever. Because we are going to get through this. Let's go.
Let's do it in the evening. Everyone should be free then.
Sure.
You shook off the reverie, still slowing down and reacting to the conversation.
Do we invite Xavier or not? Chat that's with me, do we invite Xavier? Come on, we have an hour to spend. I feel like if you're doing it all tonight, you will reach the end and scream like a pit pterodactyl in victory and lose your voice forever. Sounds about right. That'll make for great content. We'll clip the end of Baxter's route. Grabs Angie and shakes violently. We're gonna end this. We're gonna end this completely, Klepik. We're going to finish Baxter's route so we never have to face this horror again. Let's add that'd be nice.
And you put that thought into action with a text reply. Yeah, I want to see everybody. Terry set along a stream of party popper emotes and instant reply. Randy chimed in almost the exact same way. She had a long suggestion, so it took longer to create than a series of emojis. We should meet up at Jude's in Scott's place. It's bigger and they're not using it.
Yeah, they already said Rain could be there. They can't stop us now. I don't know where that is.
To others, that might read as disinterest or perhaps a complaint, but you could gauge the real worry that prompted his message. You're not going to be the one driving. We'll pick you up.
Okay. I have to go to sleep. See you another day. See you, Okabe. Thanks for joining us. So wedding today too, right? Yeah, we're gonna get all the way to Baxter's wedding as well.
In your peripheral vision, you notice motion. Baxter's fingers were tapping away. He was going to join the chat.
We will see you this evening then. I'm looking forward to it.
Very typical of Mr. Ward, though the exclamation mark was a bit festive. But then he sighed, the blasé text off with a,
Most sincerely, your friend Baxter Ward.
Okay, man.
Your phone lit up immediately as the device itself was chuckling. Terry lolled repeatedly. Cove could only think of commenting what. Miranda didn't even have a reply. Most likely she was laughing in real life. We'll let that one end. You properly looked over at the man himself. Chuckling, Baxter surveyed the results of the digital bomb he dropped on the unsuspecting group chat. Then he placed his weapon down on the coffee table. His legs were crossed and he leaned comfortably into the boxy blue chair.
I'd like to admit something, Rain. I had your number all along. Of course, I never looked it over these years we were apart, but didn't have it in me to delete it either.
You what? The memory of that first day flashed when Baxter offered you a business card so you could contact him for professional purposes only, and asked for yours in return. When he refused to answer your accusation that he already should have your number. How strange, the bitter hurt feeling of that moment were so easy to remember, yet felt entirely separate from yourself. You had the hindsight to see how, even then, it was obvious, inevitable, that you and Baxter wouldn't stay on bad terms for long. He was a softie who longed for your approval, certainly not a stranger who truly didn't want anything to do with you. And there was no real chance he had deleted the number you'd given him. Baxter continued his story, after kindly giving you the space to digest what he'd said.
Recently, I found myself scrolling through our text history.
You did? I read them too.
I understand.
Incredible. We can't help ourselves, At first, the feeling is mutual. It was nice to see those old conversations.
Yeah. Both you and Baxter were taken in by the feelings of sentimentality, speaking softly and enjoying the gentle warmth of shared memories. Until his features twisted wryly, the tale wasn't quite over. However, it would have been far more pleasant if only
Oh, no, wait. That's Baxter. Whoops.
However, it would have been far more pleasant if only I had been reminded of how I texted as a 19-year-old.
Baxter placed a hand across his eyes woefully.
I said sincerely your friend in a text wholly sincerely. How I had the nerve to view myself as someone without any social awkwardness I will never know. Don't worry, the statement was far more self-aware this time.
Well, yeah, no, that is pretty bad. Each of you, I think we're missing like 30 Olivers on how cursed this stream is. Hang in there, man. Hang in there. We'll get through it. Oh, man. It was funny.
You were the first person to mock me for it. Don't think I've forgotten.
Well, I've changed my mind. You don't know what you've got till it's gone.
Really? I can't say I don't understand the conundrum.
Baxter's signature smirk wasn't missing from his face for long.
Perhaps I stand to add a little flair to my written statements. But it was considerate of your friends to add me to the group.
That's where you belong. Baxter smiled at you brilliantly.
Then it's settled.
After evening plans were set, the two of you chatted in the kitchen and prepared a meal. Baxter got to prove once and for all that even if he couldn't bake, he could cook. Over breakfast, or rather brunch considering how late it was decided that you'd go out of the apartment for a while. Not to reach any particular place, just to enjoy the act of walking itself. You finished the food, cleaned up, and went to the midday sunshine. You and Baxter wandered Prism Vista City with little purpose and zero plan. Baxter had set the direction to get away from the hustle and bustle of the city center. But that was all the thoughts that went through your path. There was no denying your surprise when he agreed to spend time doing this, easily at that. It wasn't exactly Baxter's style, an outing that didn't require at least a 20-minute drive. That wasn't predetermined to be exactly the right venue for the moment. Unheard of. But the shift in preference was only a good thing. Pushing himself to come up with a unique activity for every moment was an unfair standard to meet. Not to mention impossible considering you intended to spend many days together over the course of your lives. Reflecting on your past experiences was with a full perspective, that was a pretty blatant sigh. sign of Baxter's greater problems. It wasn't merely that he was a tourist and wanted to make the most of his vacation, or that he was a planner who had to do his best for his clients. Baxter flat out didn't let himself have the kind of relationship with someone where all you needed was the other person. There had to be an angle, a point, an excuse to be together. None of that was necessary any longer. Finding somewhere new or doing something unexpected was fun, not crucial. And sometimes it was nice to do nothing besides walk and talk with someone you loved. As the skyscrapers got shorter and shorter until they vanished, and the sounds of the traffic became a distant hum drowned out by the rhythmic waves of the sea, you told Baxter about yourself. You got to explain your career in detail and what it was like employing yourself. And you described the place you were living now that you were no longer in your parents' home. Baxter listened with keen interest.
Oh, that is impressive.
Thanks. Can I ask something about you?
You can.
Well, I'm just wondering, why are you here? You could have lived anywhere. I don't get it. That was the genuine truth. Even as an adult, Baxter could confound and mystify you. The serene smile that had been on his face for the past 10 minutes curled. Baxter revealed the secrets as smoothly as he normally avoided them.
The way I saw it, after graduating, I had 3 choices of what to do. First, I could live in a state that I associated with my family, such as Oregon, where I grew up, or Colorado, where we often took vacations. Second, I could pick a state I had no experience with whatsoever, and move to it at random. Or third and finally, I could live in a state I inhabited already, and that I associated with independent life. That would be Virginia and California. Of course, the third option held the most appeal in my humble opinion. And while Virginia has its positives, I enjoyed its forests and the distinctively changing seasons. I never quite formed an attachment. It was so incredibly far away from everything I was used to. I simply couldn't commit to being an East Coaster.
Baxter flicked his wrist casually out towards the wide expanse of in front of you both.
So that was how I found myself returning to the dazzling coast of SoCal. This particular location was intended to only be a starting point. I was coming from the complete other side of the country, and I at least knew I enjoyed this area.
Oh. If it weren't for the questions about Xavier, I could almost lull myself into thinking they were closing the lines of this route. This really feels like it should end already. How did they pack another hour of text? Welcome to our life. Welcome to the epilogues of our life. Independent life, buddy, how did you buy that office?
I mean... I expected to relocate once I had my bearings. It wasn't my intention to linger where I might not be welcome. But who could have guessed it was harder to pack up and leave everything behind once you had silly things, such as an actual apartment in your own name, and a real career tying you down. Weeks passed, then months, and then, perhaps inevitably, I came face to face with one of the reasons I developed such a positive outlook on this state to begin with.
There, he paused. He didn't know how to fill it, or if you should. So you didn't, you let it remain. He smiled, and ultimately, Baxter continued.
You know, it never ceases to amaze me. California is directly behind Oregon. I could particularly walk there if I was industrious and stupid enough. Despite being here is a wholly different experience than what I had being raised in a neighboring state. Sometimes it seems as if I'm still a tourist. Still, I don't belong here, and everyone who passed by can smell the otherness on me.
To be honest.
Other days I have the confidence to think I've found my own place in the world.
The eye contact between you and Baxter locked meaningfully when he spoke that line.
To wrap up this long story, I'd say, in the end, I made the right choice.
Yeah, but the long story hasn't been wrapped up yet, has it?
Oh, I understand. And I'm glad you think so.
I do adore when we agree.
A pleasant breeze passed over the sea. It came over to ruffle your hair. You breathed in the salty air, letting it warm your body. Meanwhile, Baxter snorted it out. He'd been pointedly ignoring how close you'd gotten to the ocean, but his discomfort was swiftly replaced by a self-aware smile.
Wonderful.
Though, as ever, I'm here planning an absolute premium for a perk. I do not even want this stunning seaside view.
Yeah, you kept your feet dry.
Exactly. Regrettable, isn't it?
Oh no. How to do this in a way that won't make us be here for a long time. It's okay if you don't like the ocean or going to the beach. It's fine. I'm actually not okay with it, but I am okay with ending this. Your reassurance softened his grin, but Baxter's gaze remained contemplative.
I take it you're still partial to the ocean?
Absolutely.
I see.
Baxter whispered, his eyes fixed on the endless blue that was surrounding you.
Well, I should confess, I am fairly tired of having so many regrets, especially ones so difficult to avoid as 70% of the planet's surface, and doing so in California, no less.
Baxter lifted a leg to remove one black shoe and the matching black sock. He repeated the process with his other side. Then he took hold of his 2 sets of footwear. In a single hand, he used the free hand to roll up his suit pants to just above his ankles. He was making a clear statement of intent. Baxter Ward would be going in the water, but not deeply.
Yeah, we'll join him.
Your movement caught Baxter's attention. He waited for you to finish being forging ahead. The two of you stepped off the sturdy concrete path to the shifting sands of the shore. Baxter had gone onto his tiptoes before positioning himself into the dark, wet patch. He could wait for the ocean to come. The rest of the way to him, it was a compromise. I didn't know you'd dip your toes in that literally. Giggles bubbled up between you and Baxter like the foam of a wave.
This is a rapid progress, 10 times greater than dipping in a single toe.
And on that cue, the ocean repeated its perpetual motion and rushed over the beach. The cool water shot past you and Baxter, swirling and pulling around your feet. He instinctively reached out to take a hold of your wrist. There was something incredibly nostalgic about that moment. You were patient as he floundered in a few inches of water. It was a sensation Baxter had never gotten used to. Slowly, cautiously, Baxter let his grip on your arm slip. He stood on his own 2 tiptoed feet. He maneuvered around on the pads of his feet with his heels still lifted.
Rain, did you know I almost took ballet classes rather than ballroom?
Oh really?
No.
Alright, what was the point of that? Oh god, he's gonna add another hour! No, don't think like that! You can't think like that! He smirked completely unapologetically.
Honestly.
That's not true. I only ever wanted to do formal ballroom dancing. However, I'm not pretending when I say the dance hall I learned at did also have ballet lessons, and that I often caught bits and pieces of them.
In an attempt to display what he picked up from watching the other class, and using the fact that he was already on his toes, Baxter made a short leap. After making a splash, he attempted a pirouette in wet sand. Baxter swirled barely halfway through before getting stuck. At least he didn't trip over. For someone who acted exceedingly professional, he could be so silly. Baxter halted his frolicking to tuck his shirt back into his pants. It had started coming loose when he took another flying skip. He was having fun. And your summer stroll continued on, though now it was side by side along the shore. You took the spot in the row that was deeper in the water. Baxter's confidence buoyed with you in between him and the vastness of the ocean. Waves came and went, tickling his feet, and he didn't flinch. Though it might not have been the looking that actually did it. Baxter had graduated from clinging to your wrist to properly holding your hand. That was likely the stronger lifeline. Soon Baxter was walking on the whole of his feet, becoming more confident with every step. Letting out a contented sigh, Baxter made a declaration.
Wow.
Well, I still won't go swimming today, but perhaps I'll get there eventually after all. I hope you will be there to see that crowning achievement.
I better be.
Thank you, Rain.
On and on, you and Baxter moved together. At lunchtime, Baxter suggested you get a meal at the ocean restaurant where you first reunited. He was surprisingly sentimental, considering what a cynical teenager he used to be. But considering how often he'd walked down memory lane over just the last few days, maybe you should start expecting it from Baxter out of today.
We will be here to see you drown, buddy. Oh my god. At least Angie is speed running at the cost of neglecting chat. I'm trying to do both at the same time. A fair trade if I say so. I'm trying to do both. Both, you know.
And besides that, you were happy to do it. That first day, Baxter had fled the scene before dinner, had even started. Having a makeup meal would be a good way to bring things full circle. Luckily, you managed to snag a table without much of a wait. Baxter got a late black coffee and a salmon entree. The two of you indulged in an entirely unrushed meal. But as much as you savored the time, eventually you had to return home, so you'd have time to finish packing before the next outing. Baxter was even inspired to finally clean up those clothes strewn about from the morning of the wedding. It might have taken him a while to get around to that, but no one could say he did a poor job. Baxter's closet was neater and more organized than a high-end formal wear store by the time he was done. You got your work taken care of, too. And the sun began to set. It was time to see your friends, and not yours in that they were yours alone, but the friends you shared with Baxter. You left the tidy apartment and went straight to the suburbs. Parking in his usual spot across the street, the both of you exited his car. You ambled your way up to the front of the house, and then Baxter gave the doorbell a prompt ring. The person who answered the door of the Adam household couldn't have been either the Adams, you knew that. What you hadn't expected was the 6'4" figure of Cove Holden. But there was no complaints. You and your longtime companion immediately shared beaming smiles. It couldn't be helped. You were happy wherever you got to see each other, and it was the same for him. Hey, Rain. You waved excitedly in response. But since Cove got the reward of being the first to greet you, he also had to take on the responsibility of greeting the other guest who arrived. Sheepishly, he glanced at Baxter. Hey, thanks for coming.
Good day.
Hello, Cove. Thank you for allowing me to attend.
Yeah, so come in. Cove punctuated that with a tilt of his head, totally forgoing any explanations or even an acknowledgement of the strange circumstances. He then turned his whole body to go. You followed him into your former abode. Inside, you found an even bigger surprise than you had at the entryway. This friendly get-together was in fact an actual party. The brown leather couches and matching wood coffee table had been removed from the room entirely. There was also an additional of twinkling fairy lights strung along the walls. At the center of it were Terry and Randy, looking quite pleased with themselves. Those two had been the masterminds for whatever was happening. Baxter glanced at Cove, confused, but hopeful that the green-haired man might be only a henchman and more willing to spill the plan. Cove's smile had gone lopsided, and he merely shrugged one shoulder. Ta-da!
It's an appreciation party, for everything you did for Jude and Scott's wedding.
Terry respectfully saluted your arrival, like you were fellows in arms.
Very nifty.
We couldn't have done it without you.
Right? And Terry helped out a ton too. He did more than even me, I think. But I already have a different thank you for that.
Hold on, I'm gonna look at chat real fast before I really get into this. Hold on, pain and suffering was where I left off. I think Xavier counts as Baxter's friend more than ours. So do I. I think that too. You're replying to this in chat, mods. How are you doing? Thank you for checking in on my mods. They need the emotional support every now and then. Wait, did she just say Cove was 6'4"? Jesus, Cove, what are you doing in California? The Lakers need you! Right? Wow, Cove is tall. Cove is just the superior male, truly. I almost fell asleep. Understandable. For half a second, I was wondering if this was an intervention. It would be funny if that was the case. Yeah, Faith, unlike you, I did pass out out of boredom. Or Andy's voice was just soothing. Hey, you're not supposed to say out of boredom. Hey, you.
If you need to sleep, go ahead. I'll understand. The VOD will always be up, or you can just wait till the next stream. It's fine.
All right.
Terry draped one arm around his darling girlfriend and used the other to make an arc through the air.
She's gonna take me to a bunch of beaches down the coast of California. It's gonna be historic. Oh, you're going on a trip?
Baxter was attempting amazement with his reaction, but a knowing amusement couldn't be fully removed from his tone. Neither could the hint of a chuckle. It came across like a teacher being impressed that the student told them 10 came after 9. Miranda squeezed her eyes shut and grasped Terry's hand. She mouthed a thank you.
That is wonderful.
Thanks. Anyway.
Not wanting to make the evening about her, and because she was embarrassed, Miranda swiftly changed the subject.
You can both enjoy yourselves now. Rain did all the work for free. And Baxter, you didn't get to enjoy the ceremony or reception since you were running them. We really wanted to do at least a little something to make up for it.
She's speaking for the 3 of us. Cove actually helped with the entire event. Isn't that amazing? Hey, I'm not a party person, but I try as much as I can. You certainly do, Cove. We appreciate you as well. Yeah. Also, there's food.
Sorry there's no homemade cupcakes. We've got other stuff, though.
Hooray for food! That's all I'm thinking of. I'm so hungry I haven't eaten dinner.
Eat as much as you want.
Baxter's voice softened. His disbelief was honest that time.
Thank you so much.
Getting your own appreciation party had definitely caught you off guard initially, but honestly, you should have known that the group would have something up their sleeves. They'd become addicted to this party planning life, and they always returned your kindness in turn. Baxter should have too, now that you thought about it. This was already the second party these people had thrown for his sake. Miranda ended your train of thought with a clap of her hands. She was smiling sweetly.
If you want, we could even get dressed up again to make it a fancy party. It wouldn't be any trouble. There's enough time to do it and come back. And I know there's not a lot of chances to do something like that.
Baxter's gaze darted to you. Yours did the same towards him. His mouth hung open slightly, and you shared a silent look. And then you laughed, Baxter freely so, while you attempted to stifle it. The trio of celebration conspirators were suddenly at a complete loss.
I apologize.
Baxter covered his mouth with a hand, realizing belatedly that his behavior was not quite gentlemanly.
This is genuinely thoughtful, and it means a great deal to me that you went to this effort. The humor here as well. Well, the truth is, Rain and I already had that same conversation. And we already gave ourselves an opportunity to dance in formal attire again. It was just last night, in fact.
What? Your friend group erupted in unison, even faster than when Baxter gave a formal sign off through text. Terry threw his hands up and passionately.
Do you know how fast we put this together?
He kept one arm straight out in the air to hold up 2 fingers.
It hasn't even been 2 days.
Not bad.
Correct. We don't waste time, I'm afraid.
Baxter's cool answer dropped Terry's arm, and his jaw for good measure.
No way.
There's a limit, man. You cannot be this much of a social butterfly. Be a snail sometimes, B-man.
No, don't be a snail. Don't be a snail right now, Baxter. Don't you dare be a snail.
Oh my god.
Miranda gently took hold of Terry's shoulders. It grounded him enough to stop sputtering about insect metaphors. Then she took her own turn at asking questions.
Where did you go?
Baxter slipped his fingers down his smirking mouth. He gestured the hand with a casual flick of his wrist.
We have a place.
Wow. Exactly as you hadn't expected them to arrange a celebration in your honor, Miranda and Terry and Cove never could have guessed you and Baxter would have had your own little party for 2. This is still great.
Exactly.
Baxter restarted the efforts to convey his appreciation.
You're too kind.
Having a chance to celebrate with everyone here is incredibly special. Thank you all. And if it helps, our impromptu outing didn't include decorations or refreshments, excluding still water and paper cups.
His words landed around the room, bewildered stares regaining their spark. Terry punched a fist into his opposite palm.
Got it. Forget fancy clothes, let's eat those snacks already.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah!
I'd like that.
Okay.
The crowd migrated towards the dining table. It was stacked with a mix of sweet and savory and pre-made and homemade delights. Getting all dolled up might have been motivated by Baxter's preferences, but the food was clearly to your taste. All your friends knew you well, but there was one person in particular who was likely to thank for that. It came in handy to have someone around who'd been by your side for almost your entire life. Still, there was enough variety that everyone else spotted something in the spread they wanted too. A big draw was the single bright red handle of the controller cake that ended up on the menu. Terry assured you and Baxter they got permission for that.
Just don't touch the wedding cake. They're saving that for themselves. And you wouldn't want to see Scott steamed.
Uh-huh. After all the drama with that thing, those guys grew attached.
The party kicked off as the gang snacked and chatted. Cove, while piling a tiny plate with one of everything, mentioned how his dad was doing good, same old, same old. Mr. Holden sent you a hi back. He said hey to the wedding planner guy too, though they never really talked before, not even when Baxter was staying in Sunset Bird. That was nice. Baxter cracked a joke that he'd known this was such a grand event, he would have brought a bottle of champagne. Terry, helpfully, explained that if Baxter had known this was a grand event, it wouldn't have been a surprise anymore. Baxter nodded at those wise words. Miranda listened in on the exchange, but didn't give her 2 cents on it. She quietly ate her slice of cake. Taking a snappy bite of a chip, Terry said something you didn't entirely understand.
We've almost got a full house!
Almost? Miranda replied to your question over her shoulder while she searched the room. You hadn't even noticed she'd started that.
I'm gonna get Jude and Scott on a video call.
Wait, is it fine to bother them on their honeymoon?
Baxter's brow disappeared under his bangs, and he shot out a concerned look. Miranda nonchalantly located her purse, and more importantly, retrieved her cell phone from it.
And they're gonna get every single person they can in on this thing, aren't they?
We're literally gonna take a break down every memory lane, aren't we? Okay. They have narration, just skim the party.
Oh man. Is it fine? They're gonna be insulted, no heartbroken if they don't get to check in on what's up with us kids.
The phone was already ringing. Randy held it out towards her face as she navigated to the snack table.
Terry's right. They've been calling me all the time. I heard he got to talk about the plan. That's how I knew it was fine to serve the cake.
And move their stuff. Then, I will leave this to your discretion.
Baxter ran a tense hand through his hair. Few things chafed him more than reaching out to someone when it wasn't completely, entirely, and wholly certain they wanted it. But he was learning how to face his fear. The ringing stopped, and in its place a deep voice filled the space, coming from thousands of miles away.
Yo, Randy, Scott's here too.
Hey.
Hello there from the southern hemisphere.
Were you surprised?
You can ask them yourself.
She flipped her screen to reveal Jude and Scott squishing together so they both appeared on screen. Terry and Cove both waved, though only Terry spoke out.
Hello from your own house.
Baxter smoothed out non-existent lines in his jacket and gave a perfectly proper greeting as if he was meeting the two of them for the first time. In a way, he was. This would be Baxter's first encounter with the men as anything other than people who needed his services. To someone else, that might have been nothing. To Baxter, it was monumental.
Thank you for letting us make use of the home as a venue. I've never had more considerate clients.
You started it. You treated us way more than just clients. In his excitement, Scott knocked his husband's phone. Scott managed to steady it and get back in frame before any real harm could come to the device.
Remember the groom's cake? An appreciation party fits the bill. Ah, yes, that was well.
It's good.
Seriously, dude, relax. We're friends.
The roller straight line of Baxter's shoulders relaxed. He released a silent breath.
Yes, I suppose we are. That keeps happening to me. I'm glad for it.
Off to the side, Terry smiled mischievously. Rather than joining the conversation, he posed a question exclusively towards Miranda.
He's friends with us all, right? We're sure on that now?
Well, I hope so. Maybe we're not grown up enough for him.
Baxter graciously ignored the light teasing and gifted them with a rare, earnest admission, though you had a feeling it wouldn't be such an uncommon thing any longer.
Certainly.
Of course, I'm friends with you, and you are friends with me. That's why we're here with each other. And don't worry, the closing of this celebration and the end of summer itself won't be farewell. I'll be available for For you, as far as I can possibly foresee the future, you know where to find me, and I'll make my own efforts to maintain these lovely friendships.
Great.
Good, keep it that way.
Baxter couldn't speak further. The most he could pull together was a shaky smile as the two men on the other side of the call. Then he cast his eyes around the room. Baxter was quite literally surrounded by people who wanted to be there for him. It was enough to choke you up. You knew more than most about Baxter's emotional struggles with other people, but mainly himself. You experienced the ups and downs, the intense closeness, and vast distances. None of it changed the truth. He was a good man. Somehow, someday, someone would have seen that. It was inconceivable otherwise. Baxter would have found his friends he deserved no matter what. You were so grateful that you got to be numbered among them. Though you weren't Baxter's friend per se, you were his girlfriend. And by that point, everyone knew. Everyone except for the ones housing the party in your honor, Jude and Scott, were behind the times since going on vacation. Your gaze slowly crept away from the crowd and your new lover. When your eyes reached his face, you realized he was already looking back at you. He was thinking what you were thinking. You couldn't imagine any other reason Baxter would suddenly stall.
Do we really have to tell them? Do we really have to tell them this? I mean, we'll just nod. We'll just nod.
He got your message and cleared his throat.
Mr. and Mr. Adam, or should I say my dear friends Jude and Scott. Since we are this close and care about each other's lives, I think you may want to be made aware of a recent event.
Baxter might have accepted his friends into his life, but now how was he supposed to speak to them as if they were an aspect of a healthy social behavior that he needed more practice with?
Yes, tell us. Uh-huh.
Luckily, Scott and Jude listened to the rambling with equal parts curiosity and patience. It was equal because Scott was 100% intrigued and Jude was 100% chill. Between the two, it evened out. I suppose that does make sense.
You couldn't bring yourself to cheesily yell it out? Not at this moment.
Baxter grinned sharply. He did not keep them waiting any longer.
Wonderful. I'm Rain's boyfriend.
Really? Scott gasped out a single word. His glasses nearly fell off of his face with how fast he leaned forward. At least he didn't hit the phone this time.
Are we the last to hear about this?
Randy couldn't help teasing both her big brothers.
Yeah.
Yep. It's been a whole 2.5 days already. You're slow.
Hold on.
We were kinda busy. Wait, hold up.
Jude shut his mouth and squinted. He was mentally counting the days. After being in the bliss of a literal honeymoon stage, it took a second before he had a grasp on the normal passage of time.
You started dating on our wedding?
Hey Josh, you got some of that, didn't you? He figured it out.
It was only after you had left.
Scott pushed his glasses back into place, letting that revelation truly sink in.
Our wedding brought another couple together. No, we brought a couple back together.
Amazing.
That's awesome. Is it? It is.
Yeah, we'll appreciate it. Jude snuck his hand past Scott to ruffle his curls. His face was full of pride and something else too.
Yeah, of course. Who could have seen this coming, huh?
Scott snorted into his husband's shoulder. Baxter used the opportunity to lean over and whisper in your ear.
I didn't quite get a chance to admit this, but Jude accused me of having feelings for you during the day I was alone with you two. With the two. I managed to dodge the question at the time, but Jude has been proven quite right. Interesting.
Oh. Your turn to be surprised. As though this wasn't embarrassing enough already, big siblings must secretly get lessons on things like that. They could all do it.
Hey, I guess that means Baxter was wrong about me and Jude, and him and Rain. That's the most successful losing streak I've ever seen. Why, thank you, Scott. How kind of you to mention it. Do you actually mean it? No. Absolutely not. I thought so. That got a chuckle out of me. You're learning.
The two men laughed together. At about the same time, an entirely different conversation was occurring.
Preposterous.
So now that it's official and everyone knows, we've got to go on a triple date for real sometime.
What? It'll be fun. Remember the bowling?
Jude replied flatly, not moved in the slightest. Miranda nodded firmly in agreement with her family.
It's weird to go on a date with my little sister.
No.
The bowling was different. They weren't a couple then.
I guess it was Terry saying that. My bad.
But Terry merely waved off the siblings' concerns.
They'll work on the details later. But hey, we don't have to stand around.
Terry suddenly declared. The party was really about to start.
Let's get the music going. It's time to dance.
That got Cove to snort amused.
You're really high energy about the slow dancing. True. And that would be delightful.
Okay, I've got it. Randy scurried off, as if someone might beat her to the chore if she wasn't quick enough. In one corner of the speaker used at the wedding, she flipped a couple switches on it. Her phone had been left propped up on the counter, screen facing out. Scott and Jude could have hung up at any point, yet remained on the line. They decided to attend the whole shebang, long distance. The two had plenty of experience with that. It was nice to be there, to spend time together. Nobody had it in them to draw attention to it, but the thank you party had a dual purpose. It was also a farewell party. After it was all over, you couldn't be sure when you'd see most of these people again, at least in person. You needed to make the most of the opportunity. A delicate melody drifted to your ears. It filled out your own mind and the world around you. Then you caught eyes with Baxter. He'd been watching your face, presumably for however long you'd been lost in thought.
Don't worry about me. We came together, but that doesn't mean only I can have your attention. I think I'll take a moment to wander the floor. Enjoy yourself.
Baxter's polite distance wasn't to avoid you. He was trying not to hinder you from having fun with the rest of the party. Oh, consider it. He was shockingly the person you'd spent the most time with during the trip. It was all your other friends who'd gotten the short end of the stick. Okay, see you. Baxter bowed out there, but you'd catch him later. For now...
We'll dance with everyone else.
So first...
We have to go talk to everyone. Yeah, sure, we'll do the phone first.
Earlier, Miranda had propped her phone onto the side of the table and angled the camera towards the dance floor. It was a relief that your long-distance host hadn't hung up. You hadn't gotten the chance to properly say goodbye. When you peeked into their tiny rectangle world, you saw Scott and Jude pushing each other's shoulders back and forth to the rhythm of the music, while whispering among each other. It gave the impression of proud parents watching their mini children in a school musical. You scooped up the phone and spun around. Scott was the first to catch the movement.
Oh, look!
He pressed his hand to Jude's chest to stop him in place.
Hi, Rain! How you doing?
I'm good. Thank you again for the party.
What? It's nothing. It's nothing because we did nothing for it. Sorry, honeymoon.
That's not true. It's nice of you to let us have your house.
Yeah, don't trust the place. Or if you do, clean it up before we have to see it. You're crazy, Grant.
The freckled newlywed snorted and bumped Scott with the shoulder again.
Seriously, where did this party animal come from? Nothing teaches you to understand what it means to have an event than planning one yourself, Jude. It's hard work and you've got to enjoy it.
I hear ya.
Jude playfully rolled his eyes away from Scott, then his gaze set on you.
Hey, Rain. You know how me and Scott got to know each other?
Oh, you met in a game, right?
Yep, it was sheer luck.
Scott eagerly jumped in on the topic.
Twice! What do you mean? He means we didn't get it the first time. We were playing a shooter online and got randomly put against each other in a game. My team lost and it sucked, but I did alright. Come on, it was more than alright. Jude was the best player there. After a while, I wasn't even competing against a whole team, it was just him. We might have won the game technically, but in terms of one-on-one results, I was only second place. So I did what any guy like me, what any guy who likes a challenge would do. I sent him a friend request ASAP. Jude accepted it the same day.
The two men had different reactions to the walk down memory lane. Jude lowered his chin bashfully, which made it possible to see him scratching his head at the top of the screen. Scott was grinning boldly. He pulled his glasses further up his nose.
I can't even remember why I did. I normally wouldn't bother. It was cool he saw me personally as competition. I guess it made me see him in another way. See him in that way too.
That's about what you imagined so far, based on the little you knew of their history. They were people from different places brought together by happenstance based on shared interest. It was impressive they made an impression on each other after a single game. But that couldn't be the end of things. You waited as the two gathered their focus.
Where was I? That's right. Jude and I played games occasionally over, a few months. Always against each other and never talking. That probably wouldn't have changed if it was up to us. We were two warriors who had crossed swords before continuing our own separate journeys. We got lucky again. One night when I was playing a totally different game, a guy with the same username came up, but this time it was on my team. There was a voice chat then, so I asked if it was the person I kinda knew. I was the person. This was the first time I ever heard Jude. It blew my mind.
Scott and Jude were excited at this point, as if they were experiencing the realization for the first time again.
Yeah, he was cracking up in the chat. It had to be annoying to whoever else was there who just wanted to play. They kicked us out.
The rest of the story came out in a flurry of back and forths. The tag team telling you like they probably worked together in games.
I didn't care about the round anyway. We kept playing stuff ourselves. I guess it was I just usually see it more spelled out. Anyways, ourselves the other night. The hours flew by. It was ridiculously fun, and we figured out we're almost the same age and had really similar tastes in games, and not so much with other things.
And?
Though much later we learned we had something else pretty important in common.
Yep.
We're both gay. Now we're married. I guess you could say the rest is history.
Aw, that's so cute.
Thanks.
Thanks. Yeah. And Rain, good luck with your own dude and you randomly ran into. I get why Baxter's sticking around. I can't believe he came to this party. I didn't think it'd be that easy, but that's great. You're good to your friends, Rain. Or your friends and your new boyfriend. I can't believe that one either.
I'm glad I got to spend more time with you.
We feel the same way.
That's right. Then you carefully set your phones down so the husbands could continue their own dancing.
We were two warriors, oh my god, I cringed.
Hey, these two gamers get to enjoy their marriage with each other. You can't fall to cringe at this level.
Hold on, what was that? They'd make you have skill issue and we can't have you be losing to Angie? Hey! Okay. Terry and Miranda are next.
The other happy couple was dancing. Terry was leading Miranda in a properly formal back and forth step. You waited for them to finish before speaking up. Hi.
Rain!
Hey, bud.
Would you mind
if I dance too?
Definitely.
Oh yeah, we can all dance.
Terry threw an arm around your shoulder before pulling Miranda in on his other side. He squeezed you and began to sway. Miranda laughed as she let herself be carried by the motion. It wasn't in any effective for slow dancing, and it was incredibly funny, and you wouldn't have preferred anything else.
Rain. Thanks again for coming here and doing all of this. I know it wasn't much of a vacation, but maybe you had some fun?
I did. It's been amazing. You meant that deeply. Jude and Scott's wedding was something you were going to remember forever no matter what. But the trip back to the area you grew up in had been an irreplaceable experience in another, entirely unpredictable way. Miranda, Terry, and you didn't have to vocalize it. You knew what the quiet meant. Each one of you had gotten a new friend as a reward for participating. And for you, he became more than a friend. It was truly wonderful. Then Terry concluded the silent moment with a contented sigh.
I'd say our latest endeavors have been great successes, both in personal relationships and our careers.
And our careers?
Randy put a hand on her hip and leveled an amusedly unimpressed glance. Here we go again.
Yes, as party planners, how many amazing bashes have we thrown at this point? I've lost count.
3, Terry. You've contributed to 3 celebrations, unless you count the chocolate factory celebration, chocolate fountain celebration, as a separate thing, then it's 4.
Angie is cringe. She's immune to. Hey! I'm not immune to cringe. I'm not immune to cringe.
Impressive. How has the event company Baxter work at not offered us positions yet?
Before Miranda could get in a word on how she felt about this new direction in life she was being volunteered for, Terry's face went completely deadpan.
That is a joke, people. I'm unavailable for future party planning committees for at least a year.
The comebacks on the tip of Randy's tongue died, replaced entirely by giggles. You burst into laughter too. Good, cause I'm not either. Next time, let's hire Baxter from the start.
Hear, hear.
Well, I appreciate the last party you'll ever put on. It's top notch. Aw, thanks.
Yeah.
We're going out with a bang.
You and your buddies had fun hanging out for the length of the song, and then you broke off to mingle further.
With Cove, the better boy. I suddenly remembered the 21st of the— we don't talk about the Gigi incident of the 21st of September. We don't talk about what happened there, okay? We don't talk about that incident. Klepek, how could you bring that up? How could you bring that up? Anyways. They're going to explode. Let's go. Yeah! Oh my god.
He was smiling as you neared. Hey.
Hey.
Wanna dance? Cove didn't answer that. He was expecting those two words.
Yeah.
You took each other's hands and slowly moved on to the makeshift dance floor. On the other side of the room, Terry ended up taking Baxter for a spin. Miranda was snapping pictures. Well, they looked to be having fun. Cove had to look at you through eyes squinted along the bottom, since his cheeks were lifted high from his grin.
We finally got to see each other, without everyone else for a change. Well, they're still here, but at least they're doing other things.
He tilted his chin in the direction of the two models cutting a rug in front of the photographer, catching every angle of it. If you recalled right, Randy's cousin was the photographer at the wedding. Perhaps it ran in the family. You and Cove refocused on the same second. You'd known each other for enough years to have that level of synchronization. You could instinctively feel when a pause would end.
Anyway, how have you been? Since when we saw each other at the wedding and right now, it kind of feels like way more happened than usual.
I'm great. What about you?
I'm good too now.
You hadn't missed that little now, Cove tacked on at the end.
So, I hope you like the party.
It's a good one, Cove. Nice job.
So glad.
Cool. That was worth it. We spent most of the day putting it together. The food, the decorations and stuff.
Cove's eyes rested closed as he released a long, tired breath.
I really didn't know I was missing when I only took part in this sort of thing.
Then he shot you a bent smile and angled those wavy brows of his.
I was definitely right to be too busy to help much of all those other times.
Okay, Cove. He did too.
Oh, and thanks for making me a goodie bag. That was great.
You're welcome. Thank you for helping with the snacks here. Neither of you needed to affirm what you already knew. You merely had to appreciate it. After that, you continued to chat, reminiscing about previous parties you'd attended while growing up and guessing which events you might be guests at next. Eventually, you parted ways. You wanted to find the man you'd come with, and Cove preferred to stay where he was. Finally, you reunited with Baxter. Though finally might have been too strong a thought. It'd been maybe 20 minutes. It's not another 5-year reunion. Something like that would never happen again. Baxter hadn't said a word, and neither had you, but he was already smirking.
Hello, Rain. You're at this lovely soiree as well? What a coincidence. Next thing I know, I'll find you on my very own bed.
You snapped your head back and forth, wondering if anyone else heard. Baxter could take you to previously unknown levels of embarrassment.
Darling.
Sorry, darling.
He called you darling? It's okay.
Now might I ask for this dance?
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, you may. You held out your hand for him. Baxter accepted without a second's hesitation, and your first dance together of the day began.
Oh god, my back.
Okay. Around you, Terry and Miranda shared another dance of their own. Baxter had a new partner keeping him busy. Also, the two of them loved each other and wanted to be together, and Cove was content to keep watch. He'd never been a fancy-footed guy. No one pressured him to do something he wouldn't want to.
I certainly do owe the group my thanks. It doesn't matter that we went out the night before. I'm grateful to every opportunity for this.
Yeah. This might have been the Adams' living room, but the atmosphere really had changed. Baxter's face was bright even in the low lights, thanks to the way the dangling fairy strands caught his eyes. That, coupled with the gentle piano floating through the air, transported you to a grand ballroom. But the most significant aspect that had you swept away was the fact that you were there with Baxter Ward. He could enchant you anywhere in the world. And for a moment you forgot there were others in the room.
Oh, heading out? See ya! Thank you for joining us! Oh man. I'm like staring at the thing. It's getting late for me as well. But we're almost done. I know it because I looked at that video.
One song blended into another as the night continued on and on. Eventually, however, the gang decided to let their dancing feet rest and return to the snacks. Baxter wasn't hungry. Instead, he wondered if he could get some fresh air. "It's your party," was Jude's succinct reply. With that, Baxter politely excused himself from the room. He made eye contact with you as he passed. That was an opening to join him if you'd ever seen one. Subtle wasn't usually his forte, but you could make use of it when needed. You made your own explanations and left the gathering. Outside, Baxter was waiting for you on the sidewalk in the front of the Adams house. He had his hands deep in his pocket while gazing at the starry sky. Night had fallen over the world while you had been dancing. You came to his side and Baxter began to speak without turning his head. He knew it was you.
You know.
Honestly, I was feeling out of my element. Not so surprising.
No one's leaving? Oh, I thought they were. I can only glance at the screen. I'm trying to keep it short. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep things short as I read chat so, like, you know, I can speed through this. Keep believing you're almost done. I do. I do.
Parties might be my forte in general, but my wealth of experience with social gatherings doesn't extend further than being cordial to near strangers. Hanging out in a group of friends, my skills are rusty to say the least.
There's nothing wrong with that. I have a lot of friends like that.
His chin lowered, and his shoulder raised. A pleasant little smile grew along Baxter's face. Then he swept an arm around the still, warm air in the California summer.
Well, here we are, in the middle of an unassuming neighborhood. Street I happen to be visiting. For all my intentions of being intriguing, a good amount of the moments we spent together have been a similar setting to this, haven't they? We had our first unexpected reunion on your street. Many of our best laid plans were imagined there. It's where I asked you out for the first time. And of course I parted ways with you standing on the road between the two homes at that time.
When you first arrived at the street only a week ago to help prepare for a wedding, you never could have imagined where it would lead. How you could be here in the exact spot it started and have everything be different now. Baxter continued to gently muse.
I suppose that was part of the issue. I didn't consider myself appealing enough as a person to be worth the time, so I wanted the support of an exciting or interesting backdrop for meetups. But I shouldn't matter that much where you are if you enjoy who you're with.
That's true, Baxter. I'm just happy to spend time with you. His eyes closed, too bashful to meet your bold face. Bold-faced affection directly, but Baxter let it wash over him.
And also Jude and Scott's relationship. I'll always be grateful that they lasted after all, for their sake and ours.
The quiet pause forming was completely shot with the default jingle going off and a vibration in your pocket. Baxter's phone and yours got notifications at the same time.
The group chat?
Baxter muttered, lifting one brow. You reached for your device to check. He was correct. Randy, Terry, and Cove started streaming in messages. Each one was identical. An emote of champagne glasses clinking. And then Miranda added a couple more. From Jude and Scott, she noted. Then, for good measure, Terry started spamming champagne glasses. Baxter snorted as the gang gave the digital cheers. If you had to guess, you'd single out Miranda as the person behind this. Not only because she messaged first, but because it was just the kind of small, sweet gesture she'd pull. Randy must have been brainstorming some ways to make Baxter's off-handed remark come true since he'd made it. And she found a lot of success with the idea. Baxter was still grinning like a schoolboy on a screen.
They certainly do have the spirit of pro-event planners. Finding possibilities to make a celebration special even in the circumstances aren't what the guests originally imagined.
I bet you still enjoy a real drink.
Yes, but as they say, it's the thought that counts.
Then... we'll add our own glass. You wouldn't miss joining a toast to your and Baxter's honor. Finally, Baxter put his own champagne emote along with the others. To complete the gesture, he even lifted his phone like it was a long-stemmed glass. That unnecessary level of class was very him. Nothing more came from the rest of the party, so you shared a casual observation while putting your phone away. You know, usually everyone would tease me more. Baxter listened closely as he placed his own phone in his jacket. What we got when we told them about us wasn't that much. No one joked that we've been out here for as long as out here so long that they're worried we snuck off to get married already. I think they're trying not to scare you. Baxter smacked a hand over his mouth. He had to reply through his fingers and in between laughs.
That is a fair theory. I haven't been easy to speak to.
Notice how they put their phones away. I'll always be grateful they lasted. Baxter, they got married 2 days ago. True.
However, I'm less frightened by people now than I ever imagined I could be.
He met your eyes once more, slipping that hand around yours instead.
And far, far happier as well.
His expression was heart-wrenching, bittersweet.
And I will miss you so much when you go, Rain.
Oh. There was no getting around the fact that your situation had reversed. You were there simply for a visit. It wasn't your home, and you were going to have to leave tomorrow. It made your chest squeeze to think about. He would be left here without you, and you'd have to go without him.
Don't worry.
Seeing sadness cloud your face, Baxter immediately offered reassurances.
I sincerely swear, I will respond when you reach out and keep in touch myself.
He pulled out his most bold grin, even if his words still faltered a bit at the end.
Every day. Multiple times a day, in fact. Well, if that wouldn't be an annoyance. I have no issue dating long distance. As you said, if Jude and Scott can make it work, so can we, right?
The concern was awfully sweet, though you hadn't intended to worry him. I believe you, Baxter. Baxter's poise loosened, and his expression grew soft. He realized his actions weren't the cause of your pain. It remained that Baxter's first instinct was to see mistakes in everything he did, and to assume he didn't know how to make someone happy. But your issue was only in how you couldn't be with him any longer. For that, you had another promise. And he paired it with a truly gentlemanly kiss on the back of the hand he still held.
I imagine we won't be apart for terribly long.
Honestly.
Oh, whoops, sorry. Finger slipped.
You see, I need a break after my last clients. We're something of a rush job, the company understands. And I don't know where this concept came from, but recently I've been thinking about taking a little vacation.
A spark of hope immediately went off inside your head. It was bright enough to lighten your face. Baxter pounced on the hint of interest, smirking deviously.
It wouldn't be anything grandiose, like a stay in a luxury mountain lodge or a cross-state road trip, but as we just established, location is secondary to company.
And apparently,
according to some strange man, going on trips to spend time with the person you love is a good idea. Quite a concept.
I hope I'm not.
Besides, she was thoughtful enough to find me where I was first. It's only polite to return the favor.
Baxter was going to visit? We'll kiss him in the spirit of faith. Baxter didn't hesitate to meet you halfway, as if he was waiting his whole life for it. The touch was all too precious and far too short. You shared another to help fix that. You can take your own advice. Incredible!
I'm as amazed as you are.
Baxter's face was flushed. His voice came out jittery from both excitement and lingering nerves, and he couldn't stand completely still.
Hallelujah. Admittedly, a part of me was convinced I wouldn't go through with it. What if you thought I had lost my mind to follow you right after we barely re-established a connection?
You can imagine that completely. It wasn't a judgment on you, that's not who he was doubting. Looking foolish for admitting that he'd become attached was a long-held fear Baxter had towards himself. To say what he did was not backdrop was like stepping up to an edge of a cliff. He really had grown.
But having this last day together, knowing it was the last, was the final push to pursue I actually wanted. And I didn't even need to make you choose for me. With a game of rock, paper, scissors, I forfeited by default.
Baxter jerkily flicked his wrist, adding too much energy for it to be his usual smooth gesture.
Honestly, it's a practical place when you think about it. We have plenty to discuss face to face. There's our entire future to consider after all. I'm glad this single trip isn't the end of us, Rain.
Yeah. You know, I still remember when everything in my life seemed like it was ending or changing, and you comforted me by saying I could find people who'd be with me always. And that I might have already found some. So far, you've been right. I do. But now I can say it back to you. Baxter, there are people who want to be close to you no matter how much distance there is, or how much time goes by. I know because I'm one of them. Your words struck a deep, resounding chord in Baxter's heart. There was no as if this time. A bond like the one you had together truly was what he'd longed for his entire life. Baxter's dark eyes grew damp. He wiped it away with a thumb.
It's settled then.
With that, he straightened out his jacket and swiped out his bangs in a vain attempt to seem more presentable.
I suppose we should make another appearance now. I'm not the one person here who wants to see you, and I'll be the one that gets to be with you again.
They want to see you too, Baxter. Baxter gave a light chuckle, fully in control of his emotions again. Or he wasn't exactly controlling them. He had become comfortable with what he felt.
Let's return.
True.
Together.
We shouldn't keep our friends waiting. How patient they've been. Let's return together, Rain.
He reached out for you once more, ready for the next dance, once before either of you could hear music again. You accepted it. Seeing him that way, you couldn't help reflecting on how the man facing you had always been so ready to leave, to turn his back on you, to be alone for as long as you'd known him. And now, every point along the list had changed. A resident of California, a member of the group, a boyfriend for life. That was Baxter Ward, you heard it, never getting married. Anyways. So even though you'd been prepared to leave this place when the party ended, you were positive the two of you would end up coming back together again and again. It was simply unavoidable for you and him. First because of a string of chance encounters, and second because of your own efforts. The pushes and pulls of life were like a dance. Sometimes you were familiar with the steps, and sometimes you had to make them up as you went along. Luckily for you, no matter which tempo, style, or pattern played, you'd have a true partner by your side for the next song.
We freaking did it! We're done! Give yourselves a pat on the back. We finished all the deals except for the wedding DLC. We finished all the DLC of our life. Let's go! Oh, congratulations, chatters that made it. Holy crap. Oh my god. Baxter found dead in California. Oh my god. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm free. I can finally eat dinner. Oh my god, I can finally eat dinner. Holy crap. All right. Well, if you want to know what we're doing the rest of this week, look at the schedule. My voice is shot, so I can't speak much more. Next time we do book club,
that's our life. We will be playing the wedding DLC. I hope you guys will be there for that. That will be a lot more fun. It's very customizable. Trust me, it was one of my favorite moments when I played Our Life back in the day. So hopefully you guys will enjoy it too. Baxter's route was an interesting one. I didn't hate it. I didn't necessarily like it either. It's just a solid mid for me. There was things I liked about it. There was things I didn't like about it. I think it ended better than it started. Kind of one of those things. I get what they were going for. I don't know if it fully worked with the type of game this is. I won't put like a very like detailed opinion here. There's just, I don't really have room for it. It's been almost 8 hours. So if you want an actual detailed opinion on this, yeah, I'll, say something, I suppose. But other than that, we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on to the wedding DLC in 2 weeks. I'm gonna have a different book club story next week. We're gonna have a different book club story next week. We're starting a new series. Not gonna say spoilers, but we're starting a new series. And then we will be playing the wedding DLC. I think we're only going to have 1 episode for the wedding DLC. So next Our Life may be the last Our Life that we have. But regardless, thank you guys for sticking it out. Thank you for joining me. Love you guys lots. Seriously, love you. You earned it. Pat yourselves on the back. And as always, I will see you in the next one. If you like this video, please like and subscribe. This was 8 hours of me reading, so I'd appreciate it. But I'll appreciate you guys either way for sticking it out with me. And as always, love you lots. Respect you guys lots for sticking with this one. And I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye, fish cake!